needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Khairy, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Khairy. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Khairy, my man Khairy came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
so here we are on a Monday night, or a Tuesday morning rather, and at the aftermath of Ilia Topuria defeating Josh Emmett in a 5-round main event for ESPN's Jacksonville UFC card. One thing is for certain is that Ilia Topuria has proven a couple of things. Number one, he's proven that he's an elite level fighter. Not only he's proven that he's an elite level fighter, he's also proven that he is a very popular fighter with a great clout behind him. He had a famous former football player by the name of Sergio Ramos. And by the way, when I mean football, for the American audience, I'm not talking about Tom Brady football or Lawrence Taylor football. I'm talking about Pele football, Erling Haaland football, Cristiano Ronaldo football, Messi football, and in this case, Spanish Sergio Ramos football, okay? A former World Cup winner at that, one of the top defenders in all of soccer, and he came down to Jacksonville to support his quote-unquote fellow countryman, none other than Ilia Topuria. Now, that's not even the interesting part about the whole story, because, yes, it is true that Ilia Topuria is from Spain, but he also represents Georgia. And why is that significant? Well, this video is basically telling you why that is significant and why this has some implications on what his super fights are going to be. So 145, he does great. Now, what about him moving up to 155? Can he deal with the top level guys at 155 and possibly follow the footsteps of Conor McGregor and become a double champion? He has the tools and the list in terms of being a superstar, being European, having these famous guys that are backing him. The problem is that, well, there is no problem, isn't it? Because in the beginning, I thought that one of the biggest problems with an undefeated guy like this was, how is he going to get all this clout? Well, lo and behold, the UFC is really trying to get their hands in Spain. And now they have a fighter that they can build around to make that happen. Also, you have this situation where he has this beef with Paddy Pimblett. And the interesting thing about that was a lot of their beef started online, and it eventually accumulated into one of the UFC London cards, in which they got into a fight backstage during after some weigh-ins of some sort. It was the same card where Ilia Topuria and Paddy the Baddy were on the same card, and lo and behold, they come to blows because during Twitter and the little exchanges that they had going on online, Paddy the Baddy was saying things like, well, I can see why the Russians terrorized your people, and in reference to the other nationality of Ilia Topuria, which is Georgian, right? And so this was taken by serious offense to Ilia Topuria, in which he had no choice but to go and confront Paddy in the hotels of UFC London. And when he confronted him, this is when the famous phrase that Paddy the Baddy always talks about, oh, Mr. Hand Sanitizer. He always calls him Mr. Hand Sanitizer. And the reason why he calls him Hand Sanitizer, mate, is because he tried to attack him. And then after he tried to attack him, he threw a hand sanitizer at him. And so that's the reason why he calls him Mr. Hand Sanitizer. So here's the thing with Paddy, right? one of the biggest criticisms about Paddy is that he has the clout, he has the notoriety, he has the backing. The only issue is that does he have the skill to fight at a higher level? And this is the reason why I think that this future super fight with Ilia Topuria and Paddy the Baddy is really intriguing, because let's face it, in the current moment of time right now in 2023, you could say that Paddy the Baddy is not really an elite level 155er, but you could say that Ilia Topuria is an elite level 145er. And there's something even in that if they were to fight right now, because Paddy may have the size, but Ilia Topuria has the skills. Paddy the Baddy may have an equal amount of experience as Ilia Topuria, but who has more of an elite level competition? Now, certainly you could say and cite that Paddy has never fought the likes of Josh Emmett. But in that case, you got to think to yourself, the type of beef that they have going on, I think it's going to be blockbuster. I also thought in the beginning that how in the world is Ilia Topuria ever going to have this notoriety and clout? This is one of those issues and problems that you have with undefeated fighters or guys that are coming in as prospects. One of the things that you always worry about. When Khabib was coming up, one of the things that people worried about was how is he going to become this pay-per-view star if he becomes a champion? Because it was inevitable that he was eventually going to become a champion. The problem is, how would you market him? And lo and behold, we found out that he had a big Muslim fan base from the Middle East, not just in Dagestan and Russia, but also in America, also in Europe. And then on top of that, the Conor McGregor fight just catapulted him into a different stratosphere, which I think is the reason why this fight between Paddy the Baddy and Ilia Topuria needs to happen. But the problem is, should it happen now or should it happen later? Because eventually, these two guys are going to give each other the best clout that they can possibly give each other, right? You have Ilia Topuria, who's from Spain, has this backing from a soccer superstar who, by the way, flew him out after Jacksonville and into Miami and partied the night away to celebrate his victory. Now, just imagine the type of fans that Ilia Topuria is going to bring out of that. Right now, Ilia Topuria probably has 700,000 followers, all from Spain, of which the UFC has taken a notice. And then Paddy the Baddy, of course, comes from the English market, which, as you know, is a very big market that the UFC always tries to go after. Every year they have UFC London cards. They got a lot of UFC fighters from the UK. And not just because they're trying to recruit that particular part of the world, it's because it's an ever-growing talent that they've always stemmed from in terms of UFC recruiting. You can go back to the days of Lee Abraham Murray and see that that was the case, all the way down to Michael Bisping, and then all the way down to, let's say, John Hathaway, if for all the hardcore guys that remember back in those days. And then you have the likes of now, Leon Edwards, who's now the champion, right? Another guy who we always worried about, how is he going to become a champion when he doesn't really talk? He's not much of a talker. Well, guess what? He goes and performs that knockout against Kamaru Usman in the Salt Lake City card of last year. And he says some of the most epic lines that could only be forged out of his own situation and his own organic uprising, to which created this new superstar in a British champion. Now, obviously not the type of superstar that you would see in the likes of Conor McGregor or John Jones or anything like that, but a work in progress. Now, this brings me to Ilia Topuria and Paddy the Baddy. I think what they have going on here is very similar to a soccer hooligan type of crowd, right? And I remember when Conor first came into the UFC, seeing this YouTube video where this guy cited something along the line saying that, like, one of the things that the UFC is looking for is they're looking to do somewhat of a fan base that has this soccer like feeling to it, meaning that if you've ever been to a soccer game, there's a lot of people that always chant "Ole, ole, 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 ole," and then they're always cheering for their team. There's always a transnational, trans-international aspect to it where these different countries come together and their supporters come together or sometimes get into conflict, which generates a lot of interest in that aspect. But I think the future fight to make is with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett, and not only that, Ilia Topuria. Now, Ilia Topuria has proven that he is a top 145er, beating a guy who just came from an interim championship fight, and Paddy right now still has a long way to go. He still has to worry about Jared Gordon and rematching him, because a lot of people thought that he really won that fight. I'm talking about Jared Gordon. A lot of people thought that Jared Gordon won that fight, and Paddy the Baddy seems to have a lot of technical deficiencies that a lot of experts out there are citing. That's going to be a problem for him if he moves up in the upper echelons of the 155 division. But nonetheless, this is a super fight that is developing before our very eyes. Because as time goes on, eventually Paddy is going to evolve. Eventually Paddy is going to surprise us in some of the wins that he could get in the top 10 and maybe in the top 5. And then eventually, who knows, maybe Paddy could even become a 155 champion if for whatever reason or whatever crazy outcomes the universe brings to us. But it's more than likely that Ilia Topuria is going to be a 145 champion before Paddy becomes a 155 champion. But what is even more interesting than that, get this. Imagine Ilia Topuria has a Nate Diaz, Conor McGregor-like rivalry with Paddy the Baddy. Imagine if Ilia Topuria has that going on as a 145 champion. Because if you remember, when Conor McGregor became a 145 champion, guess what happened? He decided he wasn't going to defend that title. He was going to go for the double championship, which at the time was none other than RDA. RDA got injured, only for Nate Diaz to step in a couple of days' notice, just not too long ago from his Michael Johnson fight. Okay, and then he even called out Conor McGregor and then gets his wish, then goes into the fight, knocks Conor McGregor down and chokes him out and becomes this ever-famous Nate Diaz that we know him to be today. Because guess what? Prior to the Conor McGregor fight in UFC 196 back in 2016, the way that we knew Nate Diaz was just nothing more than a mediocre fighter. And all of a sudden, he gets this big win against this big superstar. And then not only that, catapults the rivalry into a whole nother level, because then they go in and fight each other a couple of months later. And then, of course, never to fight each other again, and then going on for years and years on out, just talking crap to each other online and on the internet, and never really having a third matchup in the ways that a lot of people would have anticipated them to have. Or maybe they will in the future. Maybe they'll bring Nate Diaz back and do it. But nonetheless, this is the same trajectory that I see Ilia Topuria and Paddy the Baddy going on right now. Because, yes, Paddy, just like Nate Diaz, had a following, right? But wasn't exactly the most skilled guy, had some deficiencies along the way. But because of his size, because of his experience, because of his submission skills, okay, it made him a formidable opponent for Conor McGregor at the time when he looked really unstoppable. So Ilia Topuria and Paddy the Baddy are no different in this aspect. The only difference is that they're not up there right now. But that's why I call this one of the best future fights that you have yet to see.
Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch John Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. John is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for John Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. The only difference is that now we have to figure out who is the best heavyweight in the UFC. Now, I think that is besides the point of this video. You want to know why? Because obviously, Tom Aspinall is in a position right now where we can even argue the fact that he is better than John Jones. Now, we're not talking about just setting up the fights, because that right now is sort of up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen with that and the contract negotiations and the strategy behind John Jones's team in ways of trying to get more money from the UFC. Okay, but that is besides the point. What is important is understanding Tom Aspinall is already here. Now, he's not there yet because in terms of fighting John Jones, but he's there. Now, the question is, how did he get here? Because that is the main topic at hand that we want to talk about. Obviously, over the years, we've seen John Jones dominate the light heavyweight division for a very long time. And now all of a sudden, John had decided after the Dominic Reyes fight to jump into the heavyweight division. And now what happened? Cyril gone. He gets the undisputed championship, not the interim championship. And now the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world right now is so heavily disputed. But guess what? That right there is a life story for Tom Aspinall to complete later on. Right now, let's look at his past life experiences to sort of understand where this man is right now in his current career. And so the obvious theme that I'm trying to emphasize here is that you cannot have a plan B when it comes to searching for glory. And by the way, Tom Aspinall's dad, Andy Aspinall, is the main topic at hand of this particular story. Look, we all talk about the epidemic that is going on with fatherless homes and things of that nature, right? So it's very refreshing when we run across a story like Tom Aspinall and his dad. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that Tom Aspinall's dad had decided he was going to quit his job so that he can focus on Tom Aspinall's talent full time. He recognized early on, hey, you know what? This kid has a talent. And if I put all my eggs in this basket, it's going to work out. And I think this story right here is very important for a lot of people to really learn and understand. You want to know why? Because there's a lot of people out there that have, let's say, a halfway approach to the goals that they are trying to accomplish. Now, look, people need to understand, if you want to become a doctor, if you want to become an engineer, if you want to become a lawyer, these things are highly attainable, way more attainable than being the heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC, in the heavyweight division. However, there is something that Andy noticed about Tom that was special, and he decided he was going to go all in on that. And I think this is something a lot of you really need to understand. There's people out there that are going through life halfway into whatever goals that they want to do, and it starts very young. You see, when you're young, people tell you, hey, you know what? You got to go out there. You got to get a job. You got to go out there. You got to fulfill these particular obligations. You got to go to school. But here's the reality. What if a job or what if a school is not good for your journey? You see, during this weekend, not only did John Jones and Stipe fight, but another legend fought, and that was Jake Paul. Kidding. Obviously, Mike Tyson was also part of that. But the first trainer of Mike Tyson told him, hey, you know what? We can't put you in school. You want to know why? because it's not a good environment for a future heavyweight champion. Now, I don't know why Custom Model thought that. I could give you a couple of theories as to why. One is probably because of the fact that you do nothing in school but take orders all day, and you're sort of missing out in training. You see, you can wake up in the morning and train very early and this and that, but then where is your recovery time, right? You're going to be in school sitting in these hard chairs for 6 hours on and on, being told what to do, being programmed in your brain, being told that, hey, you know what? If you don't go to college, if you don't get a degree, or you don't do this and that, then you're never going to be anything. And then guess what? It does nothing but steer you towards a plan B. And this right here is the story that we're going to emphasize with Tom Aspinall and his dad, Andy Aspinall, which, by the way, is a very intriguing story in and of itself. So the best way to really convey this story is go through articles leading up to 3 or 4 major fights that sort of made Tom Aspinall the Tom Aspinall that we know him today as the #1 threat to John Jones. And those 4 fights in particular are the Curtis Blades fight, his last loss, by the way, literally lost in 15 seconds due to a knee injury. And then the Myson Tybura fight, the Sergey Pavlovich fight, and then the Curtis Blades fight. Well, this article that we have in front of you right now was just right before the Curtis Blades fight. Okay. Very interesting story right here. UFC London's Tom Aspinall is the dad of 3 on the cusp of a UFC heavyweight glory who almost quit MMA out of frustration. By the way, there's the plan B diagnosis right there, right? Almost quit MMA out of frustration. And to be fair, and to be honest with you, Dana White said it best. MMA is an opportunity, not a career choice. Oftentimes you hear people complain about fighter pay and things of that nature, but that is the reality of the situation, right? It will make a lot of people quit out of frustration, even if you have a winning record. Okay, so Tom Aspinall set to rock the O2 Arena tonight. This was back in 22. Okay. Will top the UFC bill tonight. Pivotal heavyweight showdown against Curtis Blades. Okay, so these are some of the photos that involve Tom Aspinall here. Aspinall is stunningly on the cusp of winning a world title, okay, less than 2 years after his debut in the promotion. I believe his debut in the promotion was in, when was that? That was in 2020. Okay, so he came in literally during the pandemic. So, yeah, Tom Aspinall came into the pandemic. He's not looked back since making his octagon bow on Fight Island, where he brutalized Jake Collier in 45 seconds. Then earns 36,000 pounds, which is $50,000 in American dollars out of performance bonuses. See, I don't even understand the British pounds and the American dollar exchange, but I know that 36 equals to $50,000 because guess what? That is the performance bonus that they give out. So Tom Aspinall at the time was 29, has all comers in record time, 5 octagon outings. Okay, so, but let's go back to his father right here. But the Team Irbun's journey, which began in his garden shed with his dad Andy at age 6, was far from an easy one, with financial struggles being ever present. And again, remember, this is one of those situations that's going to want to make you quit. He told BBC, MMA in the UK, especially being a heavyweight, it's near enough impossible to make a career out of it. I absolutely had no money and had decided to provide for my family. Some days I'd only have literally 20 quid to my name. Inactively early in a professional career, which was often the result of opponents pulling out at the last minute, not only deprived Aspinall of the opportunity to better himself, but denied him much needed money to feed his family. So you see, this right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about, okay? Is that you got to understand these types of pressures will make you quit. they will absolutely make you quit, because you start thinking to yourself, you start really looking at the situation, and you're like, well, is this really worth it? Is this journey really worth it? He recalled being a heavyweight MMA fighter in the UK is very tough. I had 3 little kids and had not a fight in 2 years because opponents kept pulling out all the time. There's just not a lot of active heavyweights, especially in the UK. So it's difficult to get fights, and people want to protect their records. Yeah, it's just a tough time. By the way, Cain Velasquez had the same problem in the UFC. And not only that, even way before the UFC, he had one pro fight and they had to sign him to the UFC because realistically, nobody really wanted to fight him. And it made a very difficult time for his development. But eventually, Cain Velasquez made it to the UFC, beat Brock Lesnar, went up through the rankings, and the rest was history. But Aspinall's frustration with not being able to get a fight, as well as his need for cash, almost prompted him to quit MMA, according to The Sun, USA. He said, I had a child, then we found out we were having twins. I wasn't getting regular fights, and people were like, what are you going to do? How are you going to provide for your family? Once again, talking about the whole Plan B situation, right? For whatever reason, Tom Aspinall believed in himself, and this is me saying this. I'm not quoting this news article right now. Okay? He decided, you know what? I'm not going to have a plan B. I'm going to go through with this full commitment head on, and that's that. I was training all the time, but the fights weren't coming, and that was probably the toughest time of my career. But his mom and dad, who were happy to lend him a score or two to pay the bills, convinced him not to pack it in. So there it is. Andy told the BBC, me and his mom, we sat down and we lent him money and we helped out. There was a lot of arguing and crying. Now, obviously, this is one of the things that will make a lot of people quit. Okay, you got to understand, when there's money situations involved and it becomes tough and it becomes hard, man, let me tell you, people start arguing, people start panicking, and people really start becoming jaded to your dreams and whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So that right there is point taken right there, right? There was a lot of crying and a lot of arguing, according to The Sun. We told them, please give it a go and see how you get out. I always felt Tom could make it to the top, so we went through a heartfelt, you've got to do this. Eventually, he turned around and he came back. So in other words, there it is. This is the main theme of the story. Andy decided he was not going to have a plan B. And for Tom Aspinall to think about quitting, he was also telling him, look, you can't have a plan B. There is only plan A. And that is for you to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Now, it was a relief for Andy, who wholeheartedly believed his son could make it to the top of the sport and looks back on their early training with great fondness. Okay? Now, here's something you got to understand, right? Every fighter goes through this, which is why it's not the most ideal career. That's something that a lot of people have to understand. Andy recalled in a UFC interview, Tom started to grapple when he was 6 years old, or even 7. When he was about 10 or 11, he started to really enjoy it. And because I was teaching jiu-jitsu, he was with me every day. And I quote from Andy Aspinall. And I quote, he did all the traditional sports, jiu-jitsu, boxing, and wrestling. Then I met Colin Heron from Kaboon, and it just came from there. Now, for those of you that don't know who Kaboon is, this is the team that he had trained with in Liverpool, along with Darren Till and along with Colin, that he had mentioned here in the article. Aspinall would eventually get consistency so desperately craved in 2016 in Full Contact Contender with 3 fights in 3 months. Okay? But inactivity would soon plague him as soon as it ended up going 2.5 years without fighting. Okay, so imagine this. He went 2.5 years without fighting. Aspinall ended his hiatus of his career back-to-back first TKO victories in Cage Warriors 101 and 107, which ultimately saw him to get a call in the UFC. And he's gone from strength to strength, making it to the promised land of MMA, stopping Collier, Alan Baudon, Sergey Spivak and submitting former UFC and Bellator champions Andrei Arlovsky and Alexander Volkov. By the way, just remember, this is an article that was from 2016. So Aspinall is a far cry from where he was a handful of years ago and finds himself touching the distance of a UFC title. Okay, so now he's in the UFC. Now he's on the cusp of touching a UFC title. So a solid victory over Blades tonight. And by the way, this article is from 2022. Okay, so July of 2022. So just keep in mind and keep that in perspective a little bit, okay? He said, I will take it as it comes, the same way I do everything else. You can't guarantee the future, can you? You can't guarantee what's going to happen. I will cross that bridge when I come across it, he says. So obviously we knew how that fight had ended up. 15 seconds, he was out just like that. And we move on to 2023, where he is about to come back. After his comeback, he obviously came and beat Myson Tybura, first round TKO performance of the night back in July 2023, a year after, literally a year after, like literally 365 days. Look at this. Look at this right here. Literally 365 days, July 23, 2022. Now it's July 22, 2023, and there it is, right? The Myson Tybura win right after that, okay? So, yeah, obviously now they're back in the mix, and now let's go to this article right here, right? Tom Aspinall, a proud dad of 3 on the brink of a heavyweight glory at UFC 295, almost quit MMA out of frustration. Again, literally the same article, almost the same article, but within November. This is right after the Myson Tybura fight. This is going into the Sergey Pavlovich fight now. Okay, so let's go to that article. Okay, set to make Madison Square Garden history. Okay, this was his own Madison Square Garden history that he had made, similar to John Jones this weekend. Let's get to the article. These are all the pictures that they have. Standing between the Wigan Warrior and becoming Britain's 3rd UFC title holder is the Russian wrecking machine, Sergey Pavlovich. Now, Tom Aspinall is a dad of 3. By the way, many people don't know that. 30 years old at the time, had blasted through all of his opponents since making his UFC debut in Fight Island. Okay, so we all know that. We've mentioned that in the last article. He told the Sun earlier, I've had a couple of tough times earlier in my career, stuff with injuries and not being able to get matches, and I was really struggling for money at few points, which is tough because I got children and stuff, and it was tough. And by the way, here's something you guys got to understand, right? This is a common thing that makes a lot of people quit. Obviously, you're out here trying to reach glory for being an entertainer or being an athlete, and then you have all these situations that you have to face as a struggling parent. And again, are you going to risk it all, or are you going to take the plan B? Again, the overall main theme of this whole entire story, right? But as we move on, let's get back to the article. Okay. So he told the Sun a couple of times, yeah, that's injuries, matches that was struggling for money at a few points, which is tough because I got children. He says Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad. So obviously the main thesis of this whole entire story is that Andy Aspinall did not budge one bit. Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad and longtime coach Andy and his mom, who helped him while he was enduring a financial despair following a frank and honest sit down. So they've had a sit down and they had this conversation and said, hey, you know what? You have to do this. Because if you don't do this, you got nothing else, Tommy. You know what I mean? If you don't do this, what else are you going to do with your life? So, you know what? That's what it is. Okay, so as we move on to the article, that conversation fortified his belief that he would one day compete for the UFC gold and eventually compete in the Big Apple. Okay, so again, the same story goes. He continued, on the other hand, I expected to be here. He said that he expected to be there. This wasn't something that Tom Aspinall doubted for 1 minute. He never doubted for 1 second that he was going to be here. So moving on. Aspinall is proud as Punch. What an interesting expression of language. Aspinall is proud as Punch with what he's achieved in his career, although he won't sit back and smell the roses until he calls time on his career. By the way, many people would argue that Jon Jones is sort of calling to smell the roses right now in his career and calling it time on his career, as opposed to Tom Aspinall, who's right now in his prime. But another story and another topic for another time. He said, I think about how far I've come and stuff. It's good, but I don't really have time to do all that. I think that it's something that I look at when I'm retired, because the minute I'm just in the moment, at the minute, I'm just looking forward to Saturday, which, by the way, this was the Sergey Pavlovich fight that I'm reading about. Aspinall must pass one of the toughest tests in mixed martial arts, which is Pavlovich, to achieve his dream, winning UFC gold. So for those of you that remember, obviously, this was Tom Aspinall's fight with Sergey Pavlovich. The Wigan Warrior is confident in becoming Britain's third UFC champion, which he did. The Russian Behemoth was the backup fighter for the canceled fight between Jon Jones and Stipe. So how about that? Stipe and Jon were supposed to fight during that time. They never did. They did this weekend, but in came Tom Aspinall and Sergey Pavlovich. So we all know what happened to that particular story, right? Tom Aspinall had beaten Sergey Pavlovich, and then he moved on to take on Curtis Blades once again to avenge his loss from literally 2 years. Okay, 2 years of UFC London. Well, now it's UFC Manchester, obviously. But yeah, so moving on. Obviously, this isn't so much about the biography of Tom Aspinall, but rather more of his dad's perseverance to try and encourage him, which I think is an important lesson here for many people out there that are searching for glory. So Andy says, I quit my high-paying job. Now, this is a revelation. It's different from the other news articles. Obviously, Andy had a high-paying job. Let's find out what that is, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But for what we know in face value and what Andy is telling us here in TalkSport article, he quit a high-paying job to teach his son MMA in his back garden, which obviously is some things that you've seen in these photos right here, right? This is literally the back garden that Andy Aspinall is talking about right here. So let's go on to this article by Talk Sports, right? Just right before I believe this was just right before the Curtis Blades rematch. So British MMA star became the interim heavyweight champion by knocking out Sergey Pavlovich at UFC 295 in New York last November. So now we go from November to this summer in July. Okay. So right here, this is Tom Aspinall right here in this photo. But yeah, so Aspinall's journey to the top of this sport started when he was 19, when his dad walked away from a lucrative job to help harness his son's athletic ability and eventually open a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu school. Obviously, that is why we have Aspinall Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which, as you would imagine, the membership of that gym is probably at an all-time high right now and an all-time demand, being that it's Tom Aspinall's gym and his dad. Well, so he did 25 years in IT. So basically, he is a computer engineer of some sort. That's what IT is. I was a contractor for a long time, making good money. And then I was an IT manager. I got offered redundancy payment that I didn't have to take, but Tom was very good at jiu-jitsu, and there weren't many jiu-jitsu schools open. Worth noting, Tom Aspinall's dad was the first black belt in the UK, I believe, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, at least one of the first black belts, similar to John Kavanagh in Ireland, who was one of the first black belts in jiu-jitsu in Ireland. So Tom's dad, Andy, has a very similar story. So he said that it was a bold move, but one that worked out, as Andy's eldest is now one of the biggest UFC stars, and his other son, Joe, makes a living teaching Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He added, I had some money then, so it was all right. I'm glad I did it. So in other words, the reason why he took the risk of doing this, try to understand, is because Tom Aspinall's dad had already accumulated and saved enough money from, by the way, a high-paying job. Now, look, here's something I need to emphasize, right? This type of conversation, this type of talk right now, I'm going to be honest with you, this is not for everybody. You want to know why? Because I got to be honest with you, not everybody is going to make it. Now, look, this is a once-in-a-lifetime story. This is one of those situations where, yes, he actually had made it. But to give this same advice to the same person, to different people, not the same person, but to different people with contrasting situations and various outcomes in their life, I think that would be unfair. Also, you got to recognize your talent, right? I'll give you an example. For one, why am I trying to reach the top of the heights in this YouTube industry? Well, because I think that I can do it. I think that I have the voice, I have the articulation, I have the experience of public speaking. And I think after a year or so, now I'm becoming more of a YouTube vet. So there are possibilities and reasons why I should continue. Now, if you're one of these people that after a couple of years, you've only had 10 subscribers, well, man, you got to really rethink about what you're doing. Let's say if you're a journeyman boxer, journeyman MMA fighter, and you're just getting beat every weekend, you got to start really thinking about whether this is for you or not. But if you know and you understand what your capabilities are, man, let me tell you, you got to go after it. And Tom Aspinall's dad recognized it. Now look at where they're at. The other son, Joe, is teaching BJJ. He's making a living off of that. And Tom Aspinall is one of the biggest stars in the UFC, and he's making a living off of that. So back to the Talk Sports article, right? Not just for Tom's fighting, and I quote from Andy Aspinall, I'm glad I did it because I didn't like the environment. I don't like the politics. I like the quiet life, and this has been a quiet life. Now, can you imagine that? Imagine being an IT guy, right? You're a normal guy. You're a normie. You're literally one of these NPCs that wakes up in the morning just to get a coffee, just to try and rush to work like everybody else in this whole entire human race that they're trying to get into. But you start thinking, look at these guys are in the MMA world. That's a quiet life. Indeed it is. Think about it. The only thing that you worry about as an MMA fighter or as an MMA coach is the night of the fight, worrying about that. Now, obviously, coaches have more fights to go to than the actual fighters themselves. So they're going to be there at a high frequency rate every week. That is, of course, if the other fighter is not a trainer as well. But either way, that's the only time that you really have to worry about the fight. Okay, is the actual fight itself. But overall, life of a fighter is quite peaceful. You wake up, you train, and then you go home, you eat, you sleep, and then you train again, get some nutrients, and then you train again. And next day, rinse and repeat. That's a quiet life. Whereas if you are in the corporate world, there's a lot of backstabbings going on. There's a lot of dudes that are trying to undercut each other, that are trying to kiss butt to the boss, that are trying to get in good with the boss so they can get in their good graces. And then because this guy is the boss, he thinks that he's better than you because he's his friend. And then there's a lot of biasness going on and so forth. This is the quiet life, according to Andy Aspinall. Okay, so however, Aspinall's long journey to the pinnacle of MMA wasn't without some hiccups, and he needed helping hand to push through some tough times. Now, look, you want to talk about tough times, right? Let's look at Tom Aspinall's record early on, because when you look at it from the time that he had lost in May of 2016, right here against Lucas Prawovic, in May 14, 2016 in Birmingham. I think he lost by illegal downward elbow. Wow. Similar to John Jones, isn't it? That's literally the same situation that John Jones had faced. But at that point, he was 4-2. Okay. Most guys that are in this record right now, they'll tell you, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for you to look for a job and do other things, maybe go to school and this and that. This is when you become 50-50 in your whole entire process of reaching glory. Why? Because now you're unsure. This is why I say you got to focus only on plan A. That is if you know and understand that you have the talent for it. Now, obviously, he understood that. After that, a few months later, he gets back at it in June, gets a first-round knockout against Camille, and then after that, gets another knockout or TKO by a leg injury, and then another TKO, and then next thing you know, he's fighting Jake Collier, Alan Bodod, Sergey Pavlovich, and the next thing you know, he's fighting Alexander Volkov in one of these famous London cards that they usually have in March. And then next thing you know, now he's a big superstar in the world of mixed martial arts. Okay, so that's really an interesting life story that Tom Aspinall is going through. Okay, let's go back to the article to sort of give some more context in this. Okay, from training in his back garden to changing sports and overcoming injuries, a 31-year-old contender dealt with multitudes of issues, but managed to overcome them with help of his father. Now, what did he mean by changing sports? Well, let's go back to Tom Aspinall's record, okay? Right here, he has one professional boxing bout against this guy named Thomas. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter who their name is, but yeah, the guy named Thomas, who he knocked out in the first round in Manchester. It was a fight card in Manchester. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, it was a first round knockout. So we are talking about 2017. This was between the time that he had lost by a downward illegal elbow and then got back and won. And yeah, and then in between that, 2018, he didn't really fight. And that was where he sort of took the hiatus right there. So yeah, he definitely did have some struggles along the way, right? And okay, so going back to this article with so from training in his backyard to changing sports, overcoming a multitude of injuries, dealt with a multitude of issues, but managed to overcome them with the help of his father. With the help of his father, right here, that it says right here on Talk Sports. So a couple of times he'd given up, and he admitted he didn't want to fight MMA because there were no opponents. He didn't want to train in the gym because it was too far to go every day, and he didn't want to do it because there was no one to train or fight with. By the way, very difficult for a heavyweight, obviously. We went boxing, and he had one pro fight, as I had mentioned earlier, and then he didn't want to fight because he didn't like the boxing model. He didn't want to fight people and get a padded record out of it. He wanted to fight people who were equal to him. So he stopped boxing. By the way, a very common contrasting view of boxing and MMA, right? Obviously, in boxing, they are willing to pad your record and do all of these journeyman fights and eventually put you out there when you are ready, or basically sacrifice your record when there is a bag on the line. Maybe there's a championship fight or a big name. Okay, let's do it. Let's risk it for the biscuit this time, right? But in MMA, you're constantly risking it for the biscuit every time. And this is the reason why there is no frauds when it comes to UFC champions and anybody that fights at that level. Okay, so going back to the article, despite his rocky road to the UFC, Aspinall's dad insists he always knew his son had elite-level athletic ability and would ultimately reach the pinnacle of his chosen sport. So this is what I want to emphasize to people and what I constantly talk about, right? If you know that you have the ability to make it and reach that glory, why not go for it? Stop listening to the naysayers. They're going to constantly doubt you. They're going to constantly put you down, and they're not going to believe in you. Only you can believe in you, and only you know what is inside of you and what you are capable of. So back to the article. During his rise of becoming a champion, he was seen off big names in Alexander Volkov and Andrei Arlovsky. Okay, we talked about that. He also used to win a lot of jiu-jitsu tournaments, so I knew he could be really good at something where you take instruction. He could have been a rugby league. It could have been a range of sports. It just happened to be MMA. So in other words, the athletic ability of Tom Aspinall can take him to any sport, and it just so happens that it's MMA. And guess what? His dad is a jiu-jitsu black belt, so it was perfect. It was a proud moment when Aspinall KO'd Pavlovich in 69 seconds before dedicating his title to his father, who was reeling from a recent personal loss. Now, what is his personal loss? It was great that he won, but the whole occasion was a bit rushed, Andy said. Should we have taken it? It turned out good, so everything is all right. It was emotional for me because my dad watched the Myson Tybura fight with us and said, you'll beat that guy and then you'll win the title. And then my dad sadly passed away, which obviously is the grandfather of Tom Aspinall. So that was raw at the time and thought my dad then, but it was really good. Andy will be in his son's corner and defends the title against Curtis Blades at UFC 304 Manchester, which, by the way, had already passed, which is where I'm talking about this article. So Andy concluded, in terms of Tom fighting and getting used to the time scale, he worked out the doors 5 years and came home at 6 a.m. So hopefully he can go to bed all day if he wants to sleep, and he'll be fine. And obviously, we knew what had happened in that fight. The rest was history. So going back to the main topic at hand, you can't have a plan B in whatever you want to do in life. You just can't do it. Okay? Again, let me emphasize, this is not for everybody. I can't emphasize to everybody that you should go out there and risk it all and potentially become homeless because you didn't try and reach for your glory. You didn't try. And I mean, look, if you didn't try, man, you're going to have a lot of regrets. But at some point, you got to know your limits. But ultimately, here's what it is. You can't have a plan B. Okay? I can name you several stories as to why you can't have a plan B. Okay? I may or may not have to mention certain names of people that I've trained with in the past, but I'm going to try to convey this story the best way I can, okay? All right. Well, if you made it far in this video, the next person I'm going to talk about is a dude that I trained with before, right? Angelo Trevino. Now, I was a little bit reluctant on sort of mentioning this because obviously you're not in this game to try and disrespect your friends, right? But at the same time, the truth can never be considered disrespectful. Just to kind of give you a context of who I'm talking about right here, this fella right here, right? So a little interesting fact about this fellow, this kid, when I trained with him during his time of, let's say, I think being in high school, he was a pancreation fighter. What am I saying? Pancreation fighter. He was a pancreation fighter, which basically was MMA, but punching on the stomach and punching on the body rather than the head. But everything else is obviously MMA centric. And he was also a wrestler. So he was a phenom coming up, right? He was 16 or 17 at the time. And at the time, I was fighting for an amateur kickboxing championship, and he helped me train for that as well. I also trained with him in Team Alpha Male. But Uriah Faber mentioned, I believe, in a UFC interview where he had shouted out Angelo Trevino. But he mentioned something to the effect where, you know what? A lot of people have gotten into Angelo's head. He was in a contender series. He had lost, I believe. I believe he had lost to, I don't know who it was. I think it was Austin Vanderford. I think it was Paige Van Zant's boyfriend that he had lost to. But anyways, it was in a contender series. He had a chance to when he lost, and Uriah Faber sort of cited the idea that, hey, you know what? A lot of people are getting in his head. He's taking these odd jobs in between and this and that. And the reason why I brought this up is because what Uriah was trying to emphasize in that whole entire story is that, man, you have to be all in and not worry about anybody else. Okay, that's sort of the main thesis that I'm trying to emphasize here, right? But now, obviously, he's now moved into Florida. I'm not sure which team he trains down in Florida with, but obviously he trains with a new team. I'm sure he trains with Team Alpha Male as well. He's originally from Carmichael, which is basically a town within Sacramento. But either way, that was an important point that Uriah had made. Where is he now? He's on a 4-fight win streak right now. I believe his last win was at a regional scene down in, I believe, Florida. But yeah, he had one back in August. So he's on the right path. He's doing the right things right now. And I think that he sort of took Uriah's advice on being all in. Don't have a plan B. This is the main thesis of this whole entire topic is you can't have a plan B. People always want to try to throw you into having a plan B all the time, right? And I understand that. I sort of understand that. Reason being is because, look, people are just concerned for you, right? Even Conor McGregor's dad, believe it or not, he asked him to have a plan B as well. Okay. I mean, if you could imagine that, his dad asked him to have a plan B. He said, hey, listen, you got to go into plumbing. You got to do this and that. What did Conor say? He said, man, I'm not with all that. I'm totally not down with any of that whatsoever. Well, lo and behold, guess what happened? He became probably one of the biggest superstars in MMA, and that's ultimately what you have to do. Look, I'm going to end this video maybe for a couple more minutes and just go into why you should never have a plan B if you want to reach any type of glory out there. Look, here's something you got to understand. The majority of people out there are working in jobs that they really don't like, that they really hate for a multitude of reasons. For one, most people work for other people to better their situation. Okay, so in other words, if you work for Tesla, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Elon Musk? If you work for Apple, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Steve Jobs? If you work for Microsoft, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Bill Gates? And again, at some point, somebody has to be our boss, right? That's just the natural order of life. You can't get around that. So because of that natural order of life and something that you can't get around, there's only a few people in the world that can actually get away with being their own boss. And that's an important, that is an important thing to really emphasize above all. Okay. Really an important thing to emphasize above all, because understand this. Everybody always wants to talk about being their own boss, being, an entrepreneur, being a top hustler, or this and that. But a lot of people don't really want to take the anguish that comes with it. I swear to you, there's a lot of anguish that comes with it. But at the same time, there's also a lot of glory that comes with it as well. And that's something that a lot of people, they don't want to take that risk. They don't want to take that risk. They're comfortable. Most people are comfortable where they're at. And quite frankly, can you blame them? So with that in mind, we got to understand a lot of people are too comfortable with their situation and they're never going to try to get out of it. Okay. Like if they have a job that pays them right, that pays them enough to get by through the day and this and that, yada, yada, so on and so forth, they're not going to try and step out of line. Now, look, can you imagine Andy Aspinall in this particular situation, right? He had a job that was more than comfortable. I'm talking about a high-paying job. Look, bro, a lot of people out there that tell you to go to college, they tell you to go for medical, maybe even being a lawyer or a solicitor, as they call it in the UK and Ireland, or become a computer guy, an IT tech guy. A lot of these guys in San Francisco and the Bay Area, they're making a lot of money just from IT, right? A lot of the Indians and Chinese and Asian Americans that are in that field, they're making very good money. And a lot of them live in the Bay Area of Northern California, which is the IT tech hub of the world. And they're making a very good amount of money. Now, remember earlier, I mentioned if you work for Microsoft, you're uplifting Bill Gates, not yourself. If you're working for Apple, you're uplifting Steve Jobs and not yourself, right? Now, obviously, there's a lot of complaints that people have about Apple and Microsoft and the evil Illuminati people behind it and this and that. Well, okay, my challenge to the people out there that are in that field of IT and technological advancements or just plain old social technology, why don't you build something that rivals that? Now, the problem is, I think there is a monopoly in those particular types of endeavors. For example, if you were to come out with another Facebook or something, I don't know how that's going to last, considering that there is only one Facebook. Although you could say that MySpace was sort of there until Facebook took over, and then MySpace was just a thing of the past, a thing of nostalgia, literally a nostalgia that we look at in memes that talk about nostalgia. That's really the best way to put it. But overall, none of these people are willing to challenge these people because they're comfortable being employees. Okay. And that's sort of the main topic that I'm trying to get at with Tom Aspinall's dad here. He did not remain complacent. He did not remain in a job that he knew was nothing more than, how do I say this, politics or just brown nosing, for lack of a better term, right? Tom Aspinall's dad, in my opinion, I think got fired from his work. Yes, this is like a crazy revelation that I'm revealing to you guys right now. Now, look, I don't have proof of that. I'm telling you in all fairness that this is all speculation on my part. Now, why am I saying that? Well, look, here's something you got to understand about Tom Aspinall's father, okay? The man is a person that you would consider non-agreeable. I think that's the best way to put it, right? Tom Aspinall's dad is a non-agreeable character. Now, look, here's the problem. If you're a non-agreeable character, you're going to lose a lot of jobs. I'm just going to say it out frank. I've seen a lot of guys like that, guys with oppositional defiance disorders, guys that have a problem with authority, guys that are hyper skeptical about the world, people that are sometimes even arrogant or sometimes borderline narcissists. And again, not to say that Tom Aspinall's dad is a narcissist or any kind of way, but I just think that he's the type of guy that doesn't take any BS from anybody. And look, you look at the articles that we analyzed earlier. It's talking about he doesn't like the politics of the IT world. He doesn't like the fact that you have to try and mingle with this guy and try to kiss butt to this guy to try to get on top and you put yourself in the right position because you're sort of, how do I say this? Allowing the other guy to live in his own fantasy without telling him objectively what he's doing wrong. Now, I think he has every right to choose the kind of life that he wants to lead, right? But if you're looking at a world where you're trying to be financially independent versus a job that took you to college, got you this job because you have this particular skills that's going to get you a six-figure, oh man, it's kind of hard to just go with trying to establish yourself, trying to become an established YouTuber or trying to become an established athlete or entertainer. Because doing that, it's just a lot of risk because you don't have the resources around you. And again, this is the reason why I told you guys that this particular podcast and this particular video that I'm giving you right now is not for everybody. You want to know why it's not for everybody? Understand this, right? not everybody is going to have the kind of opportunity, the kind of privilege that Tom Aspinall's dad had. I'm telling you, when you are a jiu-jitsu guy in England, I think it's fair to say you're middle class and above. Is that fair to say? You're middle class and above if you compete or train in jiu-jitsu in England. Now, look, a lot of the MMA guys in England did not start out with jiu-jitsu. A lot of them started out with Muay Thai, kickboxing, or boxing. And it's not a jiu-jitsu filled country in terms of people that are in the inner city. Oops, sorry about that. Had that on mute. I was saying that, so basically jiu-jitsu is a middle-class sport for middle-class people. And why I'm saying that is because Tom Aspinall's dad had the means to take that risk. And maybe a lot of you should not take that risk as well, because again, this doesn't apply to everybody. But nonetheless, the important lesson to learn from this whole entire story is that you got to take risk, because if you don't take risk, then you're going to be imprisoned by your own comfortability for the rest of your life. And that right there is a prison that you can't see. Sort of like what David Icke, the conspiracy theorist from the UK, constantly emphasizes. Right now, look, you can say one thing about this guy. You can criticize him for the way that he thinks or this and that, but he may have a point there in that particular act. Look, a lot of people are always going to doubt you, even if you have the amount of talent that Tom Aspinall has, or anybody that has the potential to make it in the world of entertainment or in the world of professional sports, et cetera, all these endeavors that are, quite frankly, extremely hard to do. But on any regard, here's one thing that you have to understand, okay? Tom Aspinall was going to quit. Now, why is this significant to bring up? Many of you don't have father figures in your life. And this is the reason why a lot of you are not in the next level that you need to be. And it may not be your fault. Some of it can be placed upon your own fault because there are certain actions that you can take. But then there are people out there that just don't have the resources to get to the next level, okay, or to get to the next thing. Look, I'll tell you something. This is a reality, bro. It really does take money. It really does take money to fight and to train. I'll give you an example. I know this white-collar boxer in England by the name of Daniel Hamid, okay? I got to tell you, this is really interesting what he had going on, right? So right now, this brother right here has a 1-2 boxing record. Okay, so I'm going to show you, and I'm going to give you an example of why it really does take money and resources to go out there and fight. Dude, this guy missed out a fight. And again, this is all allegedly, okay? I'm just going to be fair about this. You could create all types of speculation you want, but just from the face value story of this guy was left behind on the day of his fight. In other words, he didn't have the money to get Uber or to get on a taxi or to get on any type of transportation. because he was promised by one guy that he was going to be taken to that fight, and eventually he didn't. Look, I'm going to play you a video with what he had mentioned, and I'm going to react to it just to kind of give you context, okay? So this is the brother that we're talking about right here, all right? And this was his whole situation that he had going on. I've been around boxing pound for pound. It's given me opportunities, especially what it takes time to find people you truly trust outside of your bubble, but I can genuinely trust these people. Okay, so he's talking about the promotion being very helpful to him. Okay, so here's an interesting post that he wrote. P. Diddy got Pac unalived, and I'll tell you why he did it out of jealousy. Tupac was an upcoming star. My point is that jealousy can actually come from your own don't trust no one. The more you rise up in life, the more people want. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you why, because Diddy and Tupac were actually homies at one point, okay? So here's a video of the stories that he was talking about. Let's play it right here.
Somebody I trust, somebody I look up to, he let me down. I wanted to be there. I let Cheat Hazib down. I'm my opponent down. I'd like to apologize to my opponent, but yesterday it shouldn't have happened like that. I got dealt with and I got dealt with. I'm really upset about it. I was emotional. I was stressed the whole night. You don't understand. Step in the ring, it takes away your mental health. It takes away your dignity. Like you train for a fight. You're putting your mental health on the line. You're putting your safety on the line. So it takes a big man to step inside that squared circle. But
yeah, he's absolutely right about that. It definitely does take a certain type of individual to get in the cage, get in the ring. And as a result, well, I tell you what, this is why I have respect for this guy. But I think his story and what came about this entire video that I'm making, I think is interesting in and of itself, right? So let's get to it.
Last minute, this is what happened. I got stuck. Listen to me, people. Put yourself in my situation tomorrow. Put yourself in my situation. Who do you trust? Name one person you trust. And what if he tells you on the day, I can't take you, and genuinely you have no money to get to a taxi or a bus. You genuinely have no money to taxi.
So you see what I'm talking about? This is literally what I was emphasizing with you guys, is that it takes money and resources to get to point A and point B. Now, look, Tom Aspinall, you realize how privileged he is? His dad is an IT guy. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt, which means he doesn't need to go to a jiu-jitsu school and pay hundreds of dollars. Rather, have people pay them hundreds of dollars, okay? And he's already ahead. He already has the privilege and the opportunity to go forward. And again, this situation that Danielle is talking about right here is very common with a lot of fighters. And for those of you that have been in MMA gyms and boxing gyms long enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's continue here.
Taxi there or a bus. So put yourself in my position. Like for 1 minute, put yourself in my position. You're nowhere. You're stressing all day. So listen, I'm Dr. Apologize. TT hasn't done a good job. He made my opponents at tickets. I made him look silly. So this one person who really wanted to help me, I let him down, and I feel so bad. I got look like a complete dickhead.
So what he's trying to say here is that his opponent had sold all the tickets. His opponent wasn't really tripping about him not selling the tickets or not having the time to sell the tickets. I'm not really sure which one, but yeah, he's basically explaining and apologizing to his opponent, but also explaining, by the way, a story that if taken by face value, I think you should really, yeah, man, I think that you should really take this story into consideration about what kind of resource problems a lot of fighters have. And also, I think he mentions here also the higher costs of living nowadays, which I think is an interesting point, but a reality that we can't ignore.
Yes, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday, I looked like a dickhead, and that's the honest truth. Like they made me look like a dickhead. But respect to pound for pound, they've helped me. They've done a good job against me. I respect what Diaz does. He does a lot for his youngsters, and now he wanted to help me. Like, he don't owe me nothing. He put me in his show, and who am I that he owes something? Cheat Hazim, he does not owe me anything. Who am I that he owes something? He's doing it in the goodness of his heart. He's trying to create a legacy, and he's trying to help me for the goodness of his heart. And then he gave me an opportunity on his show to redeem myself, because on my last fight I was ill, so he gave me this opportunity to build myself back up, and that's respect. P4P is a big platform.
So what he's mentioning here is that he had a previous loss, that this promotion, this white collar boxing promotion in the UK, is giving him an opportunity to redeem that. And so, yeah, that's what he's talking about here. But let's continue on. And main point here is, please understand, it takes resources to fight. Okay. And many people underestimate this notion. But we'll continue on. I think you're going to learn a lot from this video that Daniel Hamid here has prepared for us. So,
And I got let down big time yesterday. That was just ridiculous. I was supposed to go, but I got let down last minute. I got let down, and I think that's just so disrespectful, proper disrespect to my legs and everything. And that's
now look, can you imagine this, right? Somebody offered you a ride to the fight, and they're counting on you to do that, and you're the only one that can do that. Now, how much of a scumbag would you have to be to do that? Now, look, I want to be fair on that guy, the secret guy that we don't know about, who was supposed to take him to the fight. Now, we don't know if this guy had some sort of emergency regarding a family emergency or something very life-threatening and all of that. Now, look, remember, how about this? In Cobra Kai this week, right, when it was released, one of the story plots, and I don't want to spoil this for anybody, but if you don't want to be spoiled by the Cobra Kai season 6 plot, please fast forward this part right here to a few seconds up. Okay, so here it goes. Daniel LaRusso was kidnapped in the middle of a tournament. Okay, and as a coach, his team needed him, and luckily Johnny Lawrence was there to sort of help out what was needed in that void. But anyways, let's continue with Daniel Hamid's story here.
I feel bad until now. What happened yesterday is so disrespectful. This person, I ain't gonna ever forgive him. I blocked him and everything. He knows who he is. No point in me discussing it. But I was genuinely begging this person to take me. I said, look, T. Hazim, I respect him. I don't want to embarrass T. Hazim. I told this person, look, T. Hazim is a good brother of mine. I don't want to lose him in my life. If I don't turn up and make him look silly, look, I told him this guy has a memories of tickets. Whoever this person is, I blocked him. I'm not gonna mention it after this. But look, I looked really silly yesterday, and now I feel bad what I did. I feel bad for my opponent. I feel bad for T. Hazim, because this is his show. He's doing me a favor. He didn't make me sell any tickets, so I feel bad for him. He's a good brother. So I genuinely feel bad. I don't know what to say what happened yesterday, but it wasn't my fault. I would always step a fight. I'd always jump in the ring. I would never run away from a fight. That's not who I am. I had 3 fights. I always show up. Whatever fight I have, I always show up. Yesterday.
Yeah, speaking of rig, right? A lot of people who don't train or are not in the sport of boxing or MMA or anything like that, they always call, oh, that fight is fake, like as if they know what it is that these men are going through with training, with motivation of getting in there and getting the W. That's something that a lot of people who have never searched for greatness or have searched for glory in any kind of way will never understand. All those people that sit behind their comfortable life in their small town, in their small surroundings, and never wanting to get anywhere. That's their attitude on those types of things. And I think it's a crab in the bucket mentality, which I think this man right here is emphasizing to all of us.
Yesterday, it wasn't meant to be. I tried my best to get there. I even was I'd meet a train station, because train station you have to take it to train station, you have to pay. Then you have to pay. Then this person wanted to pay, and I asked him, "Can you collect from the train station?" No, so I had to pay for the taxi as well from the train station. So this person, he didn't care about me, about how I got there, anything. But So it is what it is. But I'd like to apologize again to T Tazim for giving me a show, for helping me. But but I should have been more organized. I could have easily got there. But I shouldn't have put my mind on one person. That's the honest truth. Because this person had he had people in his car, and I said, you know what, meet in the train station and pick me up from the train station in Birmingham. But no, he said no. Then they said get a taxi from the train station. That's too much. And you know what? It costs a lot to travel. The cost of living is too expensive nowadays. You can't travel. Everything is too expensive nowadays. Traveling costs a lot of money, and it was last minute. I couldn't travel, so I go, oh shit, no point me asking anybody for a lift. It's last minute. What should I do? So I was panicking. I was really upset. And then T Tazim, he had to go at me. Simple. I deserved it. But T is a good brother. May Allah bless his family, all his family, for give me the time of day. T, listen, brother, I'm so sorry for what I did yesterday. I apologize, and it's not my fault. And T, listen, put yourself in my position. What if somebody you love let you down?
Yeah, this is a very good point. We're going to get to the part 2 version of this, okay? So right here, let's get to this right here.
What you say? So talent, as boxers, your coach, traveling, he takes care of that. Like, to travel to far place, it costs money.
So think about this, right? If we can relate this to Tom Aspinall, okay? How do you think Tom Aspinall was able to rise through adversity? Remember what we had mentioned in the article earlier about his parents and his mom sort of providing and helping him through his struggle while he is trying to reach the top of being an MMA fighter. So just a thought in mind that I'd like to share with you on that.
The past, not everybody could afford it. Last minute, nobody could afford it last minute. So travel, amateur boxers, elite amateurs, in boxing, they have to travel. They have to travel to different gyms. It's a part of the game. You gotta travel. If you love something, you gotta travel. But in December, when I phoned the show, T had to ask T. I came in as a man. I came there. I stepped in the ring. T knows this. As a man, I stepped in the ring and I stood my ground whoever I faced. I asked T this. T Tazim knows this. As a man, I stepped in that ring. I did not let him down. T Tazim knows this. But some people, people with Peterborough, like Shide Milfield, he's a good brother. Shide's a real person. He took me. I put it on his case. You know what Shide did? Let me tell you what Shide Milfield did. When I asked Shide, listen, bro, I don't have a lift for the last year's December fight. Can you help me out? So you know what Shide Milfield did? Let me tell you about Shide. Santino Peterborough. Big up Santino Peterborough. Santino Peterborough, big up. This is what they did. So Santino Peterborough did not leave Peterborough until I got a lift. He made sure I got a lift. Not once, but twice. Once he asked to bring me. Second time, he took me himself. He made sure that, because he knows how embarrassing it would have been if I didn't turn up. Santino Peterborough news, because he knows it's going to be bestie for me. It's going to be bestie for my whole family. If I don't turn up to December fight, my whole family is going to be bestie for them. He knew that. So, because T hasn't got me an opponent from Bradford. But this is what he did. He made sure I got to the venue. I went to the venue. Alhamdulillah, I've reached the fine. I had the fight. Then after that, I earned T Tazim's respect. T knows this. I never let him down. Yesterday, I got let down. T, listen, I'm so sorry. It costs a lot. T Tazim, put yourself. Anybody, please, tomorrow, put yourself in my position. Like somebody you trust let you down last minute, and you begged him to bring you, begged him, and he said no. So put yourself in my position. I'm not angry or anything, but put yourself in my position, and I'm really.
I mean, credit to Daniel. He said he's not angry or anything. I would be absolutely livid. So kudos to him for being cool, calm, and collective about this. And you know what? By the end of the day, understand that it is all Allah's will. Even though somebody did promise to help him out, that wasn't the case. But unfortunately, it's just a whole crab in the bucket mentality. Well, anyways, guys, that is all that I have for you in this one. If you want to check out the rest of that, check out Daniel Hamid on Facebook. It is DanyalHamid, like Prince Hamid, or I think he spells it with an E, but Daniel here spells it with an I. So Hamid as in Hamid. It is on Facebook. Go check out that video if you want to see the rest of it. Point being and point blank, you can't have a plan B, and you need resources in this game when it comes to funding your future and your goals and aspirations as a high level and championship level mixed martial artist or boxer. So for now, that is all that I have. This was an epic content to make and a very exciting project as well. By the way, only took me an hour to do it. Nonetheless, here it is. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Watch all of my videos. Watch from top to bottom. Like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And I will see you on the next content, inshallah. want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Khairy of El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Khairy. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there.
All right. So there we are.
Man, my nigga Khairy, my man Khairy came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming.
We
so
are
for those
about 2 minutes away now into his live stream. So first, let me play you guys this news clip to kind of give context into what's going on with Big U. Okay, now obviously this is what I like to do just right before a big fight stream starts. I like to talk. We are about 2 minutes away now into his live stream. So first, let me play you guys this news clip to kind of give context into what's going on with Big U. Okay, now obviously this is what I like to do just right before a big fight stream starts. I like to talk about all the different crimes that are going on in in the world of California and whatnot. Well, hold on, let me finish this real quick. Oh no, okay, never mind. Hold on. Just wanted to show the last of that video. ATLA news. Okay, so let's check out what's going on with Big U in the news. Okay, so this was 2 days ago. Let me see if we can find just a bit of a look at this. So, okay, this is what this man is accused of.
Breaking news, federal authorities are bringing new charges against a longtime leader of the infamous Crips gang and self-styled music producer known as Big U. At a news conference this morning, the U.S. Attorney's Office announcing charges against Eugene Henley Jr. Authorities say Henley is responsible for murder, drug, and human trafficking, also extortion, and even COVID fraud. He's facing federal racketeering.
Okay, so that's crazy. We're talking about COVID fraud right here, right? Those are some of the things that this man is being accused of. And look at these celebrities that he is involved with when it comes to these RICO charges. By the way, one of them is boxer Adrian Broner. Okay, and this is also talking about Draymond Green and Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal had to move out of LA because of this guy. You know, obviously there was a trade going on and this and that, if you know anything about basketball and the trajectory of, of his career. But yeah, nonetheless, here we are.
Conspiracy charges. Prosecutors say Henley masquerades as a legitimate businessman and reformed gang.
Now, look, how many people do you know that are like that, right? Pastors, religious clerics of different kinds, right? I mean, I've seen imams do that. I've seen pastors do that. I've definitely seen rabbis do that. Let's not even go there. But yeah. But a gang leader, I mean, kind of makes sense, right? And look, here he is right here. I didn't even know that he did an episode with Mike Tyson in his podcast. That's interesting. Okay, so nonetheless,
member often appearing on podcasts and media.
And look, one of the people that were involved, look at this. Tremaine Williams, also known as Loose Cannon, obviously a guy that's big in the social media space. Zahir Mitchell, also known as Brick Baby, a No Jumper employee, does a lot of shows and podcasts with Adam 22 and No Jumper. So yeah, and then a whole bunch of names here that nobody really knows about, right? And usually that's the reality of the gangster world. I mean, you're going to have a few guys that are known in that world, in the podcasting, in the rapping space, maybe even in the world of athletics. But there are guys behind the scenes that are not public figures, that are not media people of any kind. And this is the reality of their life and the reality of these situations, right? There's just guys that are, behind the scenes, not really all up in the videos, dancing, yapping, all of that. But yeah.
Media outlets, but it's a front for a wide-ranging criminal enterprise.
he has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat.
10 of Henley's associates were arrested this morning, but he remains a fugitive. Henley's son, Dayon, plays linebacker for our LA Chargers. He has not commented on these charges.
New details this afternoon about the man accused of being a longtime leader of the Rolling 60s Crips gang. Eugene Henley Jr. has become known in recent years for his charity work to reduce gang violence. Now the FBI is accusing him of running a criminal enterprise that committed a series of crimes, including a murder back in 2021. NBC4's Alex Rozier live with details you see for the first time and only on 4. Alex.
Michael, Big U is in federal custody right now. Prosecutors say they have probable cause to believe that he killed a man in Las Vegas in 2021, then dragged his body into the desert. Today, I learned the man killed is closely connected to Big U's family.
When did you ever really?
Okay, now that right there is that is absolutely crazy work right there. Now this man is somehow connected to his family in some kind of way. You also got to remember, right? He was the manager of Nipsey Hussle when he was alive, and well, there's a lot of speculation surrounding the demise of Big U, and it's sort of hinting towards his direction. So, by the way, shout outs to LA, right? Wearing this shirt today to sort of give a little tribute to this reaction that we are doing right now. So, all right, here we go.
They learn how to play the drum.
Eugene Henley Jr.'s podcast, seen here on YouTube, is one of many ways he made his name.
It's season 2 of Checking In.
Henley Jr., known as Big U, interviewed celebrities.
The big homie. Yes, sir.
And he's run a charity and music label. But the feds say he's also a longtime leader of the Rolling 60s Crips street gang. And now he's in custody for racketeering crimes that include the murder of rapper Rayshawn Williams.
Yeah, you know, I've never heard of this guy at all or his music or anything like that. And a lot of people are sort of asking the question, right? Like, why are you going to go and slide on a guy that really is not known but made a diss record about you? Well, I tell you what, if you guys remember anything about that little incident that I had with Leon, obviously Leon is not exactly the most well-known guy in the world of YouTube. He's pretty known in our city of Sacramento, and as a result of that, well, you're going to stand on business. You're going to do what you're going to do. But again, just remember, a lot of this is all alleged, and in America, you are innocent until proven guilty. So.
Court papers say Williams, seen here on Instagram, was an artist for Big U's label Unique Music. And in 2021, prosecutors say Williams wrote a song, quote, dissing Big U. Documents say Big U then kidnapped and murdered Williams in Las Vegas in retaliation for perceived disrespect. But before Williams was a rapper, he was a wide receiver for Crenshaw High School. The day after he was killed.
And once again, this is one of the things that Big U is really good at, right? He facilitates a lot of these aspiring young athletes. And you know what? He's helped bring a lot of people into the NFL, including his son, who I believe right now is an LA Charger right now. So that's, I mean, look, that's an accomplishment in and of itself, right? You know, bringing up your son to be a football player at the pro level, at the highest level at that in the NFL, and also coming from the background that he came from. I mean, it's impressive. But sometimes, you know what? You can't let go of that life for one reason or another. And I know a lot of people will say, well, why don't you just give it up? Because, you know, you're already in this life and you're already making money. You're already in a different career trajectory. Why do you need to get into this? Well, look, human beings are extremely complicated in terms of the psychological matters at hand. And with that, you got to understand they're going to have different reasons why they choose to do what they do. But again, always keep in mind, all of this is just all alleged.
The football program announced his death in this post on Instagram, saying in part, quote, he was a special guy to all of us. And not only did he play for Crenshaw, the wide receiver was teammates with Big U's son, Deion Henley. This LA.
There it is, Deion Henley, as you guys know, or I don't know. I think he has another son that's in the NFL, or I don't know, man. I don't keep up with Big U's kids, but nonetheless.
Times video shows Henley throwing a pass to Williams. Deion Henley is now a linebacker for the LA Chargers.
Okay, so this is the kid that I was referring to. All right.
In 2023, the Times wrote a story about him with the headline, "Conceived in prison, Deion Henley was born into the dangerous world of his dad, who put him on a path to the NFL." Now
you see that part right there. I mean, you can't deny the positivity of that reality, right? But yeah.
Quoted in the article saying, "It's one heck of an origin story," adding, "You know how they talk about anti-heroes, the people who are the bad guys, but they really aren't? That's my dad." But now his dad, Big U, is back in custody. And the feds say,
you know what? Let's go back to that line, what he just said right there, right? Let's rewind back and take a look at what he just said right there. It's one heck of an origin story, Deion said. You know how they talk about anti-heroes, the people who are the bad guys, but really aren't. That's my dad. All right, so here's a little context that I want to tell you, right? Growing up in New Jersey, let me just say this. I knew some Italians in New Jersey. Now, I'm going to tell you why that's significant. Because if you know anything about Italians, you know exactly what it is that they get into and what it is that they do. So a couple of these Italian kids that I know, I talk to them about who I know in the West Coast, who I'm friends with, and the people that are around me and things of that nature. Okay, so this is what they say in regards to that, right? They say, "Oh man, you need to be careful." Well, what exactly do you mean be careful? Because they're of a minority origin, that somehow they're more dangerous than the Italians that are in your family? You catch my drift, right? But that's something that I just wanted to kind of add in there to put some things into context.
but now his dad, Big U, is back in custody. And the feds say he's connected to a number of crimes, including the murder of his son's high school teammate, Rayshawn Williams.
All right. Well, I want to react to this video right here. I've reacted to this guy's video in the past, Dubs. And not only that, he's a guy that also supports my channel. He also shouts me out. He made a good video regarding this particular topic, and he talks about how Big U, it really is the real Suge Knight. And here's a little synopsis on this situation, right? Big U used to run with Suge Knight back in the 90s during his Death Row days. That's where he met Whack 100. That's where him and Whack 100 started becoming friends and started networking. And as you know, obviously, Suge Knight comes from the Pyru Blood Mob set, right? And Death Row Records, I mean, they were a gang of a record label that had a whole wide range of different factions within that record label. They had Bloods, Crips, and even within the reports of Eminem and 50 Cent being confronted by a bunch of essays via Suge Knight. But who really is the real Suge Knight and the real boogeyman of LA? My man right here is going to talk about it. Here we go.
Everybody, welcome back to the channel. New video. Well, it's another day. It's a new day. And it's some new Big U stories. I have a feeling this Big U thing is going to last a while. There's going to be a lot of content creators, a lot of new platforms will probably even form because of this.
You're right. And you know what? I mean, obviously, I've been doing gang content on top of MMA on this channel. I'm going to be no different than that. Let's go.
Especially out of the Los Angeles area. I want to say something. I have some stuff written down right here that I'm going to talk about that's already been posted. And so the first one is that, so now, you see the thumbnail. and I'm asking a question. I didn't put the question mark on there, but I'm asking the question. So is Big U now the new Suge Knight, the boogeyman of the West Coast? I remember a few years back.
Well, to be honest with you, I think he always has been. The only difference is that he didn't have the backing of a conglomerate media company like Universal and Interscope and the owned Death Row record label of Suge Knight. He didn't have any of that behind him. That's the only difference. Sometimes there's some guys out there that are more dangerous than others. They just don't have the media backing to sort of give them that push as to being the real boogeyman. Just like in real fighting, just like in the world of fighting sports, there's a lot of guys out there that are quiet, that are not as exuberantly enthusiastic or flamboyant in the way that they go about things. But either way, it doesn't make them any less dangerous. And sometimes, you know, the old saying and the cliche goes, it's always the quiet guys that are the ones that you got to watch out for.
When Big U was saying, and other people around him were saying, and it was on social media, that had Big U not gotten incarcerated when he did, there would have never been a death row. That it would have been Big U doing all that. And I have to say this, prior to Big U's incarceration, he didn't do what Suge Knight did. I don't know. I'm sure he had the power. He had the manpower, because back then, facts.
Yeah, he definitely did. Even though the Rolling 60s Crips are known to have a divided faction amongst their group, meaning that there's a lot of internal fighting going on, they're a big organization. They are a big gang. The street that they encompass, I mean, it literally borderlines Compton all the way to Culver or Century City or whatnot, right, in the LA area. But yeah, he definitely had the manpower for sure. Probably more so than the Mob Piru Bloods, which is who Suge Knight was affiliated with.
As far as black gangs, LA County was Crip, Blue. There was very few Bloods. Down as fuck. The ones that were down as hell. But LA was as far as black gangs, the Crips had it pretty much dominated, right? So Big U would have had the manpower. He would have had enough people to do what he wants, but he didn't put the plan in motion. See, it's easy to say after the fact, yeah, I could have did what he did, but you didn't do it before he did it because you didn't have that vision. And Big U sat in prison and saw what Suge Knight was doing, and he knew, and it was a fact. Man, I have more homies I could have had do this, and I could have had do that, and I could have locked this down, and I could have locked that down, but you didn't have the idea. You didn't have the vision. Now, Big U gets out. He gets out of prison and he gets involved in whatever he gets involved in, whether it's legal, illegal. It's not really, I'm not gonna get into all that. I'll let these other platforms get into all that. I'll discuss certain things as they unfold, and I'll do it from my perspective, the way that I do it. Each content creator puts out the content how they see fit and what they're with in a way that they're comfortable with. I definitely do. Okay. So I was sent something yesterday, and it said that Big U was just extorting everybody. He was just the extortionist.
But you know what? Who doesn't do that in the LA gang culture, right? I gotta tell you, this is part of their economy. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Maybe he goes into it, or we've already kind of got into it about Shaq, Draymond Green, and Adrian Broner.
Says Big U attempted to extort Adrian Broner because Adrian Broner hit some guys for over 1.
There you go. By the way, this is my first time seeing this, so I didn't even know he was going to say this. This is fresh reaction, by the way, and there's a good reason why I wanted to save watching this for when I went live, and here we are.
5 million in a dice game or in dice games. Who's walking around with that kind of cash where he can just hit you that for that much And
I mean, listen, Adrian Broner is that type of guy. He does carry around a lot of cash because he's a reckless person, and that's just what he does. He's also a very, very flashy person. But you got to understand, man, if you're a very flashy guy and you're not an LA guy and you're an out of towner and you come in there and you do that, you're going to become a target for a lot of these guys, in particular the gangs in that area.
walk away. That seems pretty far-fetched to me, but it's out there. And I would assume it's probably part of the indictment, okay? And it also says Big U wanted to tax NBA players $100,000 a pop. LA County was Crip, blue. There was very few Bloods, down as fuck. The ones that were down as hell. But LA was as far as black gangs, the Crips had it pretty much dominated, right? So Big U would have had the manpower. He would have had enough people to do what he wants, but he didn't put the plan in motion. See, it's easy to say after the fact, yeah, I could have did what he did, but you didn't do it before he did it because you didn't have that vision. And Big U sat in prison and saw what Suge Knight was doing, and he knew
And it was a fact. Man, I have more homies I could have had do this, and I could have had do that, and I could have locked this down, and I could have locked that down, but you didn't have the idea. You didn't have the vision. Now, Big U gets out. He gets out of prison, and he gets involved in whatever he gets involved in, whether it's legal, illegal. It's not really, I'm not gonna get into all that. I'll let these other platforms get into all that. I'll discuss certain things as they unfold, and I'll do it from my perspective, the way that I do it. Each content creator puts out the content how they see fit and what they're with in a way that they're comfortable with. I definitely do. Okay. So I was sent something yesterday, and it said that Big U was just extorting everybody. He was just the extortionist.
But you know what? Who doesn't do that in the LA gang culture, right? I got to tell you, this is part of their economy. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Maybe he goes into it, or we've already kind of gone into it about Shaq, Draymond Green, and Adrian Broner.
Says Big U attempted to extort Adrian Broner because Adrian Broner hit some guys for over 1.5.
There you go. By the way, this is my first time seeing this, so I didn't even know he was going to say this. This is fresh reaction, by the way, and there's a good reason why I wanted to save watching this for when I went live, and here we are.
5 million in a dice game or in dice games. Who's walking around with that kind of cash where he can just hit you that for that much? And
I mean, listen, Adrian Broner is that type of guy. He does carry around a lot of cash because he's a reckless person, and that's just what he does. He's also a very flashy person, but you got to understand, man, if you're a very flashy guy and you're not an LA guy and you're an out-of-towner and you come in there and you do that, you're going to become a target for a lot of these guys, in particular the gangs in that area.
Walk away. That seems pretty far-fetched to me, but it's out there. And I would assume it's probably part of the indictment, okay? And it also says Big U wanted to tax NBA players $100,000 a pop to check in and get protection.
Yeah, no problem. They can afford it. But the only difference is that, are they going to give it up? Look, basketball players, I'm sorry to say, I mean, there's a lot of basketball players out there that are tough guys. Obviously, Kobe Bryant trained Muay Thai, MMA, all types of stuff. Shaq, the same thing. But come on, man. You know, these guys are not about that life. If they get pressed by the wrong guy, they're going to cave right in, especially with a guy like Big U, who was known as the Debo. And by the way, how about this? They say that the Debo character was based on Big U.
In LA. Again, I assume this is part of the indictment. I hope that more content creators will be more responsible. I don't know how many of these guys that are pushing this content have actually been indicted. I was hit with a grand jury indictment. I know for a fact, from personal experience, mainstream media is absolutely no different than the National Enquirer. They will throw stuff in there like, ah.
That's facts. That is facts. And you also got to remember, the media that we have today is predicated on clicks, views, and the advertisements that you get out of that. So you have to sensationalize certain things.
Just get them to buy the damn thing. Just get them to read the damn thing. Just get them to open this up. Just get them to click. And so they'll make.
Guess what? YouTube is no different. You think that I don't do the same thing when I'm on here? There's a reason why I title certain titles, because I'm trying to garner your attention. Now, if I'm not garnering your attention, then what am I doing here on YouTube in the first place? And that's really just the name of the game. But when I do get your attention, I am going to give you the utmost integrity in the facts that I'm trying to bring about. So
the story more sensational than it really is. The feds want to paint a picture of Big U that is more favorable to their case. Again, there's a lot of lames on YouTube that talk about my case, talk about I killed an innocent man and this and that. The dude was from my neighborhood. The guy that I killed was from my neighborhood, my barrio. Just claimed a different clique that was no longer really doing anything. Came to us 3 times with friends, a whole carload of them. The 3rd time they came on foot with weapons. But see, the DA didn't fit the DA.
For those of you that don't know, this is one of the things that this man is famous for. And the reason why he has such a huge following on YouTube is because he's actually went to the ultimate, if you know what I mean. And the fact that he went to the ultimate, he spent time, like literally 2 decades in prison, if not more, for what he did. But he got released based on new laws that have came about in California that sort of releases certain inmates. And, well, lo and behold, he got parole, and here we are. And now you are in the dub show because of that. Yeah, he's now a famous YouTuber as a result of that. And shout out to him. This is a guy who, by the way, supports my channel. He's also a fan of MMA. He's done content with Jesse on Fire. Jesse on Fire has given me some shout outs before. He's given me some super chats right here on this channel. If you want to check it out, it's on the D Devlin live stream video that I did during Thanksgiving. If you want to check it out during November, but that's neither here or there.
DA's case to put all that in there, but it was brought up, and a lot of these lames that hate on me, no, they like the cops version and the DA's version. And so for the content creators that are going to be presenting stuff regarding this Big U indictment, this indictment of these individuals from 60s, and who knows if they got other dudes from the neighborhood Crips, whatever, please be responsible and say this is what the feds are claiming, because Big U's attorney is going to say something opposite. I find it strange, because I have been involved in a lot of very serious stuff in life, to where when you get something put on the table, you better pick that thing up, look at it from every damn angle possible, listen to anything that can be attributed to this thing that's on the table before you.
In other words, journalism integrity.
And then make a decision, right? And you better be right in it. So we have the feds saying that Big U is the leader of the Crips. The Crips don't have a leader. The Crips have never had a leader. Ever. Tookie, rest in peace, was not the leader of the Crips. That's what the cops wanted you to think. One of the founders, a founder is different than a leader. Raymond Washington, he was not the leader of the Crips. A founder is different than a leader. The Crips do not have a leader. The 60s don't have a leader. But you see how the case is not as strong if Big U is not the leader. And then we have WAC 100 went off the other day. It's on the internet, and all I'm saying is listen to what's being said. The people that hate you, really pay attention. WAC 100 said that Big U no longer had foot soldiers, that Big U no longer had muscle, that Big U no longer had anyone willing to crash out for him, so he was utilizing squares. Well, damn. Whack 100 is saying
So in other words, what he's saying is, let's be honest about this, right? When it comes to minorities, they are the biggest people when it comes to downplaying their enemy. Okay, like, oh, well, this guy is BICTH. Oh, he's weak, or this and that. Oh, he ain't a real one, or I'm sorry, but this is just how minorities get down with their enemies, right? They never respect their enemies. They never acknowledge how dangerous they can be. But sometimes you gotta speak facts to what is real.
In other words, Big U wasn't a leader. Pay attention. Listen to what's being said and what isn't being said. Put it together. Big U didn't have a bunch of Crips behind him then. According to Whack 100, Whack 100 is the streets, according to Whack 100. Whack 100 has the tapes. Whack 100's ear is to every single street, alley, alleyway, dope spot, trap house, whatever it is. Whack 100's ear is right there. He's got people letting him know what's going on here and there, everywhere. And Whack 100 said Big U no longer had soldiers. Well, shit. Hopefully Big U's attorney is going to call Whack 100 to the stand and repeat that.
That's wild. That's wild right there. Those are some wild comments.
That's very helpful. And then the flip side of what Whack had to say, you had this dude 600 wearing badges. He's trolling, of course. But he's the only content creator right now that is, his eyes light up. His face lights up. He gets the biggest smiles on his face that we've seen since he's been on YouTube when he's talking about the incarceration of Big U. That says a lot. Big U did something to that individual's brain and heart. For that man, that individual, to be that happy that the cops took that black man down. I remember after the riot happened in Pelican Bay in 2000, there was an OG black dude.
It's about to start.
I used to talk to the dude a lot prior to the riot, man. I like the dude. He got hit in the riot. He got hit really bad. I was glad to see him make it through, come back to our unit. And I remember he came back to the unit. He had gone to the outside hospital, and he came back to the unit, I want to say about a week and a half after the riot. They put him back in the same cell, and he came back and he had a tube sticking out of his chest because his lungs had been collapsed. I was upstairs. My cell was next to the shower. As he went past my cell, he looked at me. He was like, because on the other side of the shower was an OG black by the name of Prince. Prince had been down about 42 years already. I believe Prince was from Louisiana somewhere. So this OG, who happened to be like in his 50s, I'll say his name. His name was Bakari. Bakari gave me a head nod, and he slid a kite under my door. In the kite, Bakari said, a lot of these youngsters ran and left me. And he said, I'll be damned if I run. I'd rather die on my feet.
So, okay, we got about 6 minutes left on that video. If you want to see the rest of that, I'm going to put it up on my timestamp. Or you can watch it later when I do actually clip this whole entire scene. And yeah, we'll watch it on a separate video. But for now, we are about to watch UFC London live right now. So for those that are watching in the future that are clipping this particular video, check out my live stream for UFC London, which is starting right now. I will see you guys in a minute, and I'm going to leave it off with this. Never underestimate your enemies, especially to people that are within the minority community. This is the overall theme that is going on. You see, one of Big U's biggest enemies, Whack 100, made it seem like this guy was weak. He was not dangerous, somebody that was a pushover. But that couldn't be further from the truth. You see, everything that the feds are saying about Big U makes this guy an absolutely scary human being to deal with. So I want you to keep that in mind. We are now about to start UFC London live stream. I will see you guys in the future. I will see you guys right now. Everybody in the chat, stay. We are obviously I was going to go on my StreamYard and try to react to this video, to have the video that I'm going to react to as sort of in the forefront of visualization as far as seeing their video and what I'm going to react to and things of that nature. Well, apparently just having a little bit of technical difficulties on that side. So I just decided to get on my phone, get on the live and talk about this. But before I get on and talk about this, I want to discuss a few things that are sort of regarding this particular topic. That particular topic is this. Number one, in real life, there are no good guys or bad guys. They only exist in the movies. You see, whenever there's a conflict between two people, there is often a certain aspect of what they're saying is correct and a certain aspect of what the opposition is saying that is also correct. The only difference is this. They all have their own view of the world. They're going to interpret the world in their own liking or their own desires or their own personal anecdotal experience. But it doesn't mean that people are bad just because they disagree with you. I think this is the overall important theme that I wanted to emphasize with this video. But also you have to understand that you're not always going to be correct. And therefore it is important to always be humble enough to admit when you're wrong. This is sort of where we're going in this particular direction with this video that I'm about to do. So for those of you that don't know, let me explain to you my first ever online beef on the internet, which obviously involves Matt Spear and the Don't Unfriend Me show. Well, if you're wondering what the entire premises of our whole entire beef, go look at my catalog that I have regarding the Don't Unfriend Me show. Everything that I addressed in terms of what they have going on, what was going on, and what had happened to get us here. But yeah, let's react to this for a second.
There's just not enough people here. So, all right, Elizabeth, I got to let you go. I'm kidding, by the way. I got to let you go. I'm going to give Khairy a shot. I'm going to let him have a minute. He's got to convince me in a minute, so I'm going to let you go. Thanks, buddy. Good luck with your foot. Keep me up to date. She's amazing. Khairy, you can call in. I'll give you a minute. I'll give you 60 seconds. I'll just give you 60 seconds. Here are the rules. You disrespect any of my mods. You disrespect my wife. You disrespect any women. You're fucking gone. You can say whatever.
So let me give you a little bit of context as to what was going on. Earlier in that night, he read off literally what I had wrote to one of his mods. And the reason being is because, well, I don't want to get into what I got into with the mods. Let's just say that this mod of his, got into a very disrespectful exchange with me. And that's neither here or there. That's for me and that person to know, and it'll be just that. But yeah, so I addressed that. I'm going to read it to you in a second, but let's continue from here.
One about me, I don't care. And you got 60 seconds. You got to convince me. And if I like what you say in 60, I'll give you another 60. And I don't care what you say. You can talk shit about me, whatever. But it better have something real to it. Because if it doesn't, yeah, you're done. This last time you come on my show. So if you want to call in, call in. You got 60 seconds. Amy says, how did he get the signal out there in the sand? Okay, yeah, listen.
And there you go. That's the same person that is literally the one that we're talking about, the subject at hand. Look at this. She's talking about, well, how did he get the signal from the sand or whatever? Full disclosure, obviously there's some sort of hurricane that is going on in the East Coast right now. And as for Amy, I guess she's sort of wondering, how is it that I got reception? I don't know if she got the memo that I'm not from the East Coast, that I'm from the West, but that's neither here or there.
Because I called him Mad Arab doesn't mean I need to go ahead and continue to do that.
So he called me a Mad Arab in the beginning of the show. And by the way, when he was calling me a Mad Arab, okay, he was trying to not say my name. And then eventually he ended up just slipping and saying my name. So he just ran with it. So I just decided to give him a call, and you're going to hear this right now. You're going to hear my voice in a second in this audio.
I'm not going to make the goat jokes anymore. Listen, here's who I am. Pretty simple. I'm like a Jew, okay? Beardson called me a Jew. He was one of the groypers that came on.
Okay.
And he's like, all right, just hold on a second. We'll get to you in a second, Khairy. He comes up and says, hey, you're a Jew because your grandma was a Jew. And I'm like, okay, Listen, I understand you guys love to do that once you have a conversation with people. And by the way, I found out Beardson's account and I got to see his followers. And I'm sorry, but
he's talking about some other guy that he's had some spat with. This is kind of what Matt does during the show. He does kind of get into a spat with people, but it's not with ill intent. And let me tell you why. And this is sort of what I figured out just within this show. What Matt likes to do is he likes to debate with people, whether it's friendly or whether it's nefarious or has any type of ill intent behind it. The point of the matter is he's trying to drive you into a conversation or a debate where later on you end up sort of making rational choices in terms of how this conversation is going to go. In other words, you guys just end up either agreeing or end up seeing a common ground, or in this case, squashing a beef of some sort.
Fucking laugh. I mean, my interaction on Rumble is better than yours, dude. And that's pathetic because you made it sound like you were Jesus Christ on stilts. Bro,
and again, he's talking about someone else, just so you know, he's not talking about me here.
Rumble is fucking pathetic. And I love my Rumble people, but my interactions are not good. I've never seen anyone worse than mine. Yours are shit. Quickly. I don't care about personal conflicts because honestly, it doesn't matter. What I care about is just truth and honesty. So, Khairy, if you got something to say, here's your 1 minute. I'll let you talk. I'm not going to interrupt you, but do not disrespect the women of this show and do not lie. Because if you do that...
So once again, he wants to address and say that I disrespect the women. By the way, we're going to get into all that. You're going to hear my voice here in a second.
You're going to be gone. Go ahead. There's your minute.
Here
all
it
right,
is, right here.
Fair enough, man. The only thing I wanted to address with you is a few jackets that you put on me that I think are totally inaccurate. Okay, for one, I think that you have dated the October event as where all of this started, because obviously prior to that, everything with us was cool and there was no conflict or anything like that. I think that somewhere in between the line of the miscommunication, I think you and I have had a whole lot of misrepresentations of what we mean, what we're trying to convey. And on top of that, it just led to a back and forth. You know what? I'm going to say this. I'm going to diss you on this. I'm going to put this.
If you're not seeing the audio, or I'm sorry, the video of this, obviously his wife right now is sort of signaling to him as I'm talking, saying, hey, let me talk. And it goes on from here.
Jacket on you. But the reality is, Matt, I don't hate anyone. I have no fight or dog in the current conflict that is going on over there. And that's the God honest truth. I'm no different than anybody out there who has an opinion on certain subjects. And
hold on.
A little technical issue.
Okay, so from this point, there was a little bit of some technical issues. He actually had to go and reopen another stream because obviously there's some hurricanes going on in the East Coast right now. So he had to adjust as a result.
1 second. Do you want to continue? Hold on, please. I just got a cancellation. Streaming stopped because of an internet connection issue. Do you want to end the broadcast?
Where does talk? Oh, it's
everywhere. Let me find out where we lost. Hold on. It looks like we lost Facebook.
Yep.
Okay. Here's what we're
again, just a result of what's happening in the East Coast or whatever. But yes, he's going to open up a new stream, and then he literally spent an entire 40 to 50 minutes talking to me on that, which, by the way, I highly appreciate because there were a lot of things that we needed to have put out there on the table. And quite frankly, during our conflict, right, we never really had a chance to speak to each other in a matter of, let's say, voice interactions or even a video interaction. It was just all through text. And then there were a few times where he's asked me to come on while I was busy doing other things during his show to sort of address certain situations. But unfortunately, that wasn't able to happen. And
dude, call me back in 5 minutes. I'm going to reset and we're going to restart the broadcast. Okay.
All right.
Khairy, It's not personal. I'm not doing this on purpose. We just.
All right. So he's trying to say that he's not doing this on purpose. It's not personal, which I understand. I do know that there is issues going on in the Northeast or also in the South and all of the Hurricane Helen that is going on. But yeah.
Facebook. Can we just?
No, I know. It's okay. It is what happened. I understand.
All right, so just pause and then pick up where you left off, and that's why you went digital, because the connection just went to shit somewhere. Somebody got, I don't know, but we're gonna reset and call you right back, or you call me right back. 5 minutes later.
All right, so now let's get back to where he had left off from here. So let's go back here. Okay, here we go. This is where he left off right here.
10 seconds. We're there. Waiting on Wimkin. Sorry, folks. This is going to happen with a hurricane. So I guarantee we lost a server because it kicked Wimkin and Facebook at the same time. Totally going to happen. We're going to go back on Wimkin.
Okay.
And then we're going to wait for Khairy.
So I'm just going to fast forward his voice until we get to my part. Okay. So because he's obviously just waiting on me here. So hold on.
Oh, yeah. 10 seconds further.
All right. It says we're upcoming.
Waiting on Wimkin. Sorry, folks. This is going to happen with a hurricane. So I guarantee we lost a server because it kicked Wimkin. All right. So I popped out of Wimkin.
We're on Twitter.
All right. We're going to wait for Khairy to. Ooh, we're not on Facebook.
Let me look.
I'm not seeing anything from Facebook.
Let me see. We're up on YouTube.
There's Facebook. Facebook just click. Wimkin's good. YouTube's good. Rumble's good. And Twitter's good. It looks like. Except for 5x5.
Okay.
All right. Let's wait for Khairy to call back. Because I promised him his minute. So I want to thank everybody for donations tonight and also purchasing some clothes. Looks like we have a bunch of coffee and clothes go out. Thank you. If you have not had a chance, linktapco.com/thedumshow. We've hit goal, but we're always looking to keep going forward. Got that mortgage, and I've got those people to con out of their money, according to some people. So if you don't.
No, listen to this right here. This is what he said. He said, well, because I have a mortgage that I need to pay and this and that, because I did address that in the letter, sort of say what I wrote to one of his mods. But anyways.
Appreciate it. We're waiting for him to call back. What are you doing?
Trying to get on Facebook right now.
Facebook's good. I've got
I just have to reload everything.
Yeah, a lot of people probably are not going to come back because we disconnected and people think it's over, but it's not. I'm waiting for him to call back, though. Any day. Yeah, I think a lot of people just lost the internet. It's servers. So,
it is. It's because of the hurricane. For sure.
Yeah, so from the eastern seaboard to the west, just in the United States, there are servers that are responsible for providing the internet, and we're getting skips right now too. And if those servers go down, you'll lose entire pockets of internet. Usually they don't stay down for very long, but this isn't a DDoS attack. This is a server issue. So we're back. All right. Oh shit! Call back. I hit the wrong button. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, and at this point of the program, I did call, and then I think he may have accidentally hung up or had some, but yeah, here we go.
That was me. I'm going to try to call him back. Oh, they're going to charge me for that call. $10. Go fuck yourself, Skype. Call me back one more time. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button, dude. It's going to get juicy again. I mean, we're going to have a conversation.
Oh, it will.
Khairy, call me back. I hit the wrong button. I'm not kidding. I'm not jerking you around. I hit the wrong button. There it is. I got happy. I had my monitor turned down, so I didn't see it. And I hit the red button. All right, man. So you were saying that you.
All right. So here we go. This is the part where I come in right here.
That October 7th wasn't really the downfall, beginning of our fall from grace.
Actually, that was part of the whole entire reason. Look, our whole entire problem. Okay, because prior to this, you got to remember, I was cool with this guy. Right? We had no problems or anything like that. I got into the podcast network of his mods and all the people that are around him because, hey, guess what? I'm not going to lie about it. The guy has helped me with a few followers. Okay. He's gotten me a few followers. I believe when I first got on his show, I literally only had like maybe 43 subscribers at most. And then obviously from there, I started growing, and yeah, so here we are. I mean, I'm still a small channel, but still growing nonetheless. But here's my part right here.
That was. And
oh, okay.
With Yes, with obvious reasons. And I'm sure that you agree with that. Because prior to that, obviously...
I don't.
Okay, well...
Well, now look, I want you to observe this, okay? There's going to be a lot of mind games that are going to be played here, okay? Obviously, it's still cordial. All of this, by the way, just leads us into squashing the entire beef. But in between that, I think is where the entertaining part of this whole entire conversation went. So here I am right here.
Okay, well, I'm not here to argue that either way, but we can...
Well, then you should...
Hey, Fight Night Frankie, how you doing, man? Shout out to Fight Night Frankie. So Fight Night Frankie, what I'm doing right now is doing a live reaction to, I guess, the little beef that I have with the Don't Unfriend Me podcast, which, by the way, is a pro-Trump, but also a pro-Israel podcast ran by a former Navy intel military guy. So, yeah, that's sort of what I have going on. So I hope you stay and enjoy this show because I got the content for you right here. So check this out.
Where?
Then you shouldn't have said it.
What was...
See, people don't get this. Exactly? Something that I don't agree with. See, that's not the way this works. If you say something that I disagree with and you say, I'm sure you agree with that, and I say, no, I don't agree with that, then, and you say, I'm not here to talk about that, well, then you shouldn't have brought it up.
Okay, that's fair. But all I'm trying to say is that I believe that there is a jacket you put on me, quite a few jackets that I don't agree with. And obviously, since you're giving me the opportunity to talk.
So the jacket that he put on me, he's saying that I hate the people with little hats. Okay, that's what he's saying. Now, I've never said that. All that I've ever said, and I don't even think I've said this, just like anybody else, I condemned the military practices that they do that kill innocent civilians. I think that's a fair assessment to make about that particular group of people that are fighting the Palestinians. But either way.
About it, since I can't communicate with you in private, this is the only way that I'm going to do that. So number one,
well, hold on a second. This isn't a notification. This is a conversation. Number one, I'm not talking to my daughter. So this is the way she talks to me, and she wants to notify me, and that's not the way this works. The reason why we're not talking in a private setting is I find you to be a threat.
Can you believe this? So he's saying that I'm a threat. Now, I don't know exactly what he means by that. Could it be because at one point in my life I was, well, maybe still I am affiliated with a certain group of people? Is it that? I don't understand what he means by a threat, but to be called a threat by somebody who's from naval intelligence, that's a pretty serious thing to put on someone. So he's put a jacket on me where I'm a threat, but let's find out exactly what he means by me being a threat.
And I don't put threats within my home. I have you on the show because this is where it started. And this.
So Fight Night Frankie says this is kind of what happens when you play chess with a pigeon. What do you mean by that? Play chess with a pigeon. I mean, you know, this is a naval intelligence guy. So, you know, I'm holding my own pretty well against a naval intelligence guy here. So, I don't know if you mean that I'm the pigeon or he's the pigeon or whatever, but I will say Matt Spear is a very intelligent guy. They knock the pieces over the board when they say they want. Oh, yeah. Okay. And you know what? I'm glad that you mentioned that. Stay tuned because he does a lot of that here in this 40 to 50 minute interaction that I have. It gets juicy from here, my boy. Stay tuned for this.
Where it'll end. Unless you decide to take it to the next. Oh, hold on. I'm not done. Unless you decide to take it to the next level. And that's your own choice.
So in other words, what he's trying to say is if I decide to go and commit certain reprisals against him in a violent manner, first of all, here's something you got to understand, right? This right here is internet beef. I live in California. He used to live in California, no longer, but lives in Virginia. So the idea of me beefing with this guy in a physical form would have to mean that I'd have to be in Virginia in order to crash out. But if I was going to be in Virginia or Washington, D.C., you think that my first priority is to go after this guy
in any kind of way. No, my priority is I'm going to go to Washington, D.C. I'm going to go to Philadelphia, get some Philly cheesesteak. I'm not going to think about beefing with this guy. Plus, he's 50 years old. He already said that he doesn't want to fight me because it's not worth it for him. And obviously, there's the age factor. I never wanted that in the first place. He's the one who actually had brought it up. But that's neither here or there. Obviously, you're going to see how this particular beef and all of this sort of play out right here. Where did the physical beef stuff come from? Well, there was never really anything physical because obviously we never had a street fight. We never had bang, bang at each other or anything like that. And why on earth would I want to do that with a Navy intel guy who was attached with Navy SEALs during his time in the Navy? And God knows, only God knows what he did with those Navy SEALs and what are some of the things that he told. I'm not going to mess with a guy like that unless I absolutely have to, right? But the thing is that our whole entire beef was that he thought that I went behind his back and called him a social media influencer or an entertainer. And for whatever reason, this offended him. Now, I got to tell you, a lot of military guys, a lot of gangsters, and a lot of people that come into the podcast world from a real serious world of the military or the streets, those guys have a serious problem when you call them a podcaster, even fighters as well, former fighters, guys that were very heavy in the game, like let's say somebody who was a former title challenger or something like that. Although I don't really see how, let's say somebody like Dan Hardy would be so offended by such a statement like that. But that's literally where the beef started. Other than that, and prior to this, me and this guy had an okay relationship. Fight Night Frankie says, for me, when someone turns a debate into come fight me, it's kind of a sign of mental weakness and defeat. Yes, and you're going to see a lot of that as this goes on. And obviously him and his wife are just ganging up on me in this. But their life lesson to learn from this is obviously we squash the beef, but you'll see as it goes on.
And then that's a completely different conversation. There won't be much talking in that conversation. You're a threat.
Right. So,
and I'm not done.
So again, he keeps saying that I'm a threat. What does he mean by that? Or is he saying that I'm a threat because I'm AQ, I'm ISIS, I'm whatever, like what Muslim Brotherhood, whatever. Be right back, son. Okay. Shout outs to Fight Night Frankie for tapping in. But yeah, so that's a very serious, again, they put a lot of jackets on me and I had no choice but to really go and confront them for it. And I think that it was deliberate for him to do that because guess what? It attracts ratings. Obviously, he knew that I was going to call in. He knows that it was going to bring in views. And I can't really blame him for that. But at the same time, man, if that's what it is, just tell me what it is. If we're just going to do this for views and crash out, we're going to do this for views. But that's what it is. Watch this.
Okay.
So if you want another minute, shut up. Like I shut up for you. Great. So you're a threat. Right. So I won't bring you into my circle that isn't on the show because I don't have a relationship with you. I don't think about you.
That's your right.
I'm not done.
That's your right.
I'm still not done.
Okay.
Whether it's my right or not, I don't care whether it's my right. It's my choice. Because you were brought in to the show, you were given a voice, you were treated with respect, and you decided to go ahead, in my opinion, whether that's a jacket I put on you or not, decided to encroach upon that, and I decided to terminate the relationship that you and I had, which was purely as a fan of the show. Okay? So now you can go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Okay, so the other jacket that I wholeheartedly disagree with, obviously, your wife has mentioned that obviously, and you as well, saying that I have this bad relationship with women, or I'm a Chris Brown, or this and that. That's a serious jacket to put on someone, and I think that I have the right to disagree with you.
Yeah, so earlier in the show, I didn't play that audio earlier in the show, but if you want, obviously, I'm going to put the link to his show on this description so you can see the whole entire thing and judge for yourself.
but he did mention and compared me to Chris Brown and Ike Turner, right? Which I thought was really strange because I challenged him on that and said, hey, listen, you know, I urge you or challenge you rather to pull up paperwork on me that says that I've had domestic cases or anything like that. And you'll find none of it whatsoever. So how are you going to say that I have bad relationships with women if you're just speaking out of nothing more than a stereotype anyways?
Number one, you mentioned Chris Brown. Chris Brown has a record of actually doing this to a woman. Now, if you can pull up paperwork that says otherwise, that I've done these things, then that's a fair jacket to put. But I've never been in these situations before. I've never been in trouble for those types of situations ever in my life. And I also want to ask.
No, we're not done. Okay. No, we're not jumping to another subject. No, we're not jumping to an.
So the subject that I wanted to ask his wife was, she mentioned in one show in their episode where she said that she had a bad interaction with a Middle Eastern man. And I asked her on that, well, tell me what that interaction was like in comparison to me, because anytime that, look, on the chat in their show, there's mods and then there's them, there's his wife, and then there's his other co-hosts. They're very good at interacting with the people that are in the chat. Okay, that's fine. They're very cordial. If, let's say, I make a comment, they say, hey, Khairy, or hey, how you doing, or this and that, or anybody. It's very friendly atmosphere. So naturally, if Olivia is going to come at me in a very cordial manner, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm not going to disrespect anybody or this and that. But what I'm trying to say is that she never used her own interactions with me to judge me properly, but rather the actions of some random Middle Eastern man that she ran across in her life. But you'll see. Well, it's going to be spoken about here.
Subject, because now it's time for us to address your comments. Olivia would like to address something, and then I'm going to address
and
something.
they're going to address the comments right now.
Sure.
For starters, Khairy, you are an asshole and you hate women. The comments that you made to.
So once again, you say you're an a-hole, which, but again, it's a subjective term. And then you hate women or this and that. That's an opinion because you can't measure. Look, you know who, man, listen, you know who hates women, in all honesty? I don't want to say it. It's a certain group of people. But if you're a man, a non-straight man, let's just say that. Non-straight men hate women. Think about it. Why would they like them when their whole entire predisposition is to be against women or not be with them with their own predispositioned natural state of being a man in the first place? But that's a different subject for a different time.
Me today were absolutely ridiculous. And the comments.
So I'm going to read to you what I wrote to their buddy. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I can pull it up right here. Actually, you know what? I'll play that later. Let's continue on with this. But basically, this is what I said to their mod. I said, how does it feel that you basically work for these people for free? They make all this money from Wimkin and all these other places or this and that. And for whatever reason, you're not getting any of it. Now, look, maybe these are very inaccurate statements that I've made, but you got to understand something. When you're beefing with somebody, you're going to say things out of the blue that may not be true. Just like them, they didn't like the fact that for whatever reason, they thought that I was against Israel or whatever, or this and that. I flat out told the dude that I don't have any dog in this fight. But once again, when you don't like someone, when you're in conflict with someone, whether that would be verbally or physically, you're going to say things that are often not true just based on trying to win an argument or try to push up your own narrative over theirs.
Have made on the show before we banned you on every platform except YouTube were completely, you downgraded women. The comments you made were derogatory towards women, and every single comment you have made to a woman on this show has been rude and downright mean.
First of all, I've never been rude to anybody on the comment section of their show whatsoever, ever. If I have, and if there was a call for it, it was based on somebody trying to insult me or trying to say, well, you'll see. I address all of that here.
You don't like women. You think women are beneath you.
I disagree.
And no, I'm not done. This is where you don't get to interrupt me. This is my show, not yours. So shut the fuck up and listen, or get the fuck off the phone.
Okay, there's no need for theatrics, but okay.
The theatrics, don't fucking piss me.
I mean, really, it is theatrics. Oh, don't piss me off, or this and that. This is theatrics. You say what you want to say, but again, you know, this is what people do if they don't like what you have to say, or they feel like they're losing an argument. They're going to cuss. They're going to make it about everything else. They're going to make it into emotional fallacies.
Okay, you're barking up the wrong tree, dude.
Yeah, dude,
you're barking up the wrong.
I mean, what exactly does that mean when you say that you're barking up the wrong tree? We're having a conversation. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to say something that's very insulting to me. That's already happening. So this idea of barking up the wrong tree, again, this is what I mean by when I say that this is just nothing but theatrics and bravado. Because what's the point of saying that I'm barking up the wrong tree? We're having a conversation. I'm already barking at your tree. And what are you going to do? What are you going to respond? And what you're going to respond to is only going to be a couple of possible outcomes that come with that. And this is what it is.
Tree.
You think you're tough?
We are not. We are in America. And in America,
again, with this whole idea of, well, we are in America, so you have to do things the right way. Look, here's the thing about this, right? I've told them, and you'll probably hear it in a little bit, where I've said that, you know, I love America. I love here. I love it here. It's great. It's an awesome country. There's a lot of awesome things to do. You know, not just LA, not just Sacramento, not just the Bay Area or all of California. All of the United States is awesome to me in one form or another. So again, this idea of America, this and that, look, as long as I'm not breaking laws and I'm not breaking jaws, you know, outside of the cage or ring, guess what? You know, everything is fair game. Everything is okay, and everything is halal to do, as long as I'm not violating anybody's rights. It doesn't mean that I have to fully assimilate to your way of life. What I have to do as a citizen of the United States is do exactly this: follow the laws and don't step out of those laws. And that's it. All this other stuff, cultural assimilation, well, I can choose to be around that or not. And obviously, you have an opinion on how I look at the world as a Muslim male, and that's perfectly fine. And this is sort of the emphasis that we're trying to make, is that, look, it is okay to disagree. It is okay to have a differing opinion than the next person. And it is okay to have a difference of culture in terms of how you are going to view gender roles.
Sure,
women are equal
and
to
I love
men.
it here.
Oh my
That's
God.
great. I'm glad that you love it here. Well, stop treating the women here like you treat them in your country, because we're not in your fucking country. You're in America.
We're not in your effing country. So what country is that exactly? So let me see. I was born in Libya. I have family that's from Egypt and Saudi Arabia. And then I have other family on my mom's side that are from the Pacific Islands. And what exactly do you mean by your country? So again, it's a weird generalized statement that really a lot of xenophobes like to make to create generalizations.
But it doesn't mean that I
you
have to
can't
interact
treat
with
women
people
like
like
you
that
do.
if I choose not to.
All right. So this
And
is not.
here's the
time
other
out,
thing.
Time out, honey. 1 second. This is not a conversation. You can take your mental notes, and I didn't have a conversation when you were talking. It's not a notification. This isn't a debate. You get to say your piece, and then we go.
So he's saying that it's not a debate, but earlier he said that it was a debate, and then he challenged me on saying that I'm not great at debating.
Then respond. Then you get to say your piece, and then you respond. I get to go after her,
fair.
and you may not like it. You may not like it, but that's tough shit.
Fair.
Because I'm not going to like some of the things you say, but I didn't interrupt you and jump your shit. So hold the fuck on.
Fair.
And wait.
I think this is something that I think a lot of people really need to take into consideration, right? When you see something like this is really the proper way of how you engage with people, because oftentimes what a lot of people like to do is they'll interrupt each other. I mean, it's not to say that we didn't do that here, but I think we did it in a very professional manner to where it gave us a chance to sort of get our points across without interrupting each other. And I got to hand it to Matt. You know, he sort of coordinated that whole entire conversation perfectly. So all credit to him on that one.
The other thing I was going to say, Khairy, is calling you Chris Brown. It's a joke.
So if that's a joke, calling me Chris Brown, wouldn't you say that the banter that I have of, let's say, saying that, oh, women should be in kitchens or this and that you probably read me say on your chat, don't you think that some of that is just banter? But let's see how they interpret this.
No, it's not. Don't speak for me. I said it. Let me handle the Chris Brown thing.
Okay, you got that one.
Thank you, ma'am. So here's I'm not done. No. It's my turn now, because then it's my turn, and then you get to go. There's two of us. There's one of you. That's just the way this works, because we can't split it up any other way. Because she wanted.
Again, credit to him for really coordinating this conversation in the most cordial manner that it can be possible.
Comment on your original statement. Now I'm going to address the Chris Brown thing. So why don't you speak plainly and assume, instead of assuming, why don't you go ahead and say it very clearly? What do you think I was insinuating by calling you Chris Brown and Ike Turner?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? We know them for more than just their music, the obvious controversies.
What is it?
Smacking up their partner for whatever reason.
Okay.
Which
it's funny,
has never been in my history.
Okay. So it's interesting that all the things, when I go ahead and think about Chris Brown and Ike Turner, that there are plenty of individual things that they did. One is riding a vehicle and having Tina Turner thrown off the roof, to holding her head underwater, to beating the shit out of her. But honestly, those things are just a few of the things. Chris Brown pummeling Rihanna into something you don't even recognize. But there was...
So again, why do you call me Chris Brown?
A hierarchy to that there was a more prominent indicator of who they were. It's interesting that you went right to their physical abuse, and I never made that insinuation, which shows me that there is something inside your psyche that pegged your own self like that and put that own jacket on versus me, because I'm talking about their degrading and mental attacks on women.
So their mental attacks on women, woman or women? In other words, more than one. So again, people only know Chris Brown for Rihanna and what had happened. Let's just be honest about that. Do people know Chris Brown's music? Of course. Do people know Ike Turner as the manager of Tina Turner? Of course. But we know when you put that kind of jacket as calling somebody Chris Brown, you're not calling me a great R&B singer. Let's be honest about that. I'm not a great singer. I don't sing. I can't dance as good as Chris Brown. Okay, so there's only one reason why you're calling me Chris Brown, and that's a jacket that is inaccurate and something that has never happened to me. And I think what he's doing right now is sort of doing some kind of reverse psychology. And again, what do you expect from a guy that is an intel officer, right? Who is used to interrogating Al-Qaeda suspects, or I don't even know if they had Al-Qaeda during his time, but shout outs to somebody here from Ukraine or Russia. I'm sorry, I don't understand what that says. Please translate that in English. Thank you. But shout outs to everybody from Ukraine and Russia that is tapping in. So here we go.
Instantly. The degradation, the overall look at how they are inferior, and the things that you have demonstrated remind me of Ike Turner and Chris Brown and how they treated their significant others or people who they supposedly care about.
Okay, so that's interesting. So that's what he's trying to say is that, well,
Here's the problem with that assessment. You see, you don't, up until later on in this conversation, you did not know that I had a family, okay? My own immediate family. In other words, wife, kids, and all that, right? You didn't know any of that, right? So if you don't know that, how would you know what kind of relationship I have with women?
And if you're on my show, we don't sit here and collect people who we just want to hate. This show tries to care about the people who are involved. So it shocks me that you talk about women the way you do, who are extremely important to this network. And it very much reminded me of Chris Brown and Ike Turner. But it is telling that you associated it with physical abuse, which tells me.
Well, first of all, of course, I'm going to associate with physical abuse because that is what Chris Brown is mostly known for.
A lot.
Okay, well, fair enough. I understand that that is your opinion, that because I went directly into the record of them abusing women or having a record of that, only because, look, all these other things that you've mentioned about Chris Brown, degrading women, in what extent? Does he do it more than Snoop Dogg in comparison to, let's say, the Doggy Style album or maybe other R&B?
No, if you would like me to call you
that
Snoop
work?
Dogg, I will. If you want me to call you Snoop Dogg, I will. Snoop.
No, please, come on. I'm not that great. Come on now.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, our definitions of great are two different things, but it doesn't matter what I call you.
Representing our country in the Olympics is pretty awesome, don't you think?
I don't think somebody's merit is based upon their individual talents. I think it's how people act when nobody's watching, which makes it the most important. Yeah, that's what I think. I think true heroes are defined when nobody's watching.
Okay, fair enough. I can't argue.
I can't argue with him on that. The true heroes are the ones that people don't see.
You on that? You're right. The other thing I wanted to address was when your wife mentioned a story about when she had a horrible interaction with a Middle Eastern man, right? And I'm curious about that because the reason why I'm curious and why I want to hear from her on that particular topic is because I can't imagine what she experienced or what she went through with this other Middle Eastern man that she has mentioned before. But I'm willing to bet that I've never treated her specifically in that kind of way, nor any other women have I treated in that kind of way.
All right, that's a fair question. Are you still going? You still going? Okay, go ahead, finish up.
So,
no, wait, hold on. Time out.
you
You got to go first. Let me premise after he's done. Go ahead, finish.
Okay, so all I was saying was that every time that I had interacted with Olivia, it was out of respect. I never disrespected her in any way, which is why, like, look, I understand. Okay, me and Matt have a disagreement, so of course, this is the position that you have to take, but also,
well, I'll tell you what I find really interesting about this, right, is that she finds a lot of this funny, and you probably are not seeing. Well, look, I'm going to show you right now, okay? I'm going to show you the a second, just so.
Go ahead, finish.
Okay, so all I was saying was that times that I had interacted with Olivia, it was out of respect. I never disrespected her in any way, which is why, like, look, I understand. Okay, me and Matt have a disagreement, so of course, this is the position that you have to take, but also just the jackets that are being thrown.
So I don't understand. I don't understand what she finds so funny about that. I don't know if she finds this amusing or any. I'm just saying it's just an interesting observation. I'm not downgrading her for it. I mean, look, you're entitled to, feel happy or glee or find something funny as much as you want. But in my assessment of it, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe you're laughing because a part of you sort of understands that that's true. I never disrespected you, but you think that whatever disrespect I laid on somebody is somehow indicative of how I may treat you or how I may treat anybody in your family. And that's just inaccurate.
Or act naive and act like I don't act like an a-hole sometimes because I'm just being honest. That's just what it is. And Matt, you have the same susceptibility to that as well. So again, I understand that part, but all I'm trying to say is judge me off of the interaction that I've had with you rather than the interaction that you think that I have.
No, I judge my interactions with you completely on your own words and your own merit, but that's immaterial because I've already made those points and I'm not going to make them again. You just did treat my wife like that because instead of talking to her.
So here we go. Watch this. This is so outrageous. This is what he's saying in terms of what he considers disrespect. And this is something that I think you really have to sort of take into consideration when it comes to different cultural practices of some things.
Talking, well, if you shut the fuck up for a second, you'll find out.
All right.
Let me explain it to you. Because you are talking through me at her. You call her my wife or Olivia. Instead of just asking her, you're communicating with her through me. First of all, we're not.
So why is that wrong? That I'm, first of all, like, I understand your wife is part of the show. I understand that she's a co-host, but I don't know, man. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I prefer to handle my conflict, whether that would be verbal, physical, or anything, with a man. But that's just me. I'm just saying, you know, but they somehow find this to be a disrespect. And look, this is a very important practice and a very important lesson to learn. Some people just have a different way of going about things. And he explains the cultural significance about this action that he says that I'm doing right now as we are speaking.
In Japanese, yo. And we're certainly not fucking Muslim. I don't give a fuck if you talk to my wife personally. Treat her with respect. Her name's Olivia or Miss Spear. Mrs. Spear. You got a problem with that? But you don't talk to her. You talk to me. Which immediately is disrespectful because those are
This is the first time I've ever heard a man. And look, I know that this is common with a lot of men, but he actually finds it disrespectful that I'm willing to talk to him first before his wife. Now, again, I understand why he may find that disrespectful, but you'll also understand there's a lot of people out there that would find what I did a lot more reasonable and, quite frankly, righteous.
And Muslim culture, you don't need to bargain and have a conversation through me to my wife. If you want to talk to her, she's right fucking here. Use her first name and speak to her. That's disrespectful in its own self, and you know goddamn well what I'm talking about. So don't play coy and don't play naive. All right, well then you just demonstrated. I know what's going on. That's why I'm calling you out on it.
Okay, so what is the big deal about that?
Because I am not her fucking keeper. I'm not her fucking keeper. Hey, you asked a question. I'm answering it. I'm not her keeper. You don't need to see. You are in an exchange of a conversation of mutually assured respect that I have granted you for a limited period of time. That respect is all.
And you know what he has? And that's one thing that I think sort of gave a positive turn into this conversation is that, yes, he did promise me that we're going to have a civil discourse and this and that and mutual respect to be given. He promised that, and he kept his word, and so did I.
So curtailed to Olivia and anyone else in this conversation. You don't need if you wanted to ask my permission in your culture and in your ways to communicate with my wife, then you just would have fucking done that. Instead, you're dismissing her and you're degrading her.
Okay, so what's interesting about this is he's saying that if you wanted to just speak to her in a way that is, I guess, culturally accustomed to the Islamic way of life, in other words, yes, make it clear and make it known that, hey, you know what? I want to speak to her in this kind of way. Is that okay? Because look, this is my culture. So basically what he's, I guess, I could be wrong, but my interpretation is that what he's trying to say is that if I wanted to just play by those rules, just tell him. But I get it. I understand. And again, in my personal opinion, I think this is just also part of the conversation where he has to sort of take a sticking dig at me, right? So as he's making that dig, he has to throw that in for the sake of this argument, the sake of this banter, and for the sake of this conflict. That's my own personal opinion. I could be wrong, but let's further delve into it.
talking to her through me. So you know the difference. I know the difference. And I'm telling you that that's a level of disrespect that you just applied to her in this conversation as you say you're not disrespectful.
So what do you prefer, Matt?
I prefer you say, hey, Olivia, I got a fucking comment. Not, hey, your wife, or hey, Matt, don't talk to me, talk to her.
Okay.
But here's the thing. I don't know, man. Like, I think for me, it was just sufficient enough to talk to him. But if she wanted to add on and say whatever or say this and that, I would have been more than happy to oblige and respond and have that civil discourse. But for whatever reason, he wants to emphasize this Western style of communication with the opposite gender or whatever, and really make it a point that, hey, you know what, like, this is, you got to talk to her, you got to, you know, like, okay, I get it, like, you want to emphasize that I would rather just do things your cultural way rather than what I would have been accustomed and used to doing in a different way.
Then let's readdress that.
Olivia, I have a question. Let's try it. Let's try it together. Olivia, I have a question.
Okay. Well, Olivia, I have a question.
Okay.
My question is, what was that experience, that negative experience that you had previously mentioned about that Middle Eastern gentleman? What happened in that exchange in comparison to your interactions with me?
Well, for starters, in this conversation, when Matt was talking, you don't interrupt him, but you interrupted me.
Again, I think there's a part here where she did not want to address this mistreatment that she received from a Middle Eastern man. Now, look, I'm going to make my own assumption since I didn't get my answer to the question. My assumption is that when she probably ran across these so-called Middle Eastern men, there were probably moments where they decided, hey, you know what? I'm not going to shake your hand. You ever seen Khabib and the way that he interacts with women? He's done some shows in Russia, these talking shows or these little functional events that he goes to or whatever, right? And whenever there's a woman there or whatever, or he's receiving an award and they want to shake his hand, he politely says, you know what? No, I can't shake your hand because it's un-Islamic for me to do so. So perhaps, again, I'm only speculating. What if perhaps maybe this is a type of interaction that Olivia has gone through, and for whatever reason, she may have probably felt like, you know what, this is very distasteful. This was rude of this person to not shake my hand, when maybe they didn't mean to be rude. That's what I was trying to look for, or that's what I was speculating what would have happened. But she never really addressed that particular instance of, well, you know what, this Middle Eastern gentleman treated me like S because of this. First of all, how can they possibly treat you like S, right? Can they hit you? Obviously, they're going to go to jail. If they do, then you're going to obviously have a story about it and say, hey, you know, this Middle Eastern man or this Muslim man or whatever hit me or this and that, or he assaulted me or this and that or whatever. Hey, you know, that's the reality of the situation. Did that ever happen? Or do you just have a situation where you ran across a cultural misunderstanding of some sort? And that's kind of where I'm trying to get at. But let's listen to the rest of her response from here.
Everything I said. And that right there shows disrespect. And when I called you out on it, you kept going. And when Matt calls you out on it, you shut up. So right there, that shows disrespect. So that's the first thing.
To him, to be quite fair.
No, you haven't.
No, you haven't. So
yes, I have. I've done the same thing, and I've interrupted him in the same kind of manner if I needed to, or this and that. I don't know, but they're kind of nitpicking here. If you kind of notice, right? They're just looking at every little bits and pieces as to say, oh, you hate women because you did this, or because you interrupted me more than you interrupted him, or this and that. And I think that's just what's going on. And if they have a different opinion on it, that's what it is. It's your own different opinion, but that's just my opinion on the matter of this interaction.
That's the first thing.
When I tell you to
Second
shut the fuck up, you shut the fuck up.
Rewind back. No, that's different. Obviously, because I want to hear what you have to say, not because I'm, bedazzled by your bravado.
It's not bravado to tell someone to shut the fuck up. If you were standing in front of me, I'd tell you to shut the fuck up.
You obviously said that you wanted to have.
Well, again, then he goes into this whole thing about, well, it's not bravado to tell you to shut the fuck up. If you were in front of me right now, you would shut the. I mean, look, again, posturing is the key word here.
Peaceful discord and
peaceful discord.
Look,
what are you? What are you? Fucking
dude,
are you serious? What are you? Are you Amish? Are you a Buddhist? Dude, you are a fighter. You go in the ring and fucking go toe to toe with human beings in mutual combat. When you are in that ring, you throw fists. Do you take that personal? Do you think that someone doesn't like you when they're trying to fucking win? You're going to sit here and say that me telling you to shut the fuck up, it makes your tampon get all full? Give me a fucking break, bro.
Again,
all right, then don't sit here and, well, I don't have to. You just said it. Play it back. Rewind it. Listen to me.
Yeah, I did.
You can say you're wrong, right? Can you say the words, I'm wrong? Have you ever said those words in your life?
Of course I have.
Great. Olivia, I was wrong, and I apologize for disrespecting you. Go ahead and talk. That's really simple. But I'm not going to apologize to you because that means that I have to treat you with mutual respect, and I would be being fake and insincere. I think you're a cock. And until you prove it otherwise to me, I'm going to talk to you like a bitch. And if you don't like it, you know where I live. I've told you 100 fucking times. That's the...
Again, he tries to play off this whole thing about like, well, you know where I live or this and that. Look, let's be real, right? If I really wanted to go and crash out at you, I mean, come on, that's the dumbest thing that you can do. And then you would just call the cops anyway. Like, that's not what I was trying to do here.
The way to solve these problems. If you have some sort of personal fucking grudge with me, you know my address.
But none of that was ever about any grudge or anything like that. Again, there's a lot of deflecting going on here that is really irrelevant to the particular subject that we're trying to bring about. But then also, there's also a moving of a goalpost that you can kind of notice in this conversation.
You outed it in fucking private communication.
Yeah, okay. Obviously, through a private means of which, I'm trying to get to you. But yeah, okay.
No. But if you're trying to get to me, there's other ways to do it versus completely trashing a human being who has done nothing to you. Amy Stancombe.
I don't know about that, Matt. I'm not here to discuss, that person.
You're the victim.
So I don't know about that.
You're the victim. I forgot.
No, what I'm trying to say, again, oh, you're the victim or this and that. No, listen, you don't know what Amy does or has said to me before, and we're just going to keep it at that. I mean, look, you've seen snippets of it. She's talking about how, oh, my God, I didn't know that they had signals in the sand or this and that or whatever. I'm like, okay, you just seen it right there. That's a small snippet of what she said to me behind closed doors. And not even behind closed doors, but that's neither here or there.
I'm not going to confidently say that, she did nothing to me or...
What'd she do to you? What'd she do you? Tell me what she did to you.
Again, more bravado and more theatrics. Oh, what'd she do to you or this and that? That's theatrics. Like, I'm here trying to have a serious conversation, and then here's your wife over here laughing away, right? Just, sort of enjoying this whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, again, just very condescending in a certain way. And again, I think it's just because he's trying to win the conversation. And that's really the point of this whole entire matter.
Tell me where she hurt you. Show me on the doll where she hurt you.
So let me get this straight. You're the one that's upset that I said these things to her, but You're telling me that I don't understand. Like,
Do you really think I'm upset?
I don't know. You don't know if I'm upset or not.
I never claimed you were upset. I never claimed you were upset. Never claimed you were upset.
What was that?
He actually did claim I was upset earlier in the stream. He says, "Oh, well, you sound angry or this and that."
You're the one that claimed that I was upset. Those words didn't escape my lips. But whether you're upset or not is immaterial to me. I don't give a fuck. But if you think this is me upset, my wife just fucking went around with you and just bitch slapped you. I'm giving it 0-1.
I mean, you know, once again, exactly in what way? Like, she didn't mention why she had a bad interaction with some Middle Eastern man or some Muslim man or whatever. I don't understand, like, what type of goalpost you're trying to show here by saying that she went around you or whatever. But again, it's just all bravado, and this is exactly what I mean by theatrics. There's no metric measurement to say that, well, she won this debate or this and that. It's just your own show that you're in your own hometown of crowd, in your own platform that we are performing in. For you to, I don't know, I guess get the stamp of approval from everybody else. But yeah, I mean, that's just the assessment that I get out of that.
I think she could take 10 rounds with you.
And again, then he goes into this whole, oh, I think that she can take 10 rounds with you or this and that. Again, more bravado. But I guess it's part of the show, but please be cognizant and understanding that that's what it is when he's saying these ridiculous things.
Bro, she just bitch slapped you. People that come on. Don't be upset. You lost to a woman. What do you want? It's not her fault. It's your fault.
Well, I still need to answer his other question.
All right, answer his other question. Dude, it's not my fault you can't debate. You contradict yourself everything you say. You fucking...
Well, again, he just contradicted everything that he just said. He just said, well, this isn't a debate. And then he just said, well, you can't debate.
Fucking circles.
So is it a debate or is it that I can't debate? And if I can't debate, then why would you say that it's a debate in the first place?
You even the things that you wrote, you're complimentary to a person and then you fucking insult them.
Well, because that's called being truthful, right? I'm going to be complimentary towards you where it needs to be. And if you feel insulted by the other things that I say, guess what? Part of that is the truth also. It's not in any way to just purposely do that. There's people out there that I've insulted and given no compliments to. There's people out there that I've complimented and given no insults to. It just really depends on who you are and the circumstances behind it.
Literally leads like somebody who is
real. That's called being real, Matt.
I'm going to respect you and then call you a bitch.
Yeah, you are. That's
what the
real.
fuck are you?
Whatever.
All right.
This and that and mother effer and this and that. All of that is bravado,
God, you're so angry. I want to get Olivia to answer and answer your other questions. So let her do that. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
So, Khairy, I have never compared you with the other Muslim men that I have had interact.
But you've said and mentioned that you've had a negative interaction with them. And let's see if she does mention it here.
Because I've had interactions with Muslim men that were absolutely amazing. And I've had interactions with Muslim men that were not so amazing, and they were douchebags. To be quite honest, when you first came on the show, I really liked you. I even told Matt that. I said, wow, I really like him. When we got off the first time you called in, the video call, it's like, wow, I really like him. He's pretty cool. I hope he calls back. That was my first.
So she's talking about the first time that I had called into their show. And by the way, this is where Matt took a liking to me. And this is the beginning of our online interaction.
Response. And then you were coming on the show, you were in chat, and I was like, awesome, this is great, he's cool. And then your true colors started showing, and you started making snide remarks and small comments and just little things. You would say something little that if you weren't really reading it, you would overlook it. But then you started getting ballsy and started saying other things and not so incognito with the way.
Well, once again, I'm not going to remember everything that she's talking about, but what exactly are those? And if you can't name them and you can't even name generalized statements, then I don't know if this is easy to believe. And I'm just telling you from an outside point of view of somebody that, let's say, is looking at this from the outside. Never mind that this is me and you.
We're treating the women in the chat. And it got really bad. And you started, and your true colors showed with the way that you talk to women, because your responses to the men on the chat were not how the responses to the women. And
I know what she's talking about. So what she's saying is that whenever the men interacted, respond to them, and whenever the women would talk to me, I wouldn't say anything to them. And you know what? You got to understand, Western culture finds a lot of this disrespectful. But if you're a true Muslim, I think you understand why I never engaged with any of the women in their chat, but only with the men. And she finds this offensive, that I would not speak with any of the women in the chat that were trying to speak to me, but rather would just only speak with the men. And she finds that unusual, simply because we live in America or this and that. Well, yeah, we live in America. I can choose who I want to be around, or who I want to talk to, or how I'm going to conduct myself. And there's nothing wrong with that.
that's why.
I see what you're
You are
saying.
not a nice human being. And you're not a nice human being, period. And you
I can take that.
say
I can take
anything
that
you
tactic.
want. You can say anything you want, and you can defend yourself all you want. But your true colors show that you absolutely no respect for women. None. And you can lie till the cows come home. That's great. But I will never.
All right. So here's something that we're going to have a little side conversation on, right? So right now in the Western world, there's obviously a high divorce rate that is going on. Okay. And you can attribute that from one pillar post to the next pillar post. But understand this, there is a reason why people like Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, and Fresh and Fit, and even Sneeko in his earlier days are hot on the internet. Because guess what? There's a lot of women out there that are not doing what they're supposed to in the Western world. And that is the reason why Andrew Tate became a Muslim, why Sneeko became a Muslim. And a lot of these guys in the red pill community, guess what? They're Muslim sympathetic, even if they're not Muslim. You want to know why? Because the Muslim women, they know their role. And within that role, it prevents a lot of corruption that comes with this idea of, well, we're just going to let everybody be free. Okay, well, that's your right. You're allowed to be free in this country, but you also have to understand this country is also an open market for divorce lawyers. So I think about that.
Believe you. And if you ever, I mean, you're a person that I wouldn't let my daughter go within 100 yards of.
First of all, your daughter's underage, okay? I don't need to be around her in any kind of capacity whatsoever. I mean, it's not like I'm a coach or I teach or anything like that. Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to be around your daughter, this and that. It's kind of weird, once again, that you said that. And then she asked, you know, and then again, I asked her, well, what kind of jacket are you putting on me again? I'm like, you know, because then you're trying to create a narrative like on some Drake, you know, A minor stuff. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
I mean, that you're the type of person
what
and
kind
man.
of jacket exactly are you putting on me, with that being that, I mean, like,
You're a threat.
but whatever.
You're a threat.
Well, for
I get
starters,
what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
trying to put a jacket on you. I don't get that
Okay, fair
analogy,
enough.
but okay.
Fair enough.
So for those of you that don't understand the language of, well, putting a jacket on someone, I mean, it's a street vernacular term when, let's say, you call somebody a snitch, an informant, or let's say when you call somebody a pedo, okay, or whatever type of, again, jacket you want to put on them, right? Here's your pedo jacket. Here's your snitch jacket. Here's your, Islamophobic jacket. Here's your anti-women jacket, which is what they're putting on me. Your anti-Israel jacket that they want to put on me. That's what the vernacular use of a term as putting on a jacket to someone means.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I understand that. That is your right. Look, here's something that I think we all have to understand, right? One of the things that really attracted me to Matt's show from the very beginning, I remember him saying something to the effect that, you know, we're all Americans. We're all different. We all have a different way of looking at things. We all have a different way of looking at life. And you know what? That resonated with me. I thought maybe you guys would have been receptive to whatever it is that I've grown under when it comes to, let's say, how I should interact with certain people or a certain gender or this and that. I never meant to offend anybody, not in the chat. There's only one time where I can really cite that I have offended specifically a woman in your chat, and I'll say it right now. It was Tina Savage. I remember she said it was when, Matt, one of those episodes where Matt was calling me out, and then she said something to the effect of, well, why don't you assimilate? So, of course, I went at her with my own opinion to that matter, and if that came off disrespectful in any way, then I don't really know what to say to that other than just standing on business with what the message that I'm trying to convey.
Okay.
Other than that, I've treated you with respect.
No, you haven't.
I've treated Amy with respect. And
no, you haven't.
You mean the real estate woman?
No, you haven't.
The real estate
I didn't
woman,
know
right?
her name. Come on, man. I didn't know her name. And
So they're saying that I gave no respect to one of the women hosts because I didn't know her name. I didn't know her name. Like, you expect me to know everybody. I only know Matt in that show because, let's be honest, and I've said this, Matt is the main character of that show, so I'm going to know him. Everybody else, okay, there's Leroy. That's a pretty unforgettable name. I didn't know her name. And that somehow that's a negative connotation, but I just thought that was funny that it's a negative connotation because I didn't know her name.
Matt, let's be real. You know you're the star of that show. Like, I'm sorry if I didn't know her name.
What? What the fuck are you talking about? What does that mean? Help me understand what that means.
What do you mean? You're the star of the show?
Yeah, help me understand what that means.
Well, what that means is that when you think of Don't Unfriend Me, just as when you think of, I don't know, Howard Stern talk show, obviously it's Howard Stern. That brand may not be your name, but you are the face of it. You go on Google, you look up Don't Unfriend Me, your face is the one that pops up. That's just what it is.
My son wants to chime in, and he's 11. He says, what?
And look, here's another thing, right? This is part of the reason why they have no idea that I have a family, okay? Because look, here it is. His son interacts in the chat. They bring in their daughter into this whole situation. Look, man, let me just say this, okay? You're lucky that it is me that you were in conflict with, because anybody else, man, there's a lot of people out there that are extremely disrespectful, okay? They will say horrible things about your wife, your daughter, your son, and your whole entire family. Obviously, I'm not the guy that was going to do that. I've demonstrated that I'm not the type to do that in any kind of way. But that's your choice. If you're going to do that, those are the consequences that could happen with the wrong person. With me, I'm not about, talking down to kids. I'm not about talking down to women. I'm not about talking down to anybody that has any physical challenges. And by the way, speaking of which, here's one thing that I did forget to address, right? Later on in the show, I did apologize to a few people that were in his circle or whatever, right? Because let's just be honest about this, right? The conflict that I had with Matt should not have been about anybody else but him. The problem is, obviously, these people ride with him, and you know how that goes in the streets. If you F with them, you duck with them, and you know what rhymes with duck. You get what I mean.
Let me explain what he's saying. Robin Quivers is the Howard Stern show. Howard Stern even says so. Howard Stern has wrote multiple biographies and autobiographies, and he has lend all the attributes and accolades.
I love that I brought in the Howard Stern analogy into this whole thing, and now he's given a history lesson of Howard Stern, which, by the way, is great because I never knew any of this about Howard Stern.
To Robin, when he was snatched up by MSNBC and they would not allow her to be there almost for a year, he manipulated, coerced, and cajoled his way to get her back on the show. Is that she was his yin to his yang. My wife does more on this show live than I could ever possibly do. That's not important. am I the face of Don't Unfriend Me? I don't think Don't Unfriend Me has a face. I think Don't Unfriend Me is an idea.
Well, it is an idea. Don't Unfriend Me is an idea, and it's great. But there's a face to every organization. There's a face to every podcast. There is, early stream, no chill MMA. No, not really an early stream. I was planning on doing this later on, but for whatever reason, my StreamYard was sort of freezing in on me. So I just decided, hey, you know what? Let me just do this on the phone, get on live, and then just do a reaction to this, because obviously I wanted to do a reaction to this as soon as I got done calling into this guy's show. And yeah, I mean, credit to him. He gave me 40 minutes of content on this one, and big ups to him on that one. But we did settle a lot of beef in this one, while also sort of bringing up a whole bunch of other stuff that was delved into this whole situation. But yeah.
People all can relate to being defriended or being ostracized or cast.
So right now he's talking about how he started the Don't Unfriend Me show.
Gated out from relationships based on their political beliefs. That's why I don't say Matt Spear show like Dan Bongino does, like fucking Crowder does, like Ben Shapiro does. So what I do is I put the Don't Unfriend Me show, and I've been told to make it the Dumb Show with Matt Spear by every person who has ever endorsed this show and tried to help me grow the show, and I won't do it. So
once again, you're asking me to help you understand, what do I mean by you're the face of the show? Well, your own advertisers, your own products, or people that want their products endorsed through you, even your own products, right? They are Matt Spear related. Just saying. And look, here's the thing. You're a military intelligence expert. You've been in the government, and your knowledge is very important when it comes to the situations like when we talked about the assassination attempt of Trump. That was a brilliant show that you did. The world needs people like you to do shows like that. When you did a show on that bridge collapsing in the Virginia, Maryland area, that was brilliant. People need someone like you to push content like that. That is why you're the face of that brand or that podcast. And guess what? Your advertisers and the people that are sponsoring you seem to agree.
Say that? I may talk a lot, and I do. But that's my own shortcoming. It's certainly not the doctrine of this company or what we represent. I appreciate your observation, but I completely disagree with it vehemently.
So, Khairy, oh, bummer. Tina had a message for him. She's like,
go ahead and say it.
Glad you remembered my name, bro. You can still go fuck yourself. Did he hang up, or did you hang up?
I didn't hang up on him.
Oh.
Why the fuck would I hang up on that call?
Oh, Khairy. Oh.
Well, I think my call at this time, I think dropped or something. So I did call him back immediately. Watch this.
Back. He might have just gotten. See, Ethan.
Oh, Ethan is pissed.
This is their show together. My son is pissed, Khairy.
Show some respect, okay, buddy?
And Khairy, I just want to say something. Is that what he said?
Yeah, the last comment, show some respect, okay, buddy?
Ethan goes, what the fuck? Let me explain something real quick. Khairy, I'm not gonna you make a comment that you're the cat's meow and you've kicked people's asses and all my bravado. I've had 2 MMA fighters in this chat say that you have absolutely zero fucking talent, who are actual people who I know have fought in the ring and are.
I've fought in the cage in Reno and in Sacramento and all throughout California, and I've fought in amateur Muay Thai events and have won a Muay Thai amateur state title in 2010. I'm happy with the experience that I have. I'm not trying to be the best fighter in the world. I've had experience in fighting. I'm not even trying to be the best MMA podcaster in the world. I'm in my own lane. I'm not trying to be anybody or anything like that. And guess what? I've had real experiences that you can't take from me. So that's the reality of it.
Considered at least semi-professional fighters, people who actually, maybe at an amateurish level, but participate in what you claim to be. And the comments were, and I didn't see what Tuner said, that your kicks are off balance, that your strikes are weak, that his wife is more effective.
Once again, a whole bunch of bravado talk and this and that, and it's again, you know, just a whole bunch of weirdos saying weirdo stuff, and people who know nothing about MMA. And by the way, this is, you have to understand also, I don't know what he meant by that, but Matt has even said to me one time that he thinks that MMA is just nothing more than repressed sexuality or whatever, which I mean, I don't know what to say to that other than he knows that it's an ignorant statement that he should retract from.
And let me tell you what, your debate skills are about as fucking well-rounded as your fighting skills. I have debated many people, and oh, good, you're back. Okay, so I'm going to finish my statement. I have. Oh, he keeps hanging up. I have debated thousands of people, from the days in Lions Club to Kiwanis, to opposition ideas sitting around the board in retail, to this show, to the nerd show that we did in 2015, the Nerd Fat podcast. I have debated thousands of people. Oh, all right. I'm not hanging up on you. Are you there now?
Yeah. I think.
Okay, great. Then I'm going to finish my comment. So no, I don't hang up on people. Okay, I only hang up if you break the rules that we established at the beginning of the conversation. Why the fuck would I hang up on you? I didn't do that.
No, I never said that you did.
I know, and I'm just telling you, why the fuck would I? I would never do that. All right. I've debated thousands of people. Khairy, let me tell you something. I know you have a passion for this. I know you're not a stupid guy. You're not dumb. I don't believe you're dumb. But you are not good at debate. So how about you do this? How about you stop trying to fucking prove your points, which you're incapable of doing, because they're not resonating with anybody. Because everybody's seeing.
Oh, well, I mean, again, I don't know what he means by that. Again, this is just another example of moving the goalposts again.
Receipts. Everybody's seeing the things you've said. Everyone has an interaction with you, and they all fucking dislike you. So
That's
if
okay
you're
with me.
it shouldn't be. It should no. Let me finish. Let me finish. Dude, shut up for a second. It's not that you can't be a strong and resilient human being without their endorsement. But at some point, brother, you're going to look around yourself and you're going to find out that you're alone. And it will become important to you. Maybe not now, but at some point in your life, you're not going to be okay with having people fucking hate you. Because trust me, as one asshole to another is a lonely fucking existence.
You know what? This right here was sort of my coming to reality moment, right? Like, he's kind of right. And let me tell you why he's right about this. Forget about everything else, right? Forget about all the bravado. Forget about, oh, well, your fighting skills are not, you know, this and that. Matt, listen, you don't have any MMA fighters on your chat. And if they have, and if there are, I highly doubt they fought at a level that I have, or can compete at a level that I have, or train with the guys that I have. But that's neither here or there. And certainly not Turner Monkeys, who, by the way, really doesn't even have a real profile pic, let alone if we can even determine if he's a real person just based on that alone. But aside from all that, what is important and what is really essential to understand is that at one point, you got to learn that if you are this super tough guy that just gets in everybody's faces, that just bullies everybody on a consistent basis, eventually the whole world is going to turn against you. And as a result of that, well, yeah, it can be a very lonely road. Suge Knight has experienced something like that. a lot of MAGA people right now. And I like Donald Trump. I got no problem with Donald Trump, right? I got no problem if he was to become the next president. But to be honest with you, all of these things that have been happening to Donald Trump are not they're not a coincidence, okay? Like, is it fair to say that he's brought this upon himself in a way? Like, I'm not trying to victim blame or anything like that. You shouldn't go out there and shoot anybody, let alone a president, okay? Just to end your life and to try to end the lives of others. I mean, it's not the right way to go. But I will say this. Sometimes people do bring it upon themselves when they go too hard at the world. And this is a great point and a great life lesson that he is spewing right now. Because look, you got to remember something, right? One of the reasons why I wanted to do this podcast, why I wanted to do this channel, is for the simple fact that I want to learn life lessons through mixed martial arts, but also through other stories that I cover around the world, whether that would be stories of, let's say, crime and gangs or geopolitics or everything in between. There's always a great life lesson to learn from, even the interactions that you have with conflict, which is what's going on here right now. This is very important to understand. And I think that there's a really good value in what he's bringing up here. Let's listen into some more.
It's a lonely existence. And I had to learn when to be this way and when not to be. You don't know when not to be.
And he's right about that. He's right about that. Look, I'm 39 years old, right? Matt is 50 plus, whatever his age is, he's up there. He has more experience than me in life, maybe, a very least 15 years worth of life experience over me. That's a lot. And when he says that he knows when to be an a-hole and when not to be, I believe him. Because when you're at a certain age, you start realizing when to pull back and when to pull in and how to do everything else in between. I think he's at an age now where look, the older that you get, the closer you are to realizing your mortality. And the more that you realize that, the more humble you are in life. And I think this is the most beautiful life lesson of all when it comes to this. So.
And it's not only on this. Okay, then shut up and fucking listen. And maybe you might learn something so you can start progressing and rehabilitating your image and at least this chat that might transfer over to your personal life. Your opinion is never more important than how you make people feel. Ever.
Wow. Okay, that's profound. Your opinion is never more important than how you make other people feel. Let's reflect on that for a second. Your opinion is never more important than how you make other people feel. That's very important. That's very important to understand.
If you can learn that, I promise you, you will be a better person. Because if you just remember, they don't care about your achievements. They don't care about your personal successes. They care about how you make them feel. And if you are a cocksucker, they will not come around anymore. I had to learn that many times throughout the years in my show, that I was dropping viewers like crazy. And it's because I was being an asshole.
He's right. He's right. The only thing that I can say about that, though, is that at least within my show, obviously you've seen the interactions that I've had with No Chill MMA, with Fight Night Frankie, also with Zayn Musa Boxing. They're all positive interactions, even with the strangers that I have in the chat. Obviously, if they do decide to pop off at the lip and start, running, talking some smack or whatever, then obviously, yes, I'm going to be a lot more susceptible to firing back in a very negative way or in a very aggressive and abrasive manner. But other than that, I think that I think that I do follow that advice. I think that I do try and be kind to the people that at least that are within my chat or people that are within my inner circles. But he is right, though. If you do start acting like that, even if you're just trying to troll in chats, part of that starts becoming a part of your personality. And quite frankly, you sort of grow into becoming, you know, a very, very bad person. You know what I mean? It becomes a bad habit of just one ill behavior to the next, and that can't be good.
And I still am an asshole, but at least I'm aware of it now, and I apologize. You're sitting here defending yourself, and dude, you got nothing to defend yourself except for Matt said some mean shit about me after I was a complete cocksucker.
Listen, you're absolutely right about everything that you just said. I'm not debating you on that, especially the last part that you said.
You know what? I'm going to show you the pause that he just made after I said that. Okay? Well, first, let me show you his picture right here after I said what I just said. Okay, that's his reaction. Let's go back. Let's rewind that back a little bit.
And dude, you got nothing to defend.
And especially the last part that you said.
Okay, right here. We'll play it.
I'm an asshole, but at least I'm aware of it now, and I apologize. You're sitting here defending yourself, and dude, you got nothing to defend yourself except for Matt said some mean shit about me after I was a complete cocksucker.
Listen, you're absolutely right about everything that you just said. I'm not debating you on that, especially the last part that you said.
Now look at his facial reaction from here.
Great. Then you got some words to say to some people, and they're listening. And I don't fucking care what you think about me. You don't know me a goddamn thing. Because if you don't know me by now and know how that I work, I don't need a fucking apology from you. I don't want it. I want you to change your fucking attitude and be a part of this show, or I want you to fuck the right off. Period. Fuck the right off, or be a part of the show. But in order for you to do that, you got some things to say. So we'll wait and we'll listen. Go ahead.
What exactly? Okay, I think I know where you're going.
You know that little pride button's going off in your fucking head and dinging, and it's fucking going overtime right now. You know goddamn well what I'm saying. Don't sit here and play coy with me. You're like my fucking children. You know what to do. You don't want to do it, but you know you're calling in because you got to.
So the truth of the matter is, going at his mods was not right, because they were never the problem to begin with. With Amy, I'm not even going to address that. It doesn't matter at this point. But the problem that we had was with Matt. It wasn't with those other people, and I should just kept it at that. So I decided that I was going to be the bigger man and apologize to those people. You know, that's just what it is. Now, look. Something you people have to understand, right? There's nothing wrong with apologizing to someone. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I think sometimes apologies go a long way, but also helps alleviate a burden in your heart. It's always important to remember that.
Guilty fucking conscience for once in your life, and that's a good thing. So run with it.
Number one, Amy, I had no right to say some of the things that I said to you because some of those things I have no idea about. Just like if Matt decided to call me an incel or this and that.
No. You were doing so well. You were doing so well.
All I was trying to say was that, you know what? I had no right to talk about what you pay Amy or not, because the truth of the matter is that's none of my business, nor should I really care. If they pay you enough or if they pay you at all, great. If they don't, that's your own business at your own accord, which has nothing to do with me. But at the same time, here's something you got to understand, okay? Matt also has said some things about me that he knows nothing about, right? He calls me an incel, or he calls me like, you know, that I don't have any whatever relationships with women, or this and that or some other weird stuff simply because I don't go out and post my children on social media in any kind of capacity. But again, this is why I said what I said in the beginning of the live stream. I said that there are no real good guys or bad guys with anything. This is a great example of this. You see, like Matt could make me look like the biggest villain to his audience, and I could easily make Matt look like the biggest villain to my audience right here. I had No Chill MMA coming in here defending me. I had Frankie Fight Night, coming in here defending me. Zayn Musa Boxing is definitely going to defend me. All the people that are in my chat, obviously they're all going to defend me, right? But that's neither here or there. Sometimes there are no good guys or bad guys, or there are no winners or losers when it comes to conflict. And that's just the reality of what's going on here.
We're killing it. And you had to bring it back to your own pride. Let that shit go. Stop worrying about what I've said and take responsibility for what you said. And then you allow me to listen to that, wash over me, and maybe, just maybe, I'll admit my fault in this fucking thing. But not if you sit here and give her a butt sandwich. An apology is an apology. She's owed it.
Hold on, you think you have a fault in this?
Oh, of course I have a fault in this. But I'm not going to talk about it until you fucking take care of your responsibility.
So there you go. He admits that he has a fault in all of this. Okay, and I do too. To a certain degree, but who started it? Man, that's where the conflict sort of will rise up again. If you get into these arguments of, well, you started or this and that, I guess those are better left unsaid. And I'm going to take his advice and say, hey, you know what? Sometimes your opinion really doesn't matter. Something to the extent where, you know what? Your opinion really doesn't matter as much as how you make others feel about it. And I think that's a very good point.
For fucking going after the people who have no responsibility in this conversation and never have.
And he's right. I had no right to go after the people that are not responsible for any of this. But you got to understand, man, it's not like Matt didn't put a battery pack over them in any kind of way. Because look, here's the thing, right? You got a guy like this who you are sworn and loyal to. Okay, you're going to want to do anything for him. You're going to want to ride out and crash out for him. So to me, I was perceiving them, as the enemy. Like, man, you know what? This guy said this about me, whoop-de-woo, or whatever. Man, F him. That's how I felt. But he's right. They had nothing to do with it, and it is important to address that.
So let me get to that right now. Amy, I apologize for what I had to say to you. That was uncalled for. Another thing I wanted to address, Bubba, I had no problem with you whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about with the LA story. Yeah, I was down in LA and I asked, you to tap in with me or if you want to meet up or whatever. Okay, it never happened. I don't know what you're going off about other than whatever Matt has, with me, which has nothing to do with you. But whatever it is that I did to you personally, which I can't recall ever making you feel any kind of way, then I'm sorry if I did. But I just don't think that I have done anything. But if I did, please tell me.
I'm sorry is a complete sentence. You're doing fine.
Yeah, no, in all honesty, so Bubba, another listener of his show, I think one time I was in LA and he was down in LA at the same time. And for whatever reason, we never happened. I mean, obviously, I was busy doing my own thing. He was busy doing whatever. It's just what it is. It never happened. But, he brings that up, but then he goes and he calls me a terrorist. He calls me all these types of names, all in the name of trying to, I guess, impress Matt, but to a certain extent. But yeah, it's neither here or there.
I'm proud of you. You're almost there. I'm sorry is a complete sentence. Stop the buts. Everything you say after I'm sorry, dude, is just you telling us why you aren't. What's next? Who's next?
Well, look, I obviously, at this time, I had a long pause. I was thinking in my head, well, who else? there was one person, Sarah Nichols, okay, who I had sort of said some things to. If you're watching this, then I'm sorry, okay, but you did, and again, he doesn't like this when I go with the but. First of all, Matt said about Sarah Nichols that she had autism in some kind of way and said that I went after her. First of all, if I knew somebody had that extent of a problem, do you think that I would go after them? But the fact that she went after me on a chat, I mean, you know, to me, I thought it was fair game at the time. But had I known what I known about her, obviously I would have never said that. So Sarah Nichols, wherever you are, if you're watching this or listening to this in any kind of way, I strongly apologize. Okay? But we go on from here.
Well,
but I didn't mention that here.
I mean, I don't know if it's. I mean, you.
No, I don't want. No. How about the person who's in the other window over there? How about that insignificant fucking woman who shouldn't speak? How about her? You got something to say to her? Is there anything you want to? You're sorry for, or is it just, you know, everyone else gets some love? Does Olivia get anything or no?
Well, here's the thing, right? I never did anything against her other than what you just mentioned earlier. You know, saying that I'm overlooking her or using you to get to, communicate with her, whatever it is. I mean, like, okay.
Khairy, I'm gonna let you off the hook. People are calling for the mercy rule. No, dude, you could have apologized. Here's what it comes down to, and I'm gonna speak for Olivia because, you know, you just sit there, little woman.
Do you like your pot pie for the show, dear?
As I am, she doesn't need your apology. And I'm not trying to dress you down. I'm trying to teach you something. Okay?
So here's something that's important that he wants to teach me, which I think is an important lesson right here, okay? He's trying to say that we're all flawed, which, by the way, is something that I mentioned earlier in the stream. I had said in the beginning of one second into the stream that there are no good guys or bad guys in real conflicts. There are only two people that are at fault.
The only thing I'm trying to teach you is that you are flawed. I am flawed. Everyone on this show has some sort of flaw. The difference is you try to exploit people's flaws and make them feel bad for them. We don't.
You're right.
Yeah. So that's the difference between you and me. You're a fucking you're a bully. Stop being a bully. That's all I got to say.
I got to say something real quick.
Okay, but he did apologize. He doesn't know how to apologize to you because I have a feeling he hasn't interacted with a lot of women like you.
Yeah, probably not. Amy accepts your apologies. She is still blocking you. She will not reopen that.
That's your choice.
My son is watching right now, and he knows he's 11. And his advice to you are 3 words: I'm sorry, ma'am. That's all you need to say. Wow. That is my 11-year-old that just told you to say that. He's being raised right.
Look, I understand what they're trying to go on with here, right? Again, not particularly my style of really adding my kids into the whole entire content space. I don't know if there's even a demand for that. And even if there is, it's not something that I would delve into. But they obviously are comfortable and more disclosive in their family matters at hand when it comes to showing that in the online world. Okay, fair enough. But at the same time, I think part of that also is sort of trying to, how do I say this? I guess soften the other. I don't think that's their intention, but it did kind of soften my heart a little bit because obviously, you know, I have kids just like them, and they're talking about, well, you know what? This is my son. He's being raised right. This is the proper way to do it. Let's see how I interacted after that.
All right, fair enough.
All right, this has been a browbeating. Yeah, no, in 1 second. I have a question. You gonna put this up on your YouTube channel like you put the other one up?
It's right here.
Well, I don't know, man. You know,
Are you gonna put this? Are you gonna put it up? Hold on. You put
I'm
up the one where you feel that you truly did something remarkable, and you put it up. When this is probably the most remarkable thing you've done in a long time, and this is the one that should go up. But that's up to you.
I will. You know what?
Look, you know what he was trying to do here? This is a great way for him to promote his show, right? I mean, you know, it's funny. He did say earlier in the show, he's like, well, you know, you don't really have anybody that watches your show or this and that. And, you know, I made comparisons between my YouTube and his. And obviously he has Wimpkin. He also has Facebook. All these shows are, all these platforms are in his show. Right, like all of his shows are in these platforms. So with that, yes, naturally, of course, he's going to have more viewers, and he's done this longer than me. But on the YouTube side, I mean, look, let's just be honest, right? You know, the truth can never be disrespectful. He's only had a few thousands. The most that I've ever had in, I don't know, man, 8,000. That's the most that I've had. He hasn't reached that. And then my Canelo video is at 4,000. Either way, we're not here to discuss with that. But he wanted me to, I guess, put this on YouTube because it's great content. Why not? Right? And it's great promotion for him. So why not? I never opposed to promoting him in any kind of way. I never opposed, what do you call it? Being part of his content. If it helped him in any kind of way, or and if it didn't benefit me, like me calling into his show, I'm perfectly okay with that.
I will, and I'm going to tell you why. Because sometimes we all need to show people that, you know what, miscommunications happen. We all have our own differences aside of how we live, how we look at the world, and you know, sometimes this is what it has to come down to is a dialogue.
Okay, this wasn't a miscommunication. You communicated everything you intended to do clearly. Okay? And I understand that you decided that you were somehow upset with me and decided to trash me with people, even though you don't think it's trashing. But I would never break you down to your lowest common denominator. I don't do that until it's done to me. And when you call me a social media influencer and an entertainer for the Jews and all this other shit, you and I both know what you were saying. You said I was shilling for the Jews. Come on. You inadvertently made that comment by saying that my time with the IDF, my relationship, along with my grandmother, made me a person who could not see clearly what the Jews were doing. And I was having rose-colored glasses.
Okay, and here's the problem with that, right? So during the October 7th situation that happened in Israel, all right, he did not give any indication that he was concerned of innocent civilians being lost. Now, it was only after the fact that he did mention these things, but it is fair to mention that he did call out Israel for, let's say, some mishaps that they may have committed in the battlefield.
That's what you were insinuating. And I think that's completely
But you do see what they're doing. You've mentioned it.
Of course I do.
You flat out said that, you know what, This is what they're going to do. They're going to go all out, and this is what's going to happen. And they did exactly that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not to say that, like, you know what I mean, that you never had, you know, spoken or had any type of criticisms towards their actions or the way they conducted themselves in whatever operations they were in. You mentioned all that.
Yeah. Then you shouldn't have said what you said. And you shouldn't have said.
And that's only because he only said that after the fact, which I think is important to sort of mention here, right? He's never mentioned that during the October or November days when it was fresh, but he did start mentioning that only a couple of months ago.
The things you said, and I'm not going to go over this. It's over. I don't want an apology. We're men. Jesus, dude, can we fucking just be men? Like I said, I wanted you to show up, I wanted you to show up not because, hold on. I wanted you to show up not so we could fight because you're younger. You're probably stronger. I don't know what your skill set is. I'm a cheating motherfucker. I don't fight fair. But I just wanted to.
So once again, obviously, he admitted that. Look, he's not trying to fight me. And look, you think I'm trying to fight a guy who knows how to shoot better than me, especially a guy who's been around Navy SEALs and all of that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I never wanted conflict with this guy whatsoever. And it's obvious that he never wanted any conflict with me. So what are we talking about, man? What are we talking about? But again, this is why you have to have these dialogues with people sometimes.
Over with. Like, I don't come from a world where we need to explore our feelings and fucking take showers together, yo. I don't even fucking care about this.
You do take showers in basic, but that's another story.
Okay, that's not funny. It's okay. Whatever.
What I'm trying to say is that if you've ever been in basic training for any military camp, whether it's the Marine Corps, Navy, Army, Air Force, there's going to be a time where you're going to be in a shower with a bunch of dudes that are butt naked. I'm just sorry. That's just what it is. But he said that's not funny. It's just kind of funny that he didn't think that's funny when I was really trying to be funny. But yeah, that's just the reality of the experience that most people do. And that's just what happens in basic.
Okay. I would cuddle with you if it was cold enough outside. Okay. Who gives a fuck? The point is that I don't need to measure my dick.
Okay, now he's talking about cuddling or this and that. Look, so another thing that I forgot to mention in this entire interaction was Jake Shields, right? So I want to address this, right? Because he addressed to me about Jake Shields. Oh, you're endorsing Jake Shields or this and that. Look, man, I ran across Jake Shields a few times training around different gyms around Northern California. It's not a big deal. Okay, fighters are going to train with other fighters. And if these fighters live in the same area, guess what? They're going to run across each other no matter what level they are in, whether they are at pro, amateur, or everything in between. So,
you, bro, I'm a 50-year-old man, and any fighting that
in basic, but that's another story.
Okay, that's not funny. Okay, whatever. Okay, I would cuddle with you if it was cold enough outside. Okay,
and once again, he's made fun of Jake Shields also. When no, I didn't call into his show, but I remember he was talking about me in his show, and I was in his chat while this was going on. So he shows a picture of Jake Shields in a very sus position in a club with another male, right? Like, I believe he was sitting in his lap or whatever. But I'm like, thinking, bro, this is what they do. This is like white boy homoneurotic humor. It is just what they do, right? Jake Shields does that. Matt does that. It's a white boy humor that, let's just be honest, many minorities are just not into. But they're comfortable with that joke for whatever reason.
Fuck. The point is that I don't need to measure my dick against you, bro. I'm a 50-year-old man, and any fighting that...
And that's fair. That's a fair thing to say.
I had in me is only reserved for a life and death situation, okay? I don't have anything to prove to you. I know who I am. I am secure in my skin. What I have a problem with is that I didn't ban you until you started disrespecting the females on this show. And that shit don't fucking fly. You don't get to rip on Jews, which you didn't. You don't get.
Okay,
you don't get.
That I had apologized for.
All right, great. I know. Well, now you have. Now you have.
Yes.
You didn't. You denied it. Do you have a girlfriend? Okay, let me ask this. Are you straight?
I don't put
Are you straight?
Listen. What?
Are you straight? Are you straight? I'm not being insulting.
Yeah.
I don't know if you are. I'm asking because I don't know. I'm asking. It's a fucking question.
Okay,
calm down.
Fair enough.
I don't want to insult you if you're like, dude, I don't fucking like women. And this is why, because one broke my fucking heart. I don't know. I'm asking. So you have a family? Do you have a wife? Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes. This is why. Go ahead. What are you going to say?
Good. No, I just was asking. So here's what I'll tell you.
And the reason why you don't know is because, look, do you remember that episode where I was driving in a car and I was on a video call with you? Do you remember that episode? And then you had that other white boy come in. I don't know. You said that he was like a Nazi sympathizer or whatever. I forgot his name. Some blonde white dude.
I remember him.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Okay.
What about it?
Do you like when I was watching that? Obviously, I got off the feed, and then it was just with you three, and I'm like watching that, and I'm thinking to myself, the absolute disrespect that this guy has towards your wife and your family and this and that. I'm like thinking, man, two things I was thinking about that. Later on, as of right now, I was thinking, I don't understand how Olive, could have thought that I was disrespectful when you had a guy like this say all the types of things that he said. And I would never even imagine even saying any of those things.
Yep. That's a great point. And and you know what? I'm going to let the little pretty.
So what I was referring to in that is earlier in his show, right, when we were friendly and we were cool, I got on and there was this guy who he called the Nazi sympathizer, right? I don't know whether he really was or he wasn't. The assessment that I got out of that gentleman was he just seemed to be an ultra white nationalist / Christian, but also a Trump supporter at the same time. So he's sort of in that, way of thinking, that type of ethos. But anyways, he said some things to Olive saying like, oh, you probably have a work husband or, your kids or this and that. And, and I believe that Matt had said that this guy went on some kind of page or some kind of email and said some derogatory things about his kids. And by the way, this is the reason why a lot of people don't know that I have a family or this and that, because guess what? You will never see them in any social media situation that I have going on, whether it be on YouTube or anything else, because I'm not trying to put them through scrutiny. Right? If I'm going to have, bro, you better believe that there's some people out there that are going to involve your kids in beef and conflict. I'm not one of these people, but there are people out there that will. And those are the people that you have to be very careful of.
Little head woman answer it, and she'll tell you why she cared what you had to say and not him. Because she already told you.
Because you downgrade women. Your comments, and I don't know you on a personal level. I've never interacted with you outside of this show. But the interactions that we've had on this show, you downgrade women. You disrespect
That's not why.
women.
You're not telling him the truth. She liked you, dude. She thought you were an okay guy, and she was impressed by you. And
so there it is. This is amazing. Like, they're revealing the truth of why she has this animosity towards me. Listen to this again. Listen to this again.
That a Muslim like you.
Listen to this.
Never interacted with you outside of this show. But the interactions that we've had on this show, you downgrade women. You disrespect
That's not why.
women.
You're not telling him the truth. She liked you, dude. She thought you were an okay guy, and she was impressed by you.
Did you hear that? So, yeah, I thought that was interesting, right? So, again, I'm not showing this to kind of like toot my own horn. I'm just showing you guys this to sort of give you, some context into the reality of what is going on here and why they were so offended. Look, here's the thing, right? Sometimes when you see someone that you're very impressed by, or somebody that you're intrigued by, and then you meet them and then you get to know them, right? You ever heard the expression, don't meet your heroes because you might not like them? This is maybe one of those types of situations. At the same time, when I guess the way that they described it, I started showing my true colors. It was only then they started like thinking, okay, well, you know what? We're very disappointed in this. And again, the minute you become disappointed by somebody's actions, I mean, it's just inevitable. Everybody is not for everybody. And that's just really the best way to put it. But moving on forward.
She thought that a Muslim like you, who came in with humility and was different than anything she ever experienced, and then you filled the fucking stereotype, dude, and it disappointed her. She won't say that because that's not my wife. She'll call you a cock, but when it comes to that,
but that stereotype is not indicative of the Muslim culture.
Then don't act like it.
Like I said, I have met Muslim people who are amazing. I've met Muslim people who are not amazing. So, you know, you showed as you became more comfortable on the show. And I don't know if you were joking, but one time might be a joke, but the multiple times is not.
It's behavior.
It is. You disrespected women. And
Look, I think it's fair to say that
was not going to have it.
I think it's fair to say that anything that I had said was just nothing more than tongue-in-cheek and banter. Okay? I thought that I was at the right place to do that. Considering, because you know what? I'm with people that are Republicans, people that are right-wing MAGA, right? And so I'm thinking, like, you know what? These are not like the type of liberals that we have around California that just get offended by anything. But again, you know, sometimes your opinion doesn't matter as much as how you make if it makes others feel a certain negative way. And he's right about that.
Not on this show. And, you know, I mean, if that's not you, then that's great. But then you need to show it.
Ethan says, the biggest insult to you is she will never make you a pop pop.
Oh my God. He's got your sense of humor.
All right. Listen, Khairy, here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna go ahead and just and do this. And I'm gonna say, I've been through this conversation before. I've had this conversation done to me, and certainly not live, but it was in front of a group of people, and I got undressed by one of my best mentors and friends who honestly created this show because his wife ostracized us, and he allowed executive leaders to tear into me, and I had to sit here and take it. And he goes, "You say one fucking word, you're fired." And I had to listen honestly to what people thought of me, and it was the most embarrassing and fucking horrible experience. And then I had to apologize, and it felt like I was 4 years old, and I just punched my brother, and I had to go shake his hand and tell him I'm sorry when I didn't want.
Yeah, no, I don't feel that same way, but I do understand the lesson behind it, but I'm not embarrassed by it in any way. I look at it like this: any lesson that you learn, you're going to win. And you know what? I won with this one because, quite frankly, this live stream right now, I just got more views with this live stream than what you did with this show. And this is me reacting to your show. So, I mean, you know, just saying, you know, got a little more numbers on YouTube on this one than you did. Again, I'm not trying to, you know, rekindle again our beef by, you know, trying to slag you off or anything like that. But I'm just saying that this is a good lesson that you learn either way. And I'm not embarrassed by it in any kind of way. I'm not shy about it in any kind of way because, you know, I don't care what other people think. But at the same time, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe there will be a time and space where you may not feel that way, and it may matter to you. And that is something that I have to think about and be very cognizant of as I get older in this journey of life.
Whether you take this experience like that, that's fine. I will unblock you. You're more than welcome to participate in the show. But if you even remotely decide to treat people the way you treated them before, you're gone. And that may not matter to you. And whether you take advantage of this or not really is immaterial to me. I hope you come back. I hope you watch the show. I hope you participate in a thought-provoking manner. I hope you joke. I hope you and Tina can get along because you didn't apologize to her. And that's the one fucking lady you don't want to piss off because that chick can put you in handcuffs and throw you in fucking jail.
Yeah, but you know what? She's not in my jurisdiction in California. And let me just say this, you know, the cops here in California, some know who I am for the negative reasons and some know who I am for the positive reasons. And those positive reasons are to my favor. So you take that how you want it. But yeah, I mean, Tina's not in my jurisdiction, but I got no problem with cops. I got no problem with Tina. I got no problem with anybody. You know, by the end of the day, it's just all internet banter. And that's just what it really comes down to.
She's a badass, man. And let me tell you something. I can't say something, but that woman has more honor and more integrity than I ever wish I could have. And I cannot tell you why. But she is an incredible human fucking being. I admire her more than just about any person in my life after something that she did with me. And I can't go into it. I cannot go into it. But I will tell you, it was amazing. So that's all I got to say. You got 1 minute like everybody gets. Go ahead.
So as far as it goes, I never meant any harm, towards her in any kind of way. Your wife did mention earlier that, when you mentioned a Chris Brown comment, it was a joke. Okay. She also mentioned, I hope you're not really like that. Okay. The truth is I'm not. If I'm going to have an interaction with a person on a daily basis, it's obviously going to be cordial like anybody else. I'm not going to go out of my way to disrespect people or this and that. But I will say this. One of the things that I really related on with Matt, being that he's a California guy, you know what it's like growing up here. Everybody's always, oh, whoop-de-woo, this and that. Oh, you're not good enough, this and that. Whoop-de-woo, always talking smack or this and that. Growing up in a culture like that does affect you in a mental way. And that's all that I really have to say about that. And I think you understand that more than anything. I think.
I do.
Being a former Californian yourself.
Okay. And I will say that your insecurities and your crosses are yours to bear and nobody else's. If they want to bear your cross, then you've got to share with them in a way that they want to carry it with you. But you don't castigate your aspersions on people in order for them to somehow provide you some type of solace or conciliatory relationship.
I'm not saying that that's the reason why I'm doing it. I'm not saying that I'm doing that because of out of spite. I'm just saying that when you grow up in a culture like that, you're used to being that way. And obviously, the military may have contributed some parts of that to your personality, but maybe a lot of that had a lot to do with your past experiences that I'm not going to go into, respectfully speaking, with the things that you've mentioned in your life. So,
dude, you and I are not alike.
No, I never said that. I said that.
Good, because you keep trying to assimilate some sort of common denominator between you and I. I am not like you. I am not. Hold on. I am not. Carrie, shut up. I'm not like you. I don't believe in what you believe in. Okay, then don't say that you're trying to go ahead and figure out what contributed to who I am. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me. You have collected things that you try to use against me that ultimately fucking backfire, but you don't know who I am. And you don't know what I've done, and you don't know what I've seen. And for you to assume that you and I have commonality, it's not because we don't. It's that you wouldn't know. Because those conversations have never taken place between you and I. So anything that you're doing is presumption.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, good. So let's do this. Let's stop here, because whatever you were calling in for, you got and more. And I didn't have any expectations for this phone call. And let's end it here, because it can only go bad from here, because we ended on a good note. You got your minute. I've spoken my piece. You noticed I didn't point any fingers. I just answered your questions. I don't want to relitigate our relationship. As far as I'm concerned, that shit's over. Don't let it happen again. That's it. And then I will go ahead and say what I was going to say, is that the things that I have said were incredibly rude, incredibly insensitive, and I don't have any fucking clue if any of those things are true. All I know is I know what buttons to push on you, and I did it. Okay?
Yeah, you did. You did, man.
Dude, don't head fuck a head fucker. That's the rule. I head fuck better than anybody. I'm good at it.
You said that. Yeah, that's well said. I don't know why. That's exactly what I was thinking. But yeah, you said that well.
Okay, then goodbye. Have a great night and enjoy California. You're still in California, so I can't say be safe because I don't think the hurricane's going to hit there. All right? Have a good night. Thanks for calling us.
You as well.
All right, buddy.
Ethan just made that entire phone call.
Hey, Ethan did great.
Oh,
Ethan's
my gosh.
funny.
Oh
Ethan.
yeah, he gets his sense of humor from you.
Listen, folks. Listen. There were so many things I wanted to talk about, and I didn't get to talk about them. So if it's okay, I'm going to do a quick 5-minute high level.
All right. So basically, that does it for our little conflict with the "Don't Unfriend Me" podcast. Once again, it's important to understand that, you know what, we all have differing opinions. We all are going to look at life differently, but it doesn't mean that we can't get along. It doesn't mean that we can't interact. It doesn't mean that we can't share ideas, or it doesn't mean that we can't learn from each other with everything that, I guess, yeah, we can learn from with each other. But either way, that's that. So let's get to the Vince McMahon scandal in the Netflix series, right? So if you look at the Netflix series with Vince McMahon, what's really interesting about this, let's take a look at the names of the episodes real quick. So number one is episode 1 is Junior, right? It's Vince McMahon's footsteps that he's following from his father. Basically, during the time of when he took over the entire world of professional wrestling. Heat, episode 2, where Vince McMahon attracts scandal and scrutiny in the media, right? Which created more of his character in the Attitude Era, the screw job during Bret Hart, right? I didn't even know that Vince McMahon already did a screw job before Bret Hart. You got to check that out. I don't want to spoil anything, right? And in the Attitude Era, which was very instrumental in influencing the culture of sports today. I mean, literally, you look at everybody that's doing a cross chops or whatever, this came from DX, right? That's a huge influence. Family business. Vince brings his family into the fold and attempts to push the envelope on air and beyond the ring. A momentous merger changes the wrestling landscape. Obviously, this is involving WCW and WWE, and how they basically bought their whole entire library from there. That one I'm still watching. And then the finish, after a tragedy draws attention to wrestling injuries, WWE refocuses on safety expansions. Vince retires, and they talk about all of that. And they constantly, every episode is about the history of wrestling, the history of WrestleMania, but in between it, it is about Vince McMahon's scandals in between that. So that's what we have for the Vince McMahon documentary. I mean, it's great. It really is great. And you know what? You know what's even more amazing about it is that even if you are a wrestling fan, or I'm sorry, even if you're not a wrestling fan, you would really appreciate this whole entire documentary. So I urge you guys to definitely take a look at it. So last order of business, we're going to talk about UFC Paris, which is happening literally in less than a couple of hours. So let's delve into the whole entire card of Benoit Saint-Denis versus Moicano. Now, I obviously talk about the fights. Let me pull up the video of that real quick while I here we go. Hold on a second. Let me pull up this. Okay, here we go. Let me play this for you guys right here. Among many, then,
All right, this weekend we've got ourselves an exciting fight night once again, but this time taking place at UFC Paris and not stuck once again in the Apex Center in Las Vegas in a warehouse that once in a while we'll have a few celebrities and known people come through, but realistically, a high school gym can pack more people with exciting games than the Apex can. And at one point, they used it as the headquarters during the pandemics to hold some of the biggest fights that we've already had. Like, for example, Daniel Cormier and Stipe Miocic. And then you had Francis Ngannou against Stipe Miocic again. Among many other fights, obviously, Izzy's fights, many of them have also been in the pandemic stages. But nonetheless, we're back on the road. They are going to fight in Paris, which, again, is a city known for the Olympics not too long ago. This September 28th, it's going to be the home of the UFC. And we've got an exciting lineup to talk about. Moicano versus Saint-Denis as the headliner, the co-main event, Imavov taking on Allen. And of course, I am going to focus on the main event of this particular fight and the kicks and punches and the technical aspects of that, as opposed to, let's say, going over the entire card. Now, do I know some of the people that are in this particular card? Yes, but there's a lot that I don't. And for me to sit here, like the other channels such as MMA Guru, to go over the entire card would be a disservice to all of you, because in realistic terms, he can't really grasp and understand the full capacity of these fighters to give an accurate prediction. So the first fight of the night, it's going to be against Bolaji Oki, and then there's Chris Duncan. I've gone over this in the video, by the way, so I'm that's the first fight of the night. Nora Cornelli taking on Jacqueline Cavalcante, 7-1 versus 8-1. That's good right there. So let's Ellen Perez, that's a good one. Brendan Allen flying all the way to France, taking on Nasruddin Imavov. I got to wonder if there's some sort of problem with, let's say, maybe, I don't know, maybe some issues with jet lag, right? There has to be. I don't know how long Brendan Allen went out there from, right? Like, I don't know if he did a 2-week stay or whatever, but for whatever reason, yeah, man, he probably needs a good bout. Main topic that we're going to talk about also, Chavez ties to the cartel. What is the reason behind his expedited process of his ICE deportation? And then we're going to jump right into the monologue straight away, right? Unlike these other channels, what I like to do is jump straight into the monologue right from the very beginning. And I know that's not always ideal because you want to wait for people to get in here. But if I got to repeat myself, so be it. And we are only in the microphone check. The microphone checking phase of the live stream right now. So in exactly 30 seconds. Okay, so within 30 seconds, I'm going to get right into the monologue of the topics at hand that we are talking about right now. So don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also hit the share button and let your friends know around the world what we are going to talk about. Marty Miller, what up, my man? Shout out to Marty Miller. First one in here, always, a loyal soldier to the cause of this channel. And we're going to get right into it. And a happy 4th to everybody that is out there right now. Obviously, it's just another day for everybody around the world, but for America, obviously, it is significant because it is the 249th birthday of America. Now, what comes after that is the 250th birthday of America, which is next year. The main topic that we're going to talk about. Big Ank MMA says hello. Hello, how are you, Big Ank MMA? Hello to Big Ank MMA. Hello to Marty Miller, 65. And for all of you that are out there tapping in the world right now, I'm going to talk about a history in America that has been forgotten. Trump said UFC fights in the White House. Correct. Main topic that we're going to talk about. Also, Chavez ties to the cartel. What is the reason behind his expedited process of his ICE deportation? We're going to talk about that. UFC 318, same day as Manny Pacquiao versus Mario Barrios. Also on that day, undisputed championship boxing fight between Usyk and Dubois, all taking place on the same day. Big Ink says, I've been doing great celebrating 4th of July. Okay, very good, man. Very good. Very good. I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to throw some fireworks out there, and you know there's going to be inherent danger involved in that. Speaking of inherent danger, let me talk to you about a lost history in America. First off, let's talk about Theodore Roosevelt and his love for jiu-jitsu, okay, which, by the way, involved with the help popularize these martial arts in the United States. I don't know if you guys know that, okay? He trained with Professor John O'Brien, who later was with Yugoshigo Yamashita, a judo master, okay? Roosevelt's enthusiasm for these martial arts extended to encouraging others, including his family and political associates, to participate. Sound familiar? Sort of like what Trump is doing right now with the UFC. You see Trump, when he goes to the UFC, there's Kash Patel, there's members of the Senate, there's staff members of the White House. Obviously, the Secret Service has to go with him. And then you got J.D. Vance along with him as part of that entourage when he goes to the UFC. So what were some Roosevelt's interests in martial arts and how it began? Well, just like most American boys, guess what his two martial arts was starting as a kid? Okay, Roosevelt's interest in martial arts began with boxing and wrestling when he was a young man. And guess what the United States is very prevalent at, including mixed martial arts today. But prior to that, it was boxing and scholastic wrestling, which is everything that you see right now. So the jiu-jitsu training of Roosevelt was in 1902. Roosevelt began training in jiu-jitsu with Professor John O'Brien, who had experience in Nagasaki, Japan. By the way, shout out to everyone that is commenting at this point. I will read your comments as soon as I get done with this monologue. So please keep the comments going, and I'm going to keep the monologue going, and I will be reading your comments. I just didn't want to get off topic with what I was talking about, but shout out to everyone around the world. Hit the like and subscribe button. So here we go. So 1902, Roosevelt began training in jiu-jitsu with John O'Brien, who had experience training in Japan. And this makes this guy a very credible martial artist to train who other than the president of the United States. Judo training. Later, he studied with Yugoshigo, a judo master who taught him 3 times a week. So Roosevelt was training himself pretty well, right? 3 times a week. That's about the average of what most people who join MMA gyms train just about. If you're a pro, you obviously train more days than that, right? Or if you train in 3 times in that place, or then within that coach, then you train in other places and maybe do other things such as weightlifting, functional lifting, or other means of training to get your stamina up, right? So Roosevelt's popularization, okay, passions for these martial arts helped introduce and popularize them among Americans. Okay, so as a prominent figure, the National Wrestling Hall of Fame recognized Roosevelt as an outstanding American for his wrestling and martial arts involvement, and also his endorsement. He famously stated that the art of jiu-jitsu is worth more in every way than all of the athletics combined. And this is according to, the only source that we got out of this is of a quote in a Facebook, but we don't know if he actually really said this, and I really have to emphasize that. So what is Theodore Roosevelt's legacy in the midst of now finding out that the UFC is going to hold its 250th birthday of America with a gift to the White House by having a UFC event there? Okay, well, Roosevelt's martial arts practice is seen as a testament to his strenuous life and philosophy, because even Joe Rogan said it best, right? Joe Rogan said that
martial arts is a vehicle to test your body. I'm obviously paraphrasing, right? But it is to test everything about your human will and instinct and durability, right? In other words, yeah, not giving up. Watch Clown Show says, deport Ali Abdelaziz. Well, there's a reason why he's not, but there's also a reason why Ali is not taking any overseas trips. So I don't know if that's because maybe he doesn't want to go there because maybe, you know, nefarious things could happen, or maybe they have other agencies or governments out there in different parts of the world that may be after him. And yeah, are you the son of Sumachi? I don't know who that is, Denny the dog, but shout outs to you on any regard. So understand, right? If you want to listen to that monologue that I just went on right now, rewind. I talk about Theodore Roosevelt's experience training in judo, jiu-jitsu, and boxing. And obviously, this is before Trump's grand idea of the current news that is happening right now with the White House hosting fights in America's 250th birthday, which is coming up next year. So Teddy Roosevelt understands the value of mixing different martial arts, and here it is. It is coming full circle now. So obviously, the other news that we're going to talk about as well as this, because we're going to get to all of this in an expeditious matter, because obviously by 1 o'clock, I do have to go. Well, if you're a Muslim and you know that it's Friday, you know what it is. It is 12 p.m. here in the West Coast and 1 p.m. That would only mean Juma prayers. So the other news topic at hand that we have going on is boxer Chavez Jr. arrested by ICE and to be deported. Now, we're going to go through different articles about this in order to try and understand different pieces of what it is that they are trying to convey with these messages. In other words, what is the agenda of Fox News versus Los Angeles Times versus ESPN, which is probably more right up the alley of sports and covering boxers and MMA pro fighters, right? Okay, so Marty Miller says they're deporting Chavez before taking a dive in a Jake Paul fight. Oh, man. Okay, well, that is sort of the thing that's going on around, right? Him saying that he sort of, you know, took a dive. But I'm going to delve into that, and I'm going to tell you why I don't think that's right. I don't think that it's highly accurate, and I'm going to give reasons why. So Big Ink says, I didn't know that Roosevelt trained. Oh, yes. Yes, he has a serious history in American martial arts. And you know what? It is probably the reason why MMA in America is so prevalent. Think about this, right? In the 1970s and 80s, boxing, wrestling, and karate was big in California. You've seen that in the Karate Kid, right? It was very prevalent with all these karate tournaments that they had going on, the wrestling tournaments around the United States. Forget California. Obviously, Iowa is probably the best wrestling program. If you're Bo Nickel, you would argue that it's Penn State. If you are, well, if you're Cain Velasquez, shout out to him, free Cain Velasquez, he would argue that it's the Arizona Sun Devils, but so on and so forth. America is big in wrestling, period. Yael Para says, hi, how are you, man? Let me know what part of the world. Oh, wait, I actually did talk to you before, but yeah, please write on the comment section. Let me know what part of the world all of you are from so we can get this engagement going. So we know what part of the world Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. is from, and that is exactly why the United States is deporting him back to Mexico. But not only that, they expedited his process based on the fact that Chavez has supposed ties to the cartel. Now, let's go to the ESPN article first, right? To sort of preface this and then understand what everybody is saying. Okay, so famed boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was arrested for overstaying his visa and lying on a green card application and will be deported to Mexico, where he faces organized crime charges.
Boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. has been arrested by ICE in Los Angeles and slated for deportation. This comes just 5 days after he lost Jake Paul in a fight in Anaheim. The Department of Homeland Security said in a statement that Chavez Jr. was wanted on an active arrest warrant for his involvement in organized crime. He's married to a U.S. citizen.
Okay, so now that's interesting, okay? He's married to a U.S. citizen.
So wouldn't that automatically make him a U.S. citizen as well? Maybe not, maybe yes. But let's read this article right here from ESPN so that we can understand different articles, where they are coming from, and read between the lines what is what. Los Angeles, famed Mexican boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was arrested for overstaying his visa, lying on his green card applications, and will be deported to Mexico, where he faces organized crime charges, federal officials said Thursday. Now, the arrest comes after days of fighting Jake Paul. Okay, we all know who Jake Paul is, in Anaheim, California, where the fight took place. The Department of Homeland Security said officials determined Chavez should be arrested June 27th, a day before the fight. It was unclear why they waited to act for days after the high-profile event. Well, I think that's quite obvious, right? I think that, wow, come to think of it, maybe, I mean, they don't really care, but either way, I think there was a part of them that sort of wanted to see him get knocked out by Jake Paul, and that was probably going to be the reality of it. Look, guys, you need to understand, agents, federal agents, cops, and all these people, they are people too. So in other words, you see gangsters on the internet, YouTube, and all of that, right? Bloods, Crips, Essays, Norteños, all of that have YouTube channels. All these guys, they all want clout, okay? That is prevalent in the world of rap, entertainment, and podcasting. They want all of that. But you need to understand that cops are also in that same field as well in terms of gaining clout. You want an example of that? Take a look at Myron Gaines, former Homeland Security agent. Okay, now look at him, one of the biggest YouTubers in the world. Okay, now they want clout. They are federal agents. Yes, they live for the service of the United States and all of that, but we live in a capitalistic society where your name value means something if you are somebody. Okay, and what better way to do that than to get on YouTube and make prominence about yourself? And that's literally the reason why I'm on YouTube, right? I'm not going to make any bones about it. Like, I'm in YouTube because I want to be a YouTube star. I want to be one of the top guys in MMA streaming, and I work very hard to do it. I do my research. I perfect my articulation, my speech, and I increase my education, all for the purpose of becoming the best YouTuber in MMA streaming. Okay, that's all there is to that, right? But where was I going with this? Sorry about that. Okay, so okay, what I was saying is that yes, it is the federal agents that also want clout, because guess what? Look at Craig Caden, the guy who did the Tupac case. Okay, not only did he do the Tupac case, he did the Biggie case, and now he's in the midst of every story that involves Death Row, Puff Daddy, Bad Boy Records, all of that, right? Because he's a cop who wanted a clout and wanted more out of his retirement that maybe LAPD was not going to give him. Federal agents like Myron are no different than that, no different than Officer Tatum. All these police podcasters that you see, no different than the gangster podcasters that you see on YouTube and right now, okay? That's really no different. All there is to it. So that is why they waited until they were going to postpone the event. I mean, why they waited to postpone the event of the raid and letting the fight go on rather than doing it on the 27th, which was the weigh-ins. They didn't want to do it then because guess what? If I was a federal agent and I didn't like Chavez, I think there was a part of me that said, maybe I'd like to see Jake Paul knock this guy out for good old USA, brother. Good old USA, good old Jake Paul, the great white American white hope hero, knocking out the evil Chavez from Mexico. That's probably the narrative that a lot of these guys have planted in their heads. But anyways, let's continue on with reading this article from ESPN, okay? Chavez, 39, was picked up Wednesday by a large number of federal agents while he was riding a scooter in front of his home where he resides in upscale Los Angeles neighborhood of Studio City near Hollywood. I know exactly where that is, not too far from where I stay at every time I'm in Universal Studios. So according to his attorney, Michael Goldstein, oh, what a surprise. His lawyer's last name is Goldstein, but hey, guess what? Listen, they are the best at it when it comes to law, and I'm going to tell you why, because in the Jewish traditions,
they read the Torah, right? What is the Torah? It is the law of God. It is the Sharia of Allah, right? And a lot of Jews, and Muslims as well. That is why there's a lot of lawyers that are Arabs, as well as there are a lot of lawyers that are Jews, is because we grew up studying the law of Allah, which is the Old Testament, or in our case, the Quran, which we also hold relevance to with the Old Testament and the New Testament, as well as somewhat of a written, word of Allah, right? But neither here or there. It is basically because we study law. Okay, so moving on. The current allegations, according to Goldstein, are outrageous and simply another headline to terrorize the community, Goldstein says. So that is the argument from lawyer Goldstein. Let me read these comments before I continue on. Big Ink says, if this is what happened to Chavez Jr., what other boxers do you think have a part of it? In terms of what? Being part of the cartel, Big Ink MMA? Or do you feel that what are other types of people that they want to tie into Chavez? Please elaborate on your question so I can further answer it to the best of my ability. Alariza, how are you, my man? Is this U.S. situation is really bad as they say? Well, okay, so to address that, Alariza, and then I'm going to go into the topic with Chavez, right? Deporting all of these people, and then on top of that, the current big house bill that Donald Trump is putting up, I mean, it is going to shut down a lot of hospitals, and there's a lot of Republicans that are sort of okay with this, and a lot of them are okay with it because maybe they haven't felt the effects of having a hospital being closed down from them or near them or something like that. But rest assured, I just think that there's a lot of people that are making excuses for Donald Trump. And look, here's the thing. I have no hatred for Trump. In fact, I don't really claim a particular party or anything like that. I just call it what it is and what is in front of me and what I see. And I can't imagine that it's going to be good for everybody else. But the other argument of it is, hey, you know what? We're tired of paying taxes towards illegals and this and that, and this is probably going to halt that situation. But no one really knows until we get there and until the effects of these budget cuts that Trump is doing is going to be felt from years on out. We can't really speculate right now. We really don't know. We need more numbers and metrics to sort of measure it. But for now, this is what we have. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question, Alariza. Shout out to you. Fresh Melon Juice. Hello, my man. He says Arab lawyer equals Jew rab. Okay, so very interesting wordplay on that one. Shout out to all my Jewish people, all my Arab people, all my Muslim people around the world. By the way, happy Juma, Friday prayers to everybody out there as we are celebrating our own day of Sabbath in Friday, right? So that's kind of how it goes. The day of Sabbath for Muslims are Friday. For the Jews, it is Saturday. And for the Christians, shout outs to you guys as well, it is for Sunday. And if you are a Satanist, then I think that Monday is your favorite day because you get to see everybody suffer through Monday, because at some point everybody suffers on a Monday. But all right, moving on. So with Goldstein, the lawyer of Chavez, many people across Southern California are on edge as immigration arrests have ramped up, prompting protests and federal deployment of National Guard troops and U.S. Marines to downtown Los Angeles. Goldstein said he did not know where Chavez was being detained on Thursday morning, but he said his client were due in court Monday in connection with prior gun possession charges. By the way, also important to know, it is on public record, and this is not snitching in any kind of way. This is out there, right? Jake Paul was raided by the FBI for gun possessions, and not only that, gun running as well. So I want you to keep that in mind, okay? So Chavez's family issued a statement on Thursday afternoon in support of him. The Los Angeles Times reported, "We have full confidence in his innocence," the family said. "We firmly believe that the proper course is to allow the competent authorities to carry out their work without external pressure or speculation." Before his bout with Paul on Saturday, Chavez had fought just once in 2021, having fallen to an innumerable lows during his lengthy boxing career conducted in the shadows of his father, Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. one of the most beloved athletes in Mexican history and a member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame who won championships in several weight classes. So obviously we know that the son has battled, okay, we could go on about this and this and that. Okay, so yeah, all right, so that's ESPN. Okay, let's read the Fox News. Okay, let's go to Fox News, and then we'll go to New York and LA Times to sort of piece this out together. Okay, so Fox News. Let's hear what they have to oh wait, hold on here. Okay, so obviously this is Fox News, right? I'm going to show you guys the picture of Chavez, right? Mugshot, July 2nd. And how appropriate, right? Just days before the 4th of July. I'll bet you all the, you know, right-wing dudes are like, yeah, America, F yeah, Chavez is getting deported. But he still makes more money than you. Know, he got more money than you. He made more money than you in the Jake Paul fight. And with a little bit of money here and there, he can come into the United States dressed in a mustache and a wig, and you won't even know it. Hey, you look familiar. Aren't you the son of, no, I don't know, amigo. I don't know who you are. I'm just, you know, Pablo from the block, eh? You know, but anyways, yeah. On any regard, okay, so famed Mexican boxer. They always start it with famed Mexican boxer, right? It's almost like this sort of weird, I don't know. But, you know, instead of me reading it, let's
As a AAA member,
oh, wait.
you can unlock exclusive discounts on everyday purchases. Save on tickets, shopping, dining, hotels, and more. We're more than just emergency roadside assistance. Visit AAA.com/audio and find out how much you can save.
All right, let's hear.
Mexican boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. arrested by IC days after fighting Jake Paul. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, IC, just 4 days after fighting Jake Paul at the Honda Center in Anaheim, California. The Department of Homeland Security announced the arrest on Thursday, saying Chavez was being processed for expedited removal from the United States. The announcement also stated that Chavez has an arrest warrant in Mexico for his involvement with the Sinaloa cartel. On July 2nd, ICE arrested Mexican boxer and criminal illegal alien Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. The announcement read on X. He is now being processed for expedited removal from the United States. This Sinaloa cartel affiliate has an active arrest warrant in Mexico for his involvement in organized crime and trafficking firearms. And
so there you go. What did I say? Trafficking firearms, right? Jake Paul had a very similar charge, but I don't know what happened to that. I think it was just confiscated. I don't know. I mean, he obviously didn't face any jail time for that. So something, you know, went on in that one. But I noticed that with Fox News, the way that they sort of, you know, talked about this was a very matter of fact, didn't really throw their feelings into it. Well, not that the other article threw their feelings into it. It was more like, all right, well, they added these statements of the family. They added the statements of with the recent things that are going on with ICE and the Marines being deported there. And I don't know how that's relevant because obviously after the fact, the Marines are no longer, or not, and not even after the fact, before the fact, the Marines were no longer there. They just wanted to make it into some kind of sensationalized manner. So surprisingly, Fox News was actually very much within full integrity in their journalistic endeavors of this particular matter at hand, right? They were just matter of fact. They said, hey, this is what happened. This is what they have alleged him to be ties to. They didn't throw a lot of feelings into it. And I think because, you know what, when you are Fox News, when you are the right wing, when you are the Republicans right now, I think it's safe to say that you have the moral high ground when it comes to the policies of immigration. Because obviously, if you're a Republican and you lean towards MAGA, you want all of these things to happen, right? And so if they are happening,
with exactly what you had voted for and what you asked for out of Trump, well, there is no choice but to sort of speak about it in a very matter-of-fact-ish type of way, rather than trying to sensationalize it, rather than trying to put your feelings into it, or rather than trying to create some kind of narrative that does not exist for or any sort of reality. So a little bit different than how ESPN did it versus how Fox News did it. Now let's read how the Los Angeles Times had did it. So ICE seeks to deport. These are the headlines by Los Angeles Times. Okay, by the way, just so you guys know, a very left-leaning newspaper, historically speaking, at least. Okay, so United States immigration agents have detained prominent Mexican boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Notice how they don't call him famed or anything like that. They call him prominent. Detained prominent Mexican boxer Julio Cesar Chavez. It's almost like they wanted to say it in past tense with the other one, right? But I don't know. And are working to deport him, with officials saying he has an active arrest warrant in Mexico for his involvement in organized crime and trafficking firearms, ammunitions, and explosives. Okay. I do know that in the first reports that I heard about it, I did hear about explosives, right? Which, by the way, is very serious. Ishli Ali asks, Ilya or Islam? Obviously, I'm going to go with Islam, but I don't know if I'm the right guy to ask this, because look at my beard, right? I don't know if I could ever give you a non-biased take when it comes to the Muslim fighters, but I'm going to go with Islam. And I hope that doesn't surprise you, you know, because it wouldn't surprise me. But just like if you're Georgian, I don't know if you're Georgian or not, but if you are, I think there's a great chance that you are a Merab and an Ilia Topuria fan, and I think that you would root for them in every fight possible. At least I would think so. Depending on your stance on nationalism and things of that nature. Okay, so Immigration and Customs Law Enforcement officials arrested Chavez in Studio City on Wednesday. Now notice, okay, notice how they just say, all right, on Studio City, but when you go to ESPN, they had to bring up this picture of saying, you know what, it was in this prominent area of Hollywood, right? He was riding a scooter. Notice how they don't say any of that in Los Angeles Times, right? I don't know why. I mean, maybe because it would put some kind of shame to, you know, sort of describe the wealth of Chavez while he's trying to be the victim. Who knows? But I'm just trying to make you guys see how different articles sort of read about this. But let's continue on, okay? So processing him for an expedited removal from the U.S., according to the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE. Homeland Security news release said that Chavez had been flagged as a public safety threat, but the Biden administration indicated in internal records he was not an immigration enforcement priority. Okay, but now that he is, notice how it's different with different presidents. So last year in January, officials said that the Los Angeles Police Department arrested Chavez and was charged with illegal possessions of assault weapons and manufacture of import or short-barreled rifles. He was later convicted of the charges. Now, Chavez's manager, Sean Gibson, told the Times they are currently working on a few issues. Okay, now, now notice how it is his manager that's being talked here. And then Michael Goldstein, the lawyer, is being presented here too. They blocked off the street and took him in custody, leaving his family without any knowledge of his whereabouts. Now, notice how Fox News didn't talk about that, right? Son of a Mexican boxing legend, Julio Cesar Chavez, widely regarded as the greatest boxer in the country's history, Chavez Jr. faced off on Saturday against influencer turned fighter Jake Paul and lost. 2 weeks before the Anaheim bout against Paul, Chavez held a public workout in Maywood where he spoke to the Times. He revealed that one of his trainers had skipped the training sessions out of fear of immigration enforcement. Wow. Now, why is that being said here on Los Angeles Times and not on other channels? We don't know. I was even scared to tell the truth. It was very ugly. Chavez said, I don't understand the situation. Why so much violence? There's a lot of good people, and you're giving the community an example of violence. I'm from Sinaloa, where things really get ugly. And you come here to such beautiful country with everything and see Trump attacking immigrants, Latinos for no reason. Not being with God makes you think you know everything. Trump made a bad decision. Not being with God makes you think you know every. Okay, so he's basically calling Trump a fake Christian. So he added everything that happens. I wouldn't be deported. When U.S. officials announced arrest Thursday, they refer to Chavez as an affiliate of the Sinaloa cartel. Okay, so the Trump administration had designated a Mexican drug trafficking group as a foreign terrorist organization. Okay, so all right, so that's basically all of the Los Angeles Times. That's a little bit of the Los Angeles Times. Okay, so now let's get to the New York one, okay, just to see the kind of the difference, and then we'll go to the next subject. Okay, so okay, let's read some comments here. Watch the Clown Show says, I am Jordan. DW, I'm Muslim too. I'm backing Islam. Okay, Ishi Ali says, watch Clown Show says, if Ilya moves up to 170, he will retire. Ilya Glazer, Big Ang says, oh, okay. A little action going on here in the chat. Big Ang says, Armin said, it's best Ilya didn't fight anyone in their prime. Watch Clown Show says, so why is Islam running? Ilya ran from contenders at 145, John Silva, Movsar, Lopez, LeRond, Arnold Allen, Yair. Watch Clown Show says, why is Islam running? He didn't run. He swept his division. Big Ang says, Ilya didn't defend against lots of contenders. Watch Clown Show says, when Ilya moves up to 170, what will Islam's excuse be then? Rhett Knows MMA. Shout out to Rhett Knows MMA. Even Joe. I don't know who's Joe. Who's Joe? Rhett MMA says, Ilya is my GOAT. He'll never lose. He'll retire as the GOAT. That could be a possibility. Okay, so back to the New York Times. Actually, no, there is no New York Times article in this. You got to pay for it. I'm not willing to do that, but okay. Let's yeah, man. So okay, I think that's the point that I just really wanted to make you guys understand, is that there's just a different ways of how they are communicating this particular story, and I'm sort of showing you guys the difference with that, right? So obviously now we talked about Chavez, his ties to the cartel, the reason behind his expedited process on a deportation. And now let's talk about UFC 318, since we're in this mode of talking about Islam and Ilya. Obviously, Ilya just coming off of his win, UFC 317. And now we got UFC 318, Max Holloway versus Dustin Poirier, BMF title, Dustin Poirier's retirement fight. He's going to have Lil Wayne walk him out. And then on top of that, on that same day, you got Manny Pacquiao, 46 years old, taking on Mario Barrios, and also the undisputed heavyweight championship boxing fight between Usyk and Dubois. That's what we got going on here. Islam is not ducking, just like John ran from Tom. Watch Clown says, people said Powhatan was unstoppable. Hold on a second. Hold on real quick. Oh, okay, wait. I think the BMF title will be a banger for sure. I think I'm going to pick JDM. Craig Jones was in his camp. JDM is winning. Okay, hold on just real quick.
Oh, snap. Okay, sorry about that. I had been muted. Okay, I was trying to read the comments there. Sorry. Oh, let me get back from the beginning with the comments. Sorry. I think the BMF title will be a banger for sure. I think I'm going to pick JDM. Marty Miller says he has Greg Jones in his camp. That's a very good camp to be on. Big Ink MMA says JDM not winning. Split decision with Hafez and Holland. Big Ink MMA says Rhett Knows MMA says JDM and Islam are pretty 50-50. I'm going to agree with that. I think the size of JDM is ultimately what's going to make it 50-50, but Islam's skills is still going to shine. Watch Clown Show says, who said Poatan was unstoppable? Izzy slept him cold. And then Poatan went on to have an insane 205 career after that. Big Ink MMA says, didn't finish Bilal and struggle with Gilbert Burns. Big Ink says Michael Morales made it look easy. Rhett Knows MMA says, but that's a more washed up Gilbert Burns. I can see that. Watch the Clown Show says, yeah, I see JDM sleeping Islam. Even Moicano dropped them. Big Ink MMA says, no, he didn't. No knockdowns of it. Yeah, I don't remember him knocking down Islam. A little bit of a revisionist history there. Rhett Knows MMA says JDM has great takedown defense. He showed that against Bilal. I am no longer muted, so thank you for telling me. I had to hit the button. Yeah, he just dropped by hitting his shoulders. Watch the Clown Show says, you didn't watch the fight then. Moicano clearly dropped Islam. Marty Miller says, Volk arguably beat Islam in their first fight. Well, pretty close fight. Islam is probably favorite over JDM, but I think JDM gets it done. Very interesting there. Okay, so no audio. I think we do have the audio back. You're coping, Clown Show. If Moicano just dropped JDM, would sleep him. Ilya, Tom, Marab, JDM, Pantoja are the best right now. Stop hating. Do not stop. Never was a drop. Come on now. Watch Clown Show. Change your username. What do you mean? This guy is not around. Watch the fight. Moicano dropped Islam round 1. Watch Clown Show says. F15 says at least Islam didn't got submitted. Your audio is cutting out. People want to hate on Islam, but saying nonsense. Islam got dropped by a shot of a shoulder. Hold on. Let me make sure that my audio is on right now. Islam. Right now. Okay, it is on. Islam right now. Okay, it is on. Islam right now. Okay, it is on. Okay, so Ilya hasn't fought anyone in their prime. Islam got dropped by a shot to a shoulder. If he got on the chin, he would DIE. Armin said Islam wins by TKO. Rhett Knows MMA says that's not true. Okay, so I think we've caught up with that one right now. Yeah, everybody hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because now let's take a look at UFC 318 and its full card, okay? Obviously, I'm not going to do a full card. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do a full card analysis on this right now. So, all right, we got Dan Ige and Patricio Pitbull. That's a good fight. Okay, so early prelims. We're starting off with Neil Magny and Gunnar Nelson. Wow. Okay. Now, are we forgetting that Volk rocked Islam? You think Ilya can't put him away? Well, Watch Clown Show says, so just because Armin says something, it must be factual. F15 says he said that, but I think Islam will submit him in the 4th round. Big Ink MMA says because Armin has faced Islam, he knows. Okay, like 10 years ago. Well, 2019 wasn't really 10 years ago, but on any regard. All right, so let's get to UFC 318, okay? UFC 318 full card, and I'm going to put a timestamp on this, okay? The timestamp will be 42 minutes. Okay, 3 right here. This will be 34 minutes. Okay. All right, so we got a little timestamp going on here. Armin is not Nostradamus. Armin predicted 9/11. Oh my goodness. Rhett Knows MMA says Islam is way open into getting a hit on him. Just saying Ilya would most likely put him away. Watch the Clown Show says Armin predicted the sun would rise today. Ah, okay. Well, I guess that makes Armin a genius, right? If Armin and Paddy beat Topuria, then Islam better. No? Watch the Clown Show says Armin predicted it would be a hot summer. All right, so we're going to get to the full cards right now in exactly 30 seconds. So please excuse me if I don't read your comments from here on, but I will read your comments as soon as I'm done with the full card prediction. So here it is. One last final comment that I'm going to read, and then I'm going to let you guys talk on the chat, and I'm going to read the chat after. So just keep that in mind. Rhett Knows MMA says, how about Armin actually fights? Then we talk about him, bro. Has been out for so long. Yeah, and he had his chance, and unfortunately, Armin Sarukian blew it. But let me tell you, he didn't blow it, right? All these guys that are in this card right now, UFC 318. Let's get to it. First fight of the night. It's going to be Neil Magny against Gunnar Nelson. Okay? So, what do we know about Neil Magny and Gunnar Nelson right now? Okay? Neil Magny, 37, 36, two old dogs right here, right? Obviously, the reach advantage is on the side of Neil Magny here. Now, let's take a look at Neil Magny's career trajectory so far, right? Now, Neil Magny is coming off of a loss against Carlos Pratis, got knocked out by Michael Morales, but he did knock out Mike Malott. So in other words, he's a guy who's a gatekeeper that can beat all of these young guys that are trying to prove themselves. But if you're talking about top prospects like Ian Gary, Michael Morales, or Carlos Pratis, he's going to have serious problems with them. Now, what about Gunnar Nelson? Let's take a look at the career trajectory that Gunnar Nelson has going on right now. So Gunnar Nelson coming off of a loss against Kevin Holland. Not a bad loss, but before that, he armbar submissions Brian Barberena, gets a decision win over Sato, loses to a decision against Gilbert Burns, a split decision in 2019 against Leon Edwards. Okay, now what does that mean right now? That means that Gunnar Nelson and Neil Magny are going to be in a 50-50 fight. And what I know about Gunnar Nelson, he's got great striking, very similar to Conor McGregor. He has that karate stance that Conor McGregor used to apply from years ago. Now, the difference, I think, also is the grappling. I think that he's going to take down Neil Magny. He's going to win by decision. And as a result of that, I think that Neil Magny is going to suffer another decision loss. He's not going to get knocked out, but he will suffer decision loss. Next fight coming up, we got Carl Judas versus Nicole Kalari. Okay, so Carly Judas has 4-2 record, 8-3 versus Nicole. Okay, Nicole's 28, Carly's 26. Okay, but Carly has a huge height advantage, but has a 50-50 record. Now let's take a look at Nicole, where her fights have been. By the way, guys, I will get to your comments, so please stay tuned, okay? Because I will read all your comments once I get through these fights. So I'm going to tell you who I'm going to go for in this fight, okay? I'm going to go with Nicole Kalari by a decision. It's a women's flyweight fight. Most of these fights go to a decision. I just think that her experience and a better record, I think, will show. I think Carly has great height advantage, but I think that the experience of Nicole is going to I think it's going to shine right through here. So next fight coming up, we got Adam Fuget versus Islam Dulatov. I'm going to go with Islam Dulatov on this one. Okay, he's a prospect that everybody is looking for right now. Adam Fuget, has a bit of a 50-50 record, but let's take a look at the career trajectory between these guys, right? Islam Dulatov, okay, coming off of a win by elbow strike. So this is his UFC debut, by the way, coming off of the Contender Series. Beat a lot of guys in the regional scenes. His first fight, how about this? His first fight, he lost by a decision. After that, submission, knockout, TKO, submission, TKO, knockout by elbow in Contender Series, now in the UFC. Very similar to Barao. At one point, he was the pound-for-pound #1 guy in the world, lost his first professional fight, but became pound-for-pound #1 best in the world. And you can argue maybe that has something to do with steroids. That always has something to do with it. But nonetheless, yeah, Islam is a guy to look out for, a prospect to look out for. He's going to win this fight easily. A 6'3" welterweight, very similar to that of Ian Gary. Somebody to look out for sure. Adam Fouguet. Okay, what do we know about Adam Fouguet? Okay, 10-4. Okay, in his professional record right now. Okay, this is him, 10-4. Adam Fouguet. Coming off of a win against Josh Killian. Split decision, by the way. Gets guillotine choked by Mike Malott. Gets knocked out by Michael Morales. Gets guillotine choked by Nick Maximov. By the way, that Russian who trains with the Diaz boys. You know who I'm going to go for in this one? I'm going to go with Islam Tudorov. Okay, by rear naked choke. And I think that he does it in the second round. So that is my official prediction for Islam Dulatov and Adam Fouguet. Okay, I'm going to go with Islam by decision. Okay, so Jimmy Crute versus Marcin Pachuro. You know who I'm going to go for straight off the bat with this one, right? I think I'm going to go with Jimmy Crute. Okay, I think Jimmy Crute is ever improving. Okay, he's at the right age. Marcin is 36 years old. Not really that old for the light heavyweight division, but I think you'd want to go with Jimmy Crute on this one. And let's figure out why, okay? Let's take a look at Marcin. Okay, so Marcin coming off of a loss against Modestas Bukauskas. Okay, Modestas Bukauskas is pretty elite. He's submitted him with a triangle. Vitor has submitted him with an arm triangle. He's lost, been knocked out 3 times before. I think he's here to be hit. He's absolutely here to be hit. Not saying that Jimmy Crute is not here to be hit, but let's take a look at the career trajectory of Jimmy. He's got a draw against Rodolfo Balajo in 312, UFC 312. Before that, gets submitted by Alonzo Menifield. Has a draw against Alonzo Menifield, gets knocked out by Anthony Smith and Jamal Hill, but also has a win over Modestas Bukauskas. So this is a 50-50 fight, but I think that his striking is going to be a lot more prominent here. I think that he's going to be very well disciplined in his striking, and I think that he's going to outbox Marcin, and I think we're going to go with a 3-round decision for Jimmy Crute by 3-round decision. Yeah, outboxing him from pillar to post from round 1 to round 3. Moving on with the fight. We got in the early prelims, Ikram Ali Askarov taking on Bruno Ferreira. Very interesting matchup, 50-50 fight. Ikram Ali Askarov, obviously, he loses to guys that are top of the level, right? Top of the class. But what about Bruno Ferreira? Let's take a look at his career trajectory right now, right? Very perfect career trajectory for him to be in if he wants to fight these big fights, okay? So where is Bruno Ferreira's stats right here? Let's go with Sherdog. By the way, guys, I will be reading your comments, so stay tuned, okay? Is this Bruno Ferreira? What is this? This is him? No, this is not him. Hold on a second here. Where is this Bruno Ferreira guy? They don't have any stats on this guy whatsoever. Okay, so 5'10", 185 pounds, middleweight. So 313, he beat Armin Petrosian. Very good win on that one. Abus Magomedov, he loses that one. But then we go with Ikram Ali Askarov, who, by the way, has fought some of the best guys in the world already. At literally 32 years old, has fought the best in the world. Andre Muniz knocks him out in the first round, gets knocked out by Robert Whittaker, flying knees, and finishes Warley Alves, has a win over Phil Haas, has a loss over Khamzat Chimaev. So he only loses to the best. Look, I see him getting a 3-round decision on this one as well, right? 3-round decision on this one. All right, bantamweight division. We got Kyler Phillips taking on Vicinias Oliveira. Another 50-50 fight. Okay, this is a 50-50 fight right here. Once again, all right? Let's take a look at the career trajectory of Kyler Phillips. Okay, so Kyler Phillips,
Prior to this fight, he had a loss against Rob Font by decision. Before that, decision win over Pedro Munoz, decision win over Rohani Barcelos, has an armbar submission over Rojo, gets a split, a majority decision loss against Pava, gets a win. He's got a win over Song Yadong. Okay, so Kyler Phillips is not to be played with. Vicinius Oliveira. Okay. Let's take a look at his Tapology page. 23-3, very experienced fighter, okay? The experience in his fights. So we got Saeed Nurmagomedov. He's got a win over him. Very good win. Ricky Simone, he's got a win over him. Again, another 50-50 fight. You know who I'm going to go for with this one? I think I'm going to have to go with Oliveira on this one by split decision. I think that he has the tools to make it. I think that he is a little bit more experience than Kyler Phillips, and I think just that alone, he's going to get it done. By the way, I see that the comments are coming. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to get to them. So the prelim feature, Brendan Allen taking on Marvin Vettori. Okay, so Marvin Vettori 31, Brendan Allen 29. You know what? I'm going to go with Marvin Vettori on this one. I know that Marvin Vettori is a little bit wild, sometimes a little bit untechnical in the way that he throws his strikes. But, man, when he decides he wants to be technical, it reminds me a lot of Robbie Lawler, right? Robbie Lawler had this problem where he was a bit of a bomb thrower, right? A flamethrower and what have you, right? But then when he started sitting down on his shots, right, instead of going full automatic mode, right, full burst mode in his gun, he decided, you know what, let's flip the switch on that a little bit and do semi-automatic, just take my time with my shots. Next thing you know, he becomes an elite fighter. I think that is no different with Marvin Vettori. Brendan Allen as well, very technical, right? Has great striking, black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Has a loss over Anthony Hernandez. Anthony Hernandez is looking good right now. Nasruddin Imavov loses to him. So he lost to some top guys, has wins over Chris Curtis. He's got a win over Paul Craig, Bruno Silva, Andre Muniz, Christoph Jotko, Sam Alvey, who now is the karate combat champion of the world. He actually rear naked choked him. He did lose to Sean Strickland back in 2020. So I'm going to go with Marvin Vettori by decision on this one. I think these guys are going to have a very slow pace in this fight. I think that they're both going to try to slow it down. Marvin is especially going to slow it down. I could see him being very careful in this fight, and it's going to bring out the technical side of him. So, yeah, final prediction on that one, Marvin Vettori by decision. So, as we move on, how about this? More bangers, okay? Michael Johnson versus Daniel Zellhuber. Okay, the Mexican-German. Obviously, that's a very German name, but he fights out of Mexico. Once again, this is a classic matchup of gatekeeper versus up-and-comer. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when Michael Johnson fought Khabib. And here he is still in the same position, right? Fighting a man who is trying to be the next Khabib in the lightweight division, that and Daniel Zellhuber, right? So with a 50-50 record that Michael Johnson has, obviously it is no wonder why he's still fighting these top prospect guys. Never really had the championship run or a contending for a championship or anything like that. But let's take a look at the career trajectory of Daniel Zellhuber, which, by the way, this is a classic case of the up-and-comer taking on the veteran such as Michael Johnson. Gets a split decision loss over Esteban Rabocic. That was fight of the night. Keep that in mind, okay? But before that, hasn't lost. The only losses that he's had was to a decision. Whereas with Michael Johnson, this guy has been slept. He's been submitted. He's lost to a lot of decisions, and he's only 39 years old. And by the way, still fighting for money, by the way. Check out the interview that he has where he says that out of all the years that I've been fighting for the UFC, this is all that I have to show for it, which kind of gives you a glimpse of fighter pay. Michael Johnson has a win over Ottoman Azatar back in December. Prior to that, gets a decision win over Darius Flowers, nobody really known.
gets knocked out by Diego Ferreira. Split decision loss against Malarkey. After that, gets a win over Mark Diakese in 2022. So, yeah, once again, 50-50 record, right? And I told you guys he's fought Khabib. He's got a notable win over Dustin Poirier where he knocks him out. But guess who's on top of the card and who's had a better career? Now, look, I think Daniel Zellhuber is going to knock out Michael Johnson. I just think that Michael Johnson is not in it anymore. His heart is not in it. And as a result of his heart not being in it, I think that, I think that he's going to catch Michael Johnson at some point. Okay, so moving on. Zellhuber by decision. Paulo Costa versus Roman Kopylov. I'm going to go with Roman Kopylov in this one, okay? I just think that Paulo Costa, his time is up right now. I think that, and by the way, these are guys that are the same age, okay? But I just think that even though they're the same age, even though Paulo Costa has had championship opportunities, and even though their record is literally identical, right? Paulo Costa 14-4, Roman Kopylov 14-3, same level of experience as a pro. I'm going to go with Roman Kopylov on this one, and I'm going to tell you why. So let's take a look at the career trajectory of Roman Kopylov as we speak, okay? Coming off of a head kick win over Chris Curtis, gets a win, split decision over Cesar Almeida, gets rear naked choke by Anthony Hernandez. By the way, shout out to Anthony Hernandez, not to be slept on, right? Whereas we could look at Paulo Costa. Let's take a look at the career trajectory of Paulo Costa right now, okay? So where has Paulo Costa been in his career as a 34-year-old right now? Coming off of a loss against Sean Strickland, Robert Whittaker gets a decision win over Luke Rockhold, loses to Marvin Vettori out of all people. And then prior to that, that knockout against Israel Adesanya where he lost his undefeated record. I think after he's lost his undefeated record, he sort of like really became a shell of himself, right? Almost kind of shattered his confidence. I'm going to go with Roman Kopylov based on the confidence alone. He did not suffer that kind of drop that Paulo Costa did to where it hurt his ego. It sort of put him in this position where it made his ego healthy enough to continue on and to get better, whereas the trajectory of Paulo Costa losing to Israel Adesanya really affected his psychology and as such changed the course of his career. And I'm going to go with Roman Kopylov by decision on this one, right? I think he's going to rock Paulo Costa. He's going to hurt him, and the judges are going to see that. And as a result of that, I think that is ultimately what will win the fight. Okay, so Atia Gautier versus Robert Valentin. I think I'm going to go with Gautier on this one, right? 7-1 record versus 11-5, a 50-50 record. I'm very hesitant to go with a guy that has a 50-50 record, but Atia Gautier had the Cameroon. He does have one loss. Now, what is that one loss predicated on? So that one loss is predicated on a split decision back in Budo Championship, and that was on 2020. That was on 2020. I believe that is an African organization that he fought under. After that, knockout, head kick, knockout, ground and pound, knockout with a knee. Last fight against Jose Medina. It's going to be no different for Robert Valentin. Okay, so Robert Valentin, okay, the Swiss man, 10-5, okay? 10-5, coming off of no wins in the UFC, okay? He's brought here to make this guy look good, and I think that we're going to see a knockout by the Cameroonian. I think that he knows he's in a losing streak. That's going to affect him. This guy is on a hot streak. He's only lost to a decision, and ever since then, his whole entire career. And look, he's 6'4" at middleweight, so this is not a guy to mess with, right? 6'4" at middleweight, definitely a force to be reckoned with later on. Now, here's the next matchup. Okay, so knockout for Atia Gautier on that one. Co-main event. Here we got the co-main event. Dan Ige versus Patricio Pitbull. Okay. I think Dan Ige is going to win this one. I know that Patricio is the guy who has had a great career in Bellator. By the way, just coming off of a loss. Okay, so this is the way that they reward him after that UFC loss. they give him another tough UFC outing in Dan Ige. Now, he lost to Yair Rodriguez. Is anybody surprised? Yair Rodriguez is UFC caliber, but guess what? So is Dan Ige. Not only is Dan Ige UFC caliber in terms of his training partners that he trains with, and the fact that he's a co-manager for MMA Dominance. He has guys like Khabib that he's trained with, guys like Islam, guys like Bilal Muhammad, guys like Henry Cejudo, guys like Kamaru Usman. He's got a gang of people that he can train with to make him the best version of himself, and also put him in a situation where, you know what? No matter what Patricio throws at me, I've already seen it. Whereas with Patricio, well, where does this guy train at? What team does he train at? I believe he trains with America. No, is it America Top Team? No, it's not. I believe it is with the Pitbull brothers that he trains with. He used to train with Black House. Okay, so again, you know what? There's not a lot of UFC caliber guys that he trains with, and the competition that he faced in Bellator is subpar to the type of competition that Dan Ige has faced. Let's take a look at Dan Ige's competition. Plus, Dan Ige is 33 years old, younger. Okay, he fought Sean Woodson, knocked him out in the third round. Sean Woodson is a big 145er. Gets a win over LaRon Murphy. LaRon Murphy is no easy task. I'm sorry, loses to LaRon Murphy by a decision, loses to Diego Lopez by a decision, knocks out Andre Fili, loses to Bryce Mitchell, loses to Movar, loses to Josh Emmett when Josh Emmett was at least in his prime. Okay, so he, you know what? I'm going with Dan Ige on this one. I think he's going to persevere, and the UFC caliber talent that he is and experience that he has, I think it's going to override Patricio Pitbull's declining nature. Okay, so now I'm going to go with Dan Ige in the co-main event, okay, by split decision. Now, let's go on to the main event of the evening. Okay, so the main event of the evening, Max Holloway versus Dustin Poirier. What do I got on this one? Okay, I'm going to go with Max Holloway. I know that a lot of people don't like to hear that because it is Dustin Poirier who has his retirement fight. He's claiming that this is going to be his retirement fight. He's done right after this. That I understand. I get it. But understand this, okay? Dustin Poirier is damaged in ways that Max Holloway isn't. And I think this is going to show in this fight. I also would not be surprised if Dustin Poirier gets slept. However, there is a size advantage that Dustin Poirier has. He can always go to the wrestling, but Max Holloway rarely gets tested in the wrestling. But I think if Dustin Poirier doesn't move in very early and impose his will, Max Holloway is going to start getting into his rhythm, into his boxing range, and start picking apart Dustin Poirier. I think this is the time where Dustin Poirier will actually lose to Max Holloway, even though he's 0-2 against him. You want to know why? I'll tell you this. Max Holloway doesn't spar. Dustin Poirier has had a lot of damages in his career. And as a result of that, I think it is going to come to full circle in this fight. And I think Max Holloway knocks him out in the later rounds, in fourth round or so. That is my official prediction for UFC 318. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I will have this posted in a separate video, and I'll see you guys soon. Everybody in the chat, I need you to stay. So there it is. I literally just recorded my UFC 318 prediction live for you guys right now. Okay, so let's get to the comments, okay? Because I promised you guys I was going to get to the comments, and then we're going to talk about Manny Pacquiao and Usyk and Dubois also on the same day for this card. And then we're going to call it quits from there because I got to head to Juma. So let's go back from the very top. Let's read all these crazy comments that I didn't get to read while I was predicting 318. So Man, I don't even know where I had left off, but I'm going to read all the comments right here. Wow. Okay, man. So I'm going to start with Armin predicted 9/11. Rhett knows MMA says Islam is way too open to getting hit. No hate on him. Just saying Ilya would most likely put him away. Watch Clown Show says Armin predicted the sun would rise today. Very funny comment. If Armin and Paddy could beat Topuria, then is Islam better? No. Armin predicted it would be a hot summer. Watch Clown Show says. Rhett says, how about Armin actually fights, then talks about him bro's been out for so long? Rhett knows MMA says I Glazers act like Armin and Islam are God. Armin knows all. Watch Clown says Armin is God. Oh, wow. Okay, I gotta, sorry, that comment I have to remove because it's blasphemous. Sorry. But everything else you said is all good. Armin is the GOAT. Big Ank MMA says Armin did he fight Rhett a year ago and beat Charles? Chordy says hi. Oh yeah, this is Chinny Charles. Rhett says you Dagestani fans already shut up this year by Georgians when Marab little broed Omar. Okay, so watch Clown Show says wait, what does Armin think about this fight? Watch Clown Show says Daggies are down bad. I don't know about that. I mean, a couple of fights lost here and there. It doesn't mean they're doing bad overall. Rhett knows MMA says, yeah, let's get Armin's opinion first, then go for it. Rhett, found the hater right here. Not hate, just speaking the truth, Rhett says. Rhett doesn't know MMA. Big Ink MMA says. Watch the Clown Show says, Big Armin MMA. Marty Miller says, who the F is that? Retno says, Bud, your name is Big Ink MMA. You're a Dagestani glazer. Big Ink MMA says, little kid, sit down, let the adults talk. Watch Clown Show says, you are not old enough to buy alcohol or Bud. Retno's MMA says, just wait for Islam to lose to Ilya or JDM. Watch Clown Show says, what do you mean adults? Big Ink MMA says, at Rhett, I will keep this comment and come back when JDM loses. And watch Clown Guy will be embarrassed. Big Ank MMA says, at Clown Show, change the profile. Clown Show not around anymore. Rhett says, you're just mad your favorite fighter lost to the #1 pound-for-pound guy. Rhett says, Topuria, #1, or do we have to ask Armin first for his opinion? Big Ank says, Rhett, I'm not a fan of Charles, never was. Big Ank says, Topuria hasn't fought a guy in his prime. Rhett says, Volk literally just came back and beat this guy. You said Topuria duck. Big Ank MMA says, Rhett, Volk's going to lose to John Silva. LOL. Rhett knows MMA says, Ilya flattened Volk. Big Ank MMA says, oh yeah, Ruffy and John Silva, you forget. Slow your roll. Ruffy's best win is King Green. Rhett says, you know Ilya would lose to him, right? Big Ank says, John Silva KOs him. Rhett knows MMA says Ilya would destroy Ruffy. Get out of here. Watch Clown Show says we would find out Armin's take on the fight. Rhett knows says, I agree. I have to talk to Armin first. Big Ank says Armin coming back for the belt. Big Ank says Rhett's going to be upset when his favorite hero loses his O. Rhett knows MMA says at least he has 0, unlike Islam or Armin. Rhett says against out of prime. Big Ank says he hasn't fought any real guys. Watch Clown says, I really wanted to see that fight. Stupid Islam ran like a coward. Well, I don't know if he ran like a coward. Obviously, he just went after bigger opportunities. Rhett says you talk out of prime who's Islam's last 2 wins. Oh, yeah, it's Moicano and Poirier. Big Ank MMA says, at Watch Clown Show, don't worry, Paddy, Armin, Jean Silva, Ruffy will retire your guy. Jean Silva would demolish Ilya. No, he wouldn't. Rhett says, you don't know MMA. You never seen Jean Silva fight. Watch Clown Show says, I hope the fight comes. Islam just retires instead of wasting our time like John did. I've seen all of Silva's fights. Rhett says, even his debut against Wilson. Big Ank says, tell me how he won, Rhett. Big Ank says, how did he win his fight? Rhett says, KO and sub. Big Ank says, there you go, point proven. Watch Clown Show says Adrian Martins got KO'd too. Watch Clown Show at Big Ink MMA at Watch Clown Show. This is about Jean Silva, dummy. Marty Miller says, I don't think you can say anyone in the featherweight or lightweight would demolish Ilya. I mean, that's true. He is undefeated, right? So Rhett Nose says, Islam don't have zero, and neither does your backup favorite fighter, Armin. Obviously, lost to Islam. Big Ink says, I can Silva hasn't lost Marty. Watch Clown Shows. Adrian Martins must know everything about MMA according to these MMA dummies. Rhett Knows MMA says, so true. Big Ink MMA says, Ruffy is a tough fight for Ilya. Big Ink says, styles make fights. Ilya is a tough fight for Islam. Watch Clown Show says, Islam will never agree to that fight. Ilya says, we'll take the rough down and demolish him. Big Ink says, at Watch Clown Show, Islam hater right here. Watch Clown Show says, at Big Ink, low IQ right here. Rhett Knows MMA says, Islam knows he's more dangerous than Volk, so he tries to play it off like Ilya's just another tiny featherweight. Big Ink says, Watch Clown Show, more like you imitating another channel. Who's imitating another channel? Big Ink says, at Watch Clown Show, MMA, you forget what? Wretch says, Big Ink MMA, you still mad at Marab, little bro? Omar, Watch Clown Show says, you're just upset. Omar got a little broed by Islam and don't have the balls to fight. Rhett Knows MMA says, Georgia 2025 equals Dagestan. At Watch Clown Show, you're copying the Clown Show. Rhett Knows MMA Kid is a casual who just started watching UFC. Rhett Knows MMA already know more than you. Rhett Knows MMA laughing emoji. You can laugh an emoji, but I can put one too. Rhett Knows MMA. Watch Clown Shows. How? Big Ink MMA says, just look at your channel. Big Ink MMA says, I have clips like you, dummy. Rhett Knows MMA says, just don't listen to Big Ink. He just glazes Dagestan. Rhett Knows MMA says, I don't even hate Islam, but Ilya is better. At Watch Clown Show, you're copying a guy who don't like you. Watch Clown Show says, Big Ink MMA, you think those people like you? Big Ink MMA says, Watch Clown Show, just you and a little kid and plenty of other fans. Rhett Knows MMA, Ilya number 1, Islam number 2. Watch Clown Show says, Daggies are pretty down bad. You have been dominated by Islam, vacated the belt with his tail between his legs. Big Ink says, how are we down bad when Magomedov won? Don't forget, Ink is a champ. Very true. Rhett Knows says, Volk was so washed right now, so you better worry that Mozart won't get washed by Volk. Jean Silva's going to KO Rat, LOL. Big Ink MMA, I already told you Volk is losing the belt soon. Watch Clown Show says, Islam will never agree to this fight. Watch Clown Show says, never. Big Ink says, at Watch Clown Show, I bring up something, you bring up Islam, your opinions don't matter. Big Ink, Rhett Knows says, Armin, Islam, you don't know, bro. Watch Clown Show says, you think yours does? Watch Clown Show says, all you do is glaze in every stream. Watch Clown Show says, save the comment, Islam will never, ever agree to fight Ilya. Rhett Knows MMA says, takes are getting glazing John Silva, Anik, and Islam. Rhett Knows MMA says, Islam knows he'll get KO'd. Watch Clown Show says, Big Ink MMA got the Daggy Cup. Oh, man. He downplays it by calling Ilya small. Rhett casual alert. Rhett Knows MMA says, how is it casual alert if anyone knows a casual? It's you, bro. Watch Clown Show says, Big Ink knows all the fights and stats, but knows nothing about getting laid. Okay, what? Never trained. Watch Clown Show never trained. He knows nothing about the sport. Watch Clown Show says, Big Armin MMA is casual when it comes to women. Okay, been training together, been training longer than you've been watching MMA, than you've been watching the sport, Daggy breath. Rhett Knows MMA says, you know nothing besides glazing Dagestani's. Big Ink says, yeah, I'm the one glazing for sure. LOL, you're glazing Ilya. Watch Clown Show says, you're obsessed with hating on another man. Rhett Knows MMA says, good to see you recognize your glazing. All right, so now I've finally caught up with the comments there. So, wow, okay, that's a good problem to have as a small channel, obviously, is you got a lot of people that are commenting on your stuff. And, you know, as a result of
those mass comments. Yeah. Good to see you recognize your glazing. All right. And then it continues. Watch clown show obsessed with hating on another man. All right. Well, hey, listen, I'm really appreciating all the engagement that is going on here. And Marty Miller gives, a good clap. He says, good stream. It has been a good stream. But before I go, I want to address the heavyweight championship between Alexander Usyk and Dubois. Okay, look, I'm going to go with Dubois on that one. I know Usyk is very good, but I think that Dubois has his number. I just think that Dubois has to hit him a little bit lower or a little bit higher, sorry, so that there is no controversy in hitting him with the stomach. I think that he's going to go for the body shot, but I also think that he's going to headhunt Usyk as well. And and I think that is going to be a very interesting fight. Now, obviously, on that same day as UFC 318 and the Dubois-Usyk fight, there's Manny Pacquiao versus Mario Barrios taking place in the MGM arena in Las Vegas, right, where Floyd and Manny had fought each other because that was before they had the T-Mobile Arena. Look, I think this is a big mistake for Manny Pacquiao. The fact that he looks good on the pads, the fact that he looks good throwing his shots or this and that, it's a little bit different when you're in there because damage has a lot of factor to play into him going into that fight. The age, okay, the fact that he's a speed and power type of fighter and he relies on that is going to be a problem with somebody like Mario Barrios, who's a little bit younger, taller. Manny Pacquiao has problems with taller opponents, not necessarily with Margarito, but he did against Ugas, and it would have been no different had he done that against Errol Spence, which he originally was supposed to. But all right, with that in mind, guys, let me read the last of these comments, and then I'm going to head out from here. It has been a very good stream. I'm going to pin that comment by Watch Clown Show. And by the way, I really enjoy the engagements that you guys had, by the way. I think that is very important to have on the stream. Good, friendly debate, being for your fighters and being for the people that you support and this and that. I don't necessarily call it glazing. What I call it is, you know what? You just support one guy over the other, and that's really all there is to it. So Rhett Knows MMA says, if you're supposed to be the best fighter alive, 5-round with DDP is not a good look. Okay, well, DP, meaning Dustin Poirier. Okay, Watch Clown Show says, if you had to make a bet, would you bet Islam versus Ilya fight ever happen? Watch Clown Show says, I don't think Islam will ever take that fight. Rhett, I kind of disagree with you on that, Watch Clown Show, but we'll see. We'll see. Retno says he won't ever take it. He'll just say, brother, this guy too small. Watch Clown Show says, yeah, I just keep it real. Well, indeed you do, right? Indeed you do. You are who you are. You do keep it real, and you make no bones about it. So with that in mind, listen, everyone, I need you guys to check out my latest video that I have going on right now. Obviously, the latest video that I have going on right now is Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett, the history of racially charged conflict, talking about Russia and Georgia. It is right here, right? Already, a good, decent amount of views for one day. So I'd like to get it up a little bit. Let me give you a little bit of some portion of this video right here. So definitely not taking advice from people in the chat. They think Islam's manager. They think they are Islam's manager. Okay. So, all right, here we go. Finally, Ilya Topuria is going to fight Paddy Pimblett, or I would hope at least the UFC has some sense in understanding the racially charged history between these two. Yes, you're probably wondering what you're watching right now. UFC London, a couple of years ago, these two guys decided to get into a fight. Why? Because of some racially charged comments that Paddy Pimblett said to Ilya Topuria. And I quote, "Mate, I see why the Russians terrorized you guys." And that literally set off Ilya Topuria. But wait, there's more. Look at this. What do we have here? It looks like we got some Scousers in the airport right now taunting Ilya Topuria. What are they saying to Ilya Topuria?
They're saying, oh, Paddy the Batty. Can you imagine? These are Paddy Pimblett supporters. What are they saying to him? And look, there's this kid right there. Wait, no, that's not his kid. That's somebody else. Sorry. Either way, imagine if his family was there while getting harassed by the supporters of Paddy Pimblett.
Georgia and Russia.
Yes, I truly see Russia as Georgia's eternal enemy. Russia is an enemy to me and not a brother.
So obviously, as I have mentioned, Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett is a very much racially charged conflict, even though you're dealing with essentially two white men of different backgrounds. So guys, I'm going to be leaving this up on audio form. If you want to watch the video portion of this, go to the video section right now, okay? So I'm going to leave it off with the audio version of this. You want to see the visuals, you want to see all of that, go to the video section right now and check out Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett, history of racially charged conflict, Russia versus Georgia, and with some visuals. But for now, what I'm going to leave you off with is, some, what do you call it? Some audio version of that. So enjoy. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Let me read the last of these comments. I'm going to keep the stream going because it seems you guys want to continue on the comment section. I'm going to let you have it, right? But just try to be respectful, okay? So they think Islam is a manager. Watch Clown Show's Big Armin MMA. Go sit down. Rhett Knows MMA says, our back. Did you watch Islam or go edit his movement? Big Arma MMA. Big Rhett says, I will keep your comment pinned down when Ilya loses to Armin. Rhett Knows MMA, do it because it won't happen. Watch Clown Show says, Big Arma will keep this comment to Islam will never fight Ilya. We will remain to see that. But for now, check out this audio version that I have of Ilya Topuria and Paddy Pimblett. And if you want to check the visuals and a full video of that, check it out on my video section alone. It is my latest video right now. And Watch Clown Show says that it has been a good stream. It really has. Rhett Knows MMA says, keep this one too. Omar will never touch a belt until Merab retires. He'll have to keep photoshopping himself into a belt. Wow. Okay. Well, enjoy this one, guys. Enjoy the audio, and let's get this cracking right here. And by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. This is me signing out right here. This is the bonus stream. Let's go. Eastern European descent. One is of obviously what you can argue Celtic, or what is it, maybe Irish or Scouser, whatever it is that Paddy can identify as. But it is more about what Paddy said than anything, right? In fact, it is a conflict that has nothing to do with Paddy. Did you know that the Russians have absolutely terrorized the Georgians going back till maybe 2008, maybe even before that? But the conflict of that particular scenario was very prominent in 2008. And as a result, Paddy taunted Ilya Topuria on that particular matter and had decided to antagonize him, and gets into this beef. They get into that street fight of that video that I had just showed you. And not only that, here it is. Paddy is on the verge of climbing. He's on the verge of getting better. And then here's Ilya Topuria, now the double champion. So it is two guys that are rising in one separate scenario to the other, right? But then on top of it, now they got this historic conflict that involves racially charged conflicts, ethnic situations, nationalism, Georgia versus Russia. And what's funny about that is that Paddy had nothing to do with any of these particular conflicts, and yet it is the focal point of their particular conflict. Well, we're going to get right into it right now. And by the way, for those that are watching right now live, I'm doing a live recording of the video that I'm about to put out with Paddy versus Topuria, the conflict that went on with Russia versus Georgia, and how Paddy made light of it. Also, while doing this live right now, for those that are live watching this, and for those that are hearing this in audio form later on, we are doing a live on P. Diddy being denied bail. And what we're going to do is talk about why that is an injustice. And you're going to have to find out, check out the live stream that I'm going to have attached on the description down below once this video is released. But for those that are live streaming with me right now, you are watching it live as we are reacting to it. So let's get to the Paddy versus Ilia Topuria video right now.
Leah remembers things differently. After the 5-day war ended, her husband was left dead and her house gutted by fire. Leah doesn't want these events to be forgotten because she says the conflict happened. Why did Ilia Topuria attack Paddy Pimblett? And why is Paddy starting problems with all these different kind of fighters? Whereas it seemed like Ilia Topuria is a guy who doesn't really get into this kind of thing. Well, Ilia Topuria is from the country Georgia, which is located in the Caucasus region. And apparently, Paddy Pimblett tweeted this out. Yeah, this is the big reason as to why Topuria had a problem with Paddy Pimblett.
Lad, how stupid are those Georgians, man? No wonder the Russians terrorized their lives. So you can understand why this triggered Ilia Topuria, right? Well, nonetheless, guess what? Now we have an even bigger fight because look at the career trajectory that these two men are at right now. And this right here spells good recipe for a good fight. All right, so while we watch this street fight video again, or whatever you want to call this, throwing hand sanitizer at each other, Mr. Hand Sanitizer, right? What he called Paddy. Okay, let me read to you a comment right now as I'm doing this live stream about P. Diddy, right? Let me read to you a very interesting comment by two of my viewers. Mr. Burberry says, bro was born in Germany, moved to Spain. If a Georgian, how is that racist? He is stating a fact. Paddy is nothing said but the truth, nothing racist or even undertone. That's what Mr. Burberry said. Now, Fresh Melon Juice comes back with a comment that I thought was really interesting. He says, Fresh Melon Juice, and I quote, every time a journalist asks Ilia about going back to Georgia for a reception, he avoids the question. I think he's more Spanish than he is Georgian. Don't think he really cares about Georgia. Well, I tell you what, to answer that question, I think he cares about Georgia enough to go after Paddy Pimblett right here in the way that he did in this street fight footage that we are watching right now. But he also says, Fresh Melon Juice, and I quote, Paddy's intention is to insult. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. And I think that's also very true. Okay, so that is also very true. You have to take that into consideration as well. Paddy's intention is to insult. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. So address that for a second, right? Is this fight really about race? Is it really about conflict? No. What it is that Paddy Pimblett loves to talk about other people in any way, in any fashion that he could, in order to garner some kind of attention or evoke some kind of emotion. And by the way, this is the segment of the video where we get into the psychological factors between Ilia Topuria and Paddy Pimblett. So here we go. So I need you to understand that is the psychological factor that we are trying to understand with Paddy Pimblett and Ilia Topuria. Now, obviously, the first focus that we're going to look at is Paddy Pimblett. Okay, the combat psychology that we're going to break down before these guys walk into the cage, if they are going to walk into the cage, or if that is even a possibility as we are shooting this in the middle of or the beginning of July 2025. But anyways, what we know about Paddy is that he is a jokester. He likes to say things in a low-hanging fruit manner. He's trying to garner your attention. He's trying to evoke emotions out of you, right? And he's going to do it by any means necessary. And by the way, unfortunately, the means and the way that he's trying to get under the skin of Ilia Topuria is using an event that is, quite frankly, very tragic for his people. Now, we all understand the psychology of Paddy Pimblett, right? He likes to be the everyday man. He likes to be the guy that gains weight in between camps. He says that he doesn't like to have a six-pack in between camps. Now, what kind of crazy thing is that to say? Well, that is saying that he is a guy that tries to be the everyday man. And I'm sorry to say, everybody in England has this insane obsession of trying to be the everyday man. Tom Aspinall has that going on, right? This is probably the reason why the John Jones fight would have been even more interesting had he played the bad guy role. But no, he wants to play the, I'm just like everybody else. I'm just a UK prospect. I want to take it nice and slow and easy. If you guys remember in the beginning of his career, right? They want to be the everyday man. That's just the thing that they do in England. Now, you go back to Ilia Topuria. Let me tell you something. The psychology of this man, there is nothing ordinary about him. Okay, he's extremely ambitious. Not only is he extremely ambitious, he's actually achieved his ambitions as a double champion. Okay, and now that he's achieved that, he wants more. He wants mainstream notoriety. Meanwhile, Paddy is not really interested in any of those things. Well, what can I tell you about this particular combat psychology between them, right? Well, as much as I downplay Paddy's approach on trying to be the everyday man, it is actually really the best approach as a mixed martial artist. Think about it. He is the everyday man. There is no pressure for him to get better. There is no pressure for him to stay in shape all year round. And maybe that has something to do with the confidence that he was able to build up. Now, what about Ilia Topuria? What about the confidence in him that was built up over this time? Well, it has everything to do with his training, obviously, but then he also comes from a very glamorized culture in that of Spain. Okay, it's a very glamorized culture because let's think about this, right? If you look at Ilia Topuria, he reminds you of a mainstream soccer star. He has that look about him that screams, I am the teammate of Ronaldo. I am the teammate of Messi. Right, I play for Real Madrid. And in fact, he has the endorsement of Real Madrid. And as a result of that, it really puts a different spin to his persona. But on the other side of that, you look at Paddy Pimblett, guess what? This guy right here is sponsored by Liverpool FC. Okay, now what is it that you know about Liverpool FC fans? Well, they're no different than Paddy. They love to fight. They love to scrap. And here's an interesting thing that I know about Liverpool, England, right? It is the #1 Lexus dealership, by the way, considered a luxury car, okay? Considered a foreign whip, at least to their standards, even to our standards in America, because it's a Japanese car. But yes, it's a foreign exotic whip. And not only that, their #1 dealership of that brand is in Liverpool FC, in Liverpool City. Now, why is that significant? Did you know that Liverpool is #1 at, how do I say this, unemployment in all of the country? So what does that tell you? Well, that tells you, if you are about that life, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Think about it. #1 Lexus dealership in all of the UK, also #1 unemployment in all of the UK. I let you do the math. And that lets you know what kind of environment Paddy comes from. Ilia Topuria, he comes from a very similar rough background. What is that other rough background that we're talking about? We're talking about war. War with the Georgians and the Russians, and that literally sparked something in Ilia Topuria where he had decided, you know what? I am now the double champion. I can fight anybody I want. I could go fight, what's his name? Arman Sarukian. Okay, he is the #1 contender. I could go fight Islam, just wait for him. Maybe even go up and fight at 170 if he wins that strap. But he decided he's going to go after Paddy Pimblett because of what he said. And you want to know how serious... Finally, Ilia Topuria is going to fight Paddy Pimblett, or I would hope at least the UFC has some sense in understanding the racially charged history between these two. Yes, you're probably wondering what you're watching right now. UFC London, a couple of years ago, these two guys decided to get into a fight. Why? Because of some racially charged comments that Paddy Pimblett said to Ilia Topuria. And I quote, Mate, I see why the Russians terrorized you guys. And that literally set off Ilia Topuria. But wait, there's more. Look at this. What do we have here? It looks like we got some Scousers in the airport right now taunting Ilia Topuria. What are they saying to Ilia Topuria? They're saying, oh, Paddy the Batty. Can you imagine? These are Paddy Pimblett supporters. What are they saying to him? And look, there's his kid right there. Wait, no, that's not his kid. That's somebody else. Sorry. Either way, imagine if his family was there while getting harassed by the supporters of Paddy Pimblett.
Georgia and Russia.
Yes, I truly see Russia as Georgia's eternal enemy. Russia is an enemy to me and not a brother.
So obviously, as I have mentioned, Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett is a very much racially charged conflict, even though you're dealing with essentially two white men of different backgrounds. One is of Eastern European descent, one is of obviously one can argue Celtic, or what is it, maybe Irish or Scouser, whatever it is that Paddy can identify as. But it is more about what Paddy said than anything, right? In fact, it is a conflict that has nothing to do with Paddy. Did you know that the Russians have absolutely terrorized the Georgians going back till maybe 2008, maybe even before that? But the conflict of that particular scenario was very prominent in 2008. And as a result, Paddy taunted Ilia Topuria on that particular matter and had decided to antagonize him and gets into this beef. They get into that street fight of that video that I had just showed you. And not only that, here it is. Paddy is on the verge of climbing. He's on the verge of getting better. And then here's Ilia Topuria, now the double champion. So it is two guys that are rising in one separate scenario to the other, right? But then on top of it, now they got this historic conflict that involves racially charged conflicts, ethnic situations, nationalism, Georgia versus Russia. And what's funny about that is that Paddy had nothing to do with any of these particular conflicts, and yet it is the focal point of their particular conflict. Well, we're going to get right into it right now. And by the way, for those that are watching right now live, I'm doing a live recording of the video that I'm about to put out with Paddy versus Topuria, the conflict that went on with Russia versus Georgia, and how Paddy made light of it. Also, while doing this live right now, for those that are live watching this, and for those that are hearing this in audio form later on, we are doing a live on P. Diddy being denied bail. And what we're going to do is talk about why that is an injustice. And you're going to have to find out, check out the live stream that I'm going to have attached on the description down below once this video is released. But for those that are live streaming with me right now, you are watching it live as we are reacting to it. So let's get to the Paddy versus Ilia Topuria video right now.
Leah remembers things differently. After the 5-day war ended, her husband was left dead and her house gutted by fire. Leah doesn't want these events to be forgotten because she says the conflict
happened. Why did Ilia Topuria attack Paddy Pimblett? And why is Paddy starting problems with all these different kind of fighters? Whereas it seemed like Ilia Topuria is a guy who doesn't really get into this kind of thing. Well, Ilia Topuria is from the country Georgia, which is located in the Caucasus region. And apparently, Paddy Pimblett tweeted this out. Yeah, this is the big reason as to why Topuria had a problem with Paddy Pimblett.
Lad, how stupid are those Georgians, man? No wonder the Russians terrorized their lives. So you can understand why this triggered Ilia Topuria, right? Well, nonetheless, guess what? Now we have an even bigger fight, because look at the career trajectory that these two men are at right now. And this right here spells good recipe for a good fight. All right, so while we watch this street fight video again, or whatever you want to call this, throwing hand sanitizer at each other. Mr. Hand Sanitizer, right? What he called Paddy. Okay, let me read to you a comment right now as I'm doing this live stream about P. Diddy, right? Let me read to you a very interesting comment by two of my viewers. Mr. Burberry says, bro was born in Germany, moved to Spain. If Georgian, how is that racist? He is stating a fact. Paddy is nothing said but the truth, nothing racist or even undertone. That's what Mr. Burberry said. Now, Fresh Melon Juice comes back with a comment that I thought was really interesting. He says, Fresh Melon Juice, and I quote, every time a journalist asks Ilya about going back to Georgia for a reception, he avoids the question. I think he's more Spanish than he is Georgian. Don't think he really cares about Georgia. Well, I tell you what, to answer that question, I think he cares about Georgia enough to go after Paddy Pimblett right here in the way that he did in this street fight footage that we are watching right now. But he also says, Fresh Melon Juice, and I quote, Paddy's intention is to insult. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. And I think that's also very true. Okay, so that is also very true. You have to take that into consideration as well. Paddy's intention is to insult. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. So address that for a second, right? Is this fight really about race? Is it really about conflict? No. What it is that Paddy Pimblett loves to talk about other people in any way, in any fashion that he could, in order to garner some kind of attention or evoke some kind of emotion. And by the way, this is the segment of the video where we get into the psychological factors between Ilya Topuria and Paddy Pimblett. So here we go. So I need you to understand that is the psychological factor that we are trying to understand with Paddy Pimblett and Ilya Topuria. Now, obviously, the first focus that we're going to look at is Paddy Pimblett. Okay, the combat psychology that we're going to break down before these guys walk into the cage, if they are going to walk into the cage, or if that is even a possibility as we are shooting this in the middle of or the beginning of July 2025. But anyways, what we know about Paddy is that he is a jokester. He likes to say things in a low-hanging fruit manner. He's trying to garner your attention. He's trying to evoke emotions out of you, right? And he's going to do it by any means necessary. And by the way, unfortunately, the means and the way that he's trying to get under the skin of Ilya Topuria is using an event that is, quite frankly, very tragic for his people. Now, we all understand the psychology of Paddy Pimblett, right? He likes to be the everyday man. He likes to be the guy that, gains weight in between camps. He says that he doesn't like to have a six-pack in between camps. Now, what kind of crazy thing is that to say? Well, that is saying that he is a guy that tries to be the everyday man. And I'm sorry to say, everybody in England has this insane obsession of trying to be the everyday man. Tom Aspinall has that going on, right? This is probably the reason why the John Jones fight would have been even more interesting had he played the bad guy role. But no, he wants to play the, I'm just like everybody else. I'm just a UK prospect. I want to take it nice and slow and easy. If you guys remember in the beginning of his career, right? They want to be the everyday man. That's just the thing that they do in England. Now, you go back to Ilya Topuria. Let me tell you something. The psychology of this man, there is nothing ordinary about him. Okay, he's extremely ambitious. Not only is he extremely ambitious, he's actually achieved his ambitions as a double champion. Okay, and now that he's achieved that, he wants more. He wants mainstream notoriety. Meanwhile, Paddy is not really interested in any of those things. Well, what can I tell you about this particular combat psychology between them, right? Well, as much as I downplay Paddy's approach on trying to be the everyday man, it is actually really the best approach as a mixed martial artist. Think about it. He is the everyday man. There is no pressure for him to get better. There is no pressure for him to stay in shape all year round. And maybe that has something to do with the confidence that he was able to build up. Now, what about Ilya Topuria?
What about the confidence in him that was built up over this time? Well, it has everything to do with his training, obviously, but then he also comes from a very glamorized culture in that of Spain. Okay, it's a very glamorized culture because let's think about this, right? If you look at Ilia Topuria, he reminds you of a mainstream soccer star. He has that look about him that screams, I am the teammate of Ronaldo. I am the teammate of Messi, right? I play for Real Madrid. And in fact, he has the endorsement of Real Madrid. And as a result of that, it really puts a different spin to his persona. But on the other side of that, you look at Paddy Pimblett, guess what? This guy right here is sponsored by Liverpool FC. Okay, now what is it that you know about Liverpool FC fans? Well, they're no different than Paddy. They love to fight, they love to scrap. And here's an interesting thing that I know about Liverpool, England, right? It is the #1 Lexus dealership, by the way, considered a luxury car. Okay, considered a foreign whip, at least to their standards, even to our standards in America, because it's a Japanese car. But yes, it's a foreign exotic whip. And not only that, their #1 dealership of that brand is in Liverpool FC, in Liverpool City. Now, why is that significant? Did you know that Liverpool is #1 at, how do I say this, unemployment in all of the country? So what does that tell you? Well, that tells you, if you are about that life, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Think about it. #1 Lexus dealership in all of the UK, also #1 unemployment in all of the UK. I let you do the math. And that lets you know what kind of environment Paddy comes from. Ilia Topuria, he comes from a very similar rough background. What is that other rough background that we're talking about? We're talking about war. War with the Georgians and the Russians, and that literally sparked something in Ilia Topuria where he had decided, you know what? I am now the double champion. I can fight anybody I want. I could go fight, what's his name? Arman Sarukian. Okay, he is the #1 contender. I could go fight Islam, just wait for him. Maybe even go up and fight at 170 if he wins that strap. But he decided he's going to go after Paddy Pimblett because of what he said. And you want to know how serious that is? I need you to listen to this right here.
A hybrid war is underway. Today, Russia is no longer fighting us with bullets. It's fighting us psychologically. A creeping occupation is taking place, which is one of our most painful issues, and most importantly, the falsification of history. That is why it's necessary to preserve it.
So now you understand exactly what is it that Ilia Topuria is fighting for, right? He's fighting not just for pride, for honor, but for also the sworn dignity of his people. You got to understand that. That is what is driving this man. And you know what? The fact that it is a driving force behind him, it is also the reason why he's going to go in there and train even harder than he did for anybody else, including Paddy Pimblett. Now, here's the thing about Paddy Pimblett, okay? He's improved vastly over the years and over time, ever since his debut that he did in the pandemic. Before that, he was a Cage Warriors staple. He was one of their biggest names and built his brand in that particular league. Now, why is it that he didn't want to sign to the UFC early? Well, he knew that he was in the developmental stages of his career, and he had decided, you know what? I'm going to take that approach. Again, going back to the everyday man type of approach, whereas with Ilia Topuria, what was this dude's approach? His whole approach was, you know what? I'm searching for greatness. I want to go fight for the featherweight title straight away and then fight for a double championship straight away and then be even more ambitious than that, fight for a 3-weight strap and be the first guy to do that at 170, 155, and 145. He wants to be that guy to do that. He's searching for Michael Jordan greatness. This is what is in his mind. Whereas with Paddy, his mind is just becoming the everyday man. Look, you got to understand what I told you earlier, right? #1 unemployment in all of the UK is Liverpool City, his city, yet also the #1 Lexus dealership in all the country, because I'm going to say it like this. Where he's from, man, people got to hustle. Just like anywhere in the world where there is a ghetto, where there is a hood and this and that, people are just out there trying to make it. Just like we're all trying to make it in any kind of way, right? So that is his driving force. But with Ilya, his force is not only ideological, it is nationalistic. It is also with pride, but also steeped in honor culture. But Paddy Pimblett, his whole entire honor culture is predicated from the streets of Liverpool. And by the way, here's an interesting fact that you don't know about Liverpool, right? Did you know that the Beatles came from Liverpool? Obviously, the likes of Darren Till came from Liverpool. The Smiths came from Liverpool. The list goes on of people that came from Liverpool. But what do you know about the Beatles? What do you know about John Lennon? Did you know that he joined the Black Panther movement, right? This is the type of people they are, man. I'm just trying to tell you the psychology behind the Scousers, the people that claim they never get knocked out. And you know what? That is great. You need to have that mentality, because the truth is we've never seen Paddy get knocked out, okay? We've never seen it, but maybe we can with Ilya Topuria, and guess what? This fight right here is going to lead into probably one of the best fights out there. You know what? I'll tell you this. This fight right here, as they're comparing all these comparisons to Ilya Topuria and Conor McGregor, right? You know what this fight is going to be like? It's going to be exactly like Nate Diaz versus Conor McGregor. So in other words, Paddy Pimblett is the Nate Diaz to the comparison of Conor McGregor to Ilya Topuria, if you can put that in perspective. And I actually got a video on that right now, which I'm going to end with, and I'm going to advertise as one of my older videos. And I hope you guys do like and subscribe. And until then, I'm going to show you that video right now and sign up. All right, so there it is. As I was researching this on the live stream, there it goes right here. And by the way, if you want to see me react to this, check out the live stream portion of this particular content that we are doing right now. I'm going to do a reaction to this video that I did 2 years ago. Paddy Pimblett versus Topuria will be the next Conor McGregor versus Diaz rivalry. I urge you guys to take a look at that. And I urge you guys to take a look at the live stream, of which I'm going to be doing a live reaction to this. All of this I'm going to put on the description below, so you can find all these videos, including the live stream that I'm reacting to. So don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one. And I hope that you guys enjoyed the content. And for everybody that's in the live stream, stay. And yes, we're going to continue more with that one. So like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next video and in the next live stream, which I'm recording right now, and in the next Fight Companion. All right, signing off. On to the next one. MMA needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Khairy of El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Khairy. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stopping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Khairy. My man Khairy came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga comes to beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You would never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
Two North American superstar. Play ball. All right. So
Terrence Crawford and Canelo are finally on, right? And it is going to be on Netflix. What's crazy about that? Obviously, you saw Turkey El-Sheikh get into it with a female executive from Netflix. And as a result of that, what happened? Well, what happened was that they decided they were going to go along with the fight anyway, regardless of the cultural views that Turkey El-Sheikh has, regardless of the contrasting cultural aspects of America and Saudi Arabia. None of that matters, because what we got are two North American superstars set to fight in Las Vegas, and it is funded by the Saudis. And also, let's also mention this, Dana White is also going to be promoting the event, irregardless and contrasting of the fact that people were saying, oh, he's not going to be promoting anymore. Oh, because Turkey El-Sheikh said that somebody else is going to be promoting this fight. Not the case. It's going to be Dana White, and it's going to be Terrence Crawford taking on Canelo Alvarez in this once-in-a-lifetime event. And Dana White even said it himself. He wants to be part of something that is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez are exactly that. You got two guys who are very accomplished. Canelo right now, regardless of the fact that he has a loss over Bivol, which, by the way, can be excused to the fact that he really pushed himself up a limit. Well, now, guess what? Terrence Crawford, by the way, a guy who came from 140 all the way to 147, became undisputed at 140 and undisputed at 147, now goes up even higher at passing 154, passing 160, and then went into 168. By the way, he did win a belt at 154 against Mcgregor, which, by the way, was controversial in and of itself. But guess what? Canelo Alvarez had a very controversial fight in Skull. I honestly thought that Skull won that fight. I don't know how you can give that to Canelo other than, well, the obvious fact that the fight was at a place where it was going to serve interest if Canelo was going to win. You understand what I'm saying? So with that in mind, what do we have here? We got a once-in-a-lifetime matchup. By the way, a matchup that I don't think is going to be very hard to predict. My opinion and my cold, hard, honest truth right now, this is Terrence Crawford getting it for a 12-round decision. You want to know why I say this? Look, we've seen Canelo Alvarez lose before. We've seen him lose the big ones. Bivol, you could say, is not a big one, but it was big enough to say that, hey, you know what? He's moving up a weight class against, okay, you know what? For the boxing hardcores, let's call it what it is. It was great for the boxing hardcores because he really tested his limits all the way up there. But here's the reality of Terrence Crawford. He doesn't know defeat. All he knows is how to fight at the highest level, irregardless of what you saw out of Mcgregor. Now, Mcgregor, I'm going to be honest with you, was in his A game that day. Terrence Crawford, on the other hand, he was trying to adjust to a new weight class. So how is it that he's going to adjust to somebody like Canelo, who's a 168er? Well, here's the thing. Canelo is not really a 168-pound fighter. Not at all. But you know what? Neither is Terrence Crawford. What that means is that both of these guys are going to be going in here extra hydrated. And the fact that, well, let's get to the psychological side of this, right? Terrence Crawford realistically has nothing to lose other than an undefeated record. But you know what? That was the same position that Canelo was in when he fought Bivol. He had nothing to lose. So he knew he goes in there, hey, you know what? This is a tough Russian. And look, he beat Arthur Beterbiev. That got to tell you what type of level that Bivol is at for him to beat Arthur Beterbiev, a guy who has never went to the scorecards, but got beat in the scorecards and took him to the scorecards the first time around, but lost. That tells you the level of Bivol. Terrence Crawford, on the other hand, he doesn't have the notoriety that Canelo has. And let's get to the psychological side of this, okay? Because the last 2 minutes of this is going to be the psychological side of Canelo and Terrence Crawford. Canelo is on his way out. Terrence Crawford has just gotten started in terms of the big money fights, because prior to this, many promoters, including Bob Arum, were complaining that he's unmarketable. Well, is he really unmarketable? But guess what? Now, for whatever reason, Terrence Crawford has put himself in a very marketable spot. Okay, the Errol Spence fight was the first of them. The Durov, okay, it wasn't the biggest fight in the world. Well, now he's jumping into the other biggest fight of his career, if not the biggest fight of all time right here with Canelo and Terrence Crawford. The stylistic matchup, the high level, the fact that these two guys can go to a scorecard, the fact that they can also have devastating punches leads me to believe that it is Canelo who is checked out. You've seen it in the Skull fight. He's checked out. He's in here on a cruise control mode. You can't do that with Terrence Crawford. That's the psychological side of it. He's in cruise control mode, and Terrence Crawford is in his killer stage mode. Okay, because you got to remember, all the glitz and the glam that has gotten into Canelo eventually is going to wear him out. Whereas with Terrence Crawford, you know what he has going on? This is his second time in the spotlight. Think about it. Second time. First time was Errol Spence. Other fights didn't matter. Second time around, it's with Canelo. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I just broke down to you one of the most epic matchups, both psychological and physical. And not only that, also well, I didn't go much into the technical side of it, but I will once the fight starts drawing close. But with that in mind, don't forget to like and subscribe because we have the biggest fight in this whole entire century ahead of us. Play ball. So out of nowhere, Conor McGregor floors somebody in an Ibiza nightclub. Is anybody surprised, in all honesty? No. So that's your answer. No one is surprised. That's not the question, no. I think what is in the question of many people's minds is, when is this guy going to fight? And on top of that, I think many people are just honestly sick and tired of his off the cage antics. So for whatever reason that happened, which, by the way, the visual ads of this particular video is going to explain to you the details of the particular matter. The main common theme that we're seeing right now is that this is not
anybody's surprise when Conor gets into these situations. Now, what is it that forced him to do this while he was in a nightclub in Ibiza? Well, you know what? It's the same thing when you ask yourself, what forced him to go and punch that DJ in Italy, right? DJ Facchinetti. You remember that guy? That's literally how you pronounce his name. I'm not even kidding. Like, if you don't believe me, take a look. Okay, so that's literally how to pronounce his name. So one thing you got to understand about Conor, right? This isn't the first time and it won't be the last. So why does he get himself into these situations? Well, for one, if we could get off Conor for just a second, obviously he's the main focal point of this whole entire thing, but I think there's a bigger lesson to be learned in terms of overall understanding and visualizing what it is that you're going to go through, what each person is going to go through when you are out in a nightclub, and nothing really good comes out of it. Really nothing. Let's think about this, right? Going out to the club is nothing more than an ego boost for everybody to say, hey, look at me. It's basically for people that just want constant validation. Now, for somebody who's a double champion, for somebody who's as decorated, as rich as Conor, why does he need this particular validation? Well, that's for him to answer. That's for you to guess. And that's for me to analyze. You understand? That's for you to guess. That's for him to know. And that's for me to analyze. If I even said it like that in the first time around. But on any regard, people are just now interested in seeing whether he's going to fight or not. But then in reality, nobody really wants to see him fight. Let's be honest, right? Now, the Michael Chandler fight, will it be fun? Sure. But it's really predicated on how the UFC is going to go about it and basically promote it. If they promote it in a way where it is successful, where it is enticing, then of course it's a Conor McGregor card and people are going to come out to it. However, the reality of his particular life right now, the only thing that's really interesting and dramatic for a lot of people is his off-the-cage antics. Punching somebody at the bar, an old man. You remember that. He punched that old man in the bar. Okay? And when he did that, then he went and threw the dolly in the bus in 2018, which, by the way, you can probably almost excuse it because of the fact that it just made him a lot of money. Obviously, I'm kidding, but that is neither here or there. The reality is it's a terrorist act in motion. Okay, I mean, you're throwing a dolly into a bus with glass shattering. Okay, basically having all of that shatter come into people's eyes, messing people's up. You've seen Mike Chiesa. He had a situation going on like that. He got a settlement. Next thing you know, he shows up in the analyst desk of ESPN and he's rocking out a $30,000 Rolex watch, and you can only imagine where that came from. Obviously, the settlement. But on any regard, that's just what's going on with Conor in the meantime, right? Just constant settlement.
point where you thought, man, this is crossing a line and I might act, you know, a little bit crazy as a result of this?
Ariel, there's a reason why I never put my family and my real private life public. It's because, and I know if someone wants to get to me, it's easy for me. It comes from one ear and it goes out on the other one, and I don't take it personal. But if you try to get to someone that I love, or, you know, someone in my family, now it's going to be a different story. So that's why I always try to hide this part of my life, because I am a public person.
There was never a point where you thought, man, this is crossing a line.
Not have done that, right? Most men who value privacy would have rather just not put her out there like that, only for other men to use her as a prop and be used against you, all for fight promotions. Now, is Joaquin Buckley going too far by doing this? Well, I'm going to be honest with you, right? Yes, I think that he's going a little bit too far, bringing up the kids in the situation, bringing up the family or this and that. But at the same time, Ian Gary brought it upon himself. Not have done that, right? Most men who value privacy would have rather just not put her out there like that, only for other men to use her as a prop. Eubank had to take this fight, but they did, and as a result, we got a very interesting fight out of it. Today, the tatted up guy got their asses beat, according to Toxic Gameplays, said on the comment section. Well said on that. That's exactly what happened. The tatted guys got their butts whooped, and that's what it is. But the highly inexperienced guys and highly experienced guys and the guys that were favorable to win got the fight of their lives, and that is the story for April 26, 2025's Fight Day. Eubank had to take this fight, but they did, and as a result, we got a very interesting fight out of it. Today, the tatted up guy got their asses. I mean, it was an aggressive effort, but nonetheless, the ground game of Ian Gary is what won him this fight. But he nearly did get knocked out at the end. And if this was Nate Diaz or Nate, who's coming to the party? So, what was everybody's favorite fight of the night right there? I would say Anthony Smith's fight was my favorite. Now, all about this, they got Anthony Smith up right now in the booth while he was the one that lost. But again, it's his retirement, so why not? Now, let me answer Toxic Gameplay's question earlier, just right before I recorded that video for the Buckley Usman fight and the BMF card. So UFC card versus boxing card. How do you feel about the fight game as a whole at this moment? Well, I got to tell you, man, you look at the boxing card earlier, Toxic Gameplay. So what was everybody's favorite fight of the night right there? I would say Anthony Smith's fight was my favorite. Now, all about this, they got Anthony Smith up right now in the booth while he was the one that lost.
Anyway, Saturday, June 14th, UFC is coming to the state.
Because it was a heavy favorite, highly skilled fighter, such as Ian Gary, such as Chris Eubank, taking on an underdog, an unproven underdog. That was the story of April.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Hannah.
I will say, Eddie Hearn said something very interesting in a press conference, okay? And what he said in the press conference was something to the effect of, Ben has an opportunity to become very great later on. It just so happens that he took on a seasoned vet right now who is highly experienced in Chris Eubank. Now, can you imagine if, let's say, in 4 years from now, if Eubank was to fight Conor Benn? I think it would be a very different fight. At that point, Chris Eubank would be a little bit older, in his 40s, and maybe even in the rematch, Ben could easily give him problems, although I don't think so.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually, he's going to go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes, but he's I'm telling you, Khairy El-Kheer, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild, but he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good. Yeah, I like Khairy below tier. Fucking so what?